Welcome to the Los Angeles Times Studios' second day of coverage for the 2026 Festival of Books. Yesterday, we got kicked off with the book prizes, and today we have a slate of panels that includes everything from mouth-watering food demonstrations on our LA Times food stage to inside looks at some of our favorite audiobooks and podcasts, and interviews with celebrity authors. All that and more from now till 6 p.m. Stay tuned.
Carrie and say, I need to be on this side. Hi. Are we starting it off, Yvonne?
Yeah, we're starting.
Okay, let's go. Come on, wake up, everybody. Let's get excited. Woo!
Someone Photoshop a really fabulous outfit on me, sitting next to you like this.
Yvonne, you're gorgeous.
Lisa.
Yes.
Lisa.
Yes.
Let's start things off with, did you have a cover release party before you completed the book?
No, because I don't have to do that. I love Dorit Kemsley. Let's just make sure we say that. I love her. But I'll always be shady. It's about the show. It's about housewives, right?
Yes. Okay, you start the book by welcoming us to the Renaissance. Tell us what you mean by that. What do you want out of this chapter of your life, and how did putting some of this stuff to the page help you figure that out?
Well, to start with, I didn't really want to write a book. I wasn't, I was cool. I was fine. I'd already written a book or two. So when my agents, so Hollywood, came to me and said, I think you have another book in you, I was like, well, I don't know. I'm not sure I want to do that. So I said, because I don't write my own books. I participate, but I always have a ghostwriter to write with me because, guys, I'm not a writer. I'm just Lisa fucking Rinna, right? So I said to the agency, I said, let's meet with 3 ghostwriters, 3 different ones, just 3, because otherwise then it gets to be too much. I'll meet with 3, and if I connect with one, I'll do it. So I met with 2 guys, and then I met with Dibs Bear. And Dibs Bear just got she just got me. You know, sometimes people just like get you, and I felt like they got me, and I said, let's do it, and I ended up having the time of my life writing this book, and I didn't want to write it. So there you go. You kind of have to go with not your gut, but sometimes you go against it in a way, and you're like, okay, you know, I'm just going to try it. And then I ended up having a great time. So it ended up being very cathartic because I needed to work through a lot of things. I needed to still work through the grief of losing my mother and the grief of my last year on Housewives. Mm-hmm. So this book really helped me with that.
Mm-hmm. What did those sessions look like? Where were you guys doing this?
Okay, so I never have met them in person, only by Zoom.
I love that.
We did the entire book on Zoom.
Huh.
And it was great. I'd sit out in my backyard. It's beautiful. You know my lawn. You've seen it, right? Or most of you have. I'd sit out there and, you know, it'd take about 2-hour sessions, hour and a half, 2 hours. And we did it over like, I'm going to say 6 months. Mm-hmm. But it takes like 2 years from start to finish to kind of get the whole thing out there.
Well, people that know you know that there's Rinna.
Yeah.
There's Lisa fucking Rinna. And there's Lisa. And Lisa seems to be the person you want us to get acquainted with in this book. Talk about that.
Yeah. Okay. So, you know, I've been in the business for like 37 years now, 36 years. And, you know, I'm an actor. And then I did this reality show called The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. And I kind of became that character that sort of took an overriding turn and sort of made everybody think that that's exactly who I was. Hi. Hi. Hi, guys. And so I think that there's a lot of different Lisas, and I think that you all really know who I am. You do. But the character on Housewives kind of took over in a way. Mm-hmm. And now that she's gone, I really wanted to get back to just being me again. So when I went on Traitors, you guys like Traitors? So when I decided to do Traitors, I was like, listen, I said this to myself because I'm talking to myself. I'm like, self, listen, you're going to go in there and just be you. No housewife shit, none of that reactionary stuff. No, you're going to just be you. And I feel really good about the fact that I did do that. Whether I had been a faithful or the traitor, I was able to do that, and I'm so thrilled that I did it.
How much did you love being a traitor?
I freaking loved it. Highlight of my year. One of the highlights of my year. Because I could kill people, I could lie, I could deceive, I could backstab. Heaven.
How do you, with some hindsight now, how do you compare the experience of Housewives to Traitors, where there is scheming and plotting, but it's intentional? What was that like to navigate?
Well, here's the difference. Housewives is not a game. Traitors is a game. That's a difference. So in my mind, I go, I'm playing a game.
Mm-hmm.
It's a game. At the end of the day, and what do you want to do in a game? You want to win. So your objective is a bit different. Housewives, you're just trying to literally protect yourself from the drama and the toxicity and whatever. And it's even though it's a television show, it's real. I mean, no one is writing a script for you. You're dealing with interpersonal relationships and conflict, and they want the conflict, so they help to spin that up.
When did you feel like you had to start protecting yourself on that show? I imagine it was before your mother's passing. But
Oh, right away. I mean, I think after Amsterdam, I knew I better protect myself, right? It was Amsterdam.
It was Amsterdam.
Amsterdam, I went, okay, this shit's real. This is not a game. And wow, that blew my mind, actually. It blew all of our minds. No one expected that to happen.
It still plays out in my group threads.
It plays out in the world daily.
Yeah. Do your daughters send you that GIF ever, or no?
No. You know, it's really funny when you have kids and you're in the business. They don't really care that you're an actor. They don't really care if you're on television. And they only, as they get older, start to realize, oh, my mom does that, my dad does that. So that doesn't really play out. And they were on the show, too.
Right.
So it's kind of a blur for them.
Yeah.
But God knows what they get sent to them. Can you imagine?
Well, things start early on of, you opening up about the tremendous grief you've experienced with the loss of your parents, particularly, the emotional toll of losing your mother. And I want to sort of first say, I was talking to Lisa earlier because I remembered speaking to Lois for a piece I did on Lisa. First of all, Lisa and I took a dance class together with Robin Anton.
Yeah, a heels class.
A heels class. Please don't try to picture it.
It's hard.
I think the song was a Pussycat Doll song, which is even like...
Well, yeah, because she is
right.
a pussy doll.
Yeah. But I was just like, I should not be here.
The same. Yvonne, I was like, I should not be here. It was really hard.
It was really hard.
Yeah.
Anyway, Lois spoke to me, and just the amount, like the way she speaks about you was so much pride, and the stories she was excited to share about you. I mean, we all came to love her on the show, and it's such a beautiful thing that you have those memories captured in that way.
I know.
But I can't, it's my greatest fear to lose my mother because I just don't know. She's my best friend. And to know that you were grappling with this while filming the show, going back into production 3 days later, first talk to me about how you look back on that now and how it's changed your life. And how did it change how you talk to your daughters?
I mean, it was a life-defining moment for me, as I know it is for many people, but I had to do it in public. I had to grieve in public on television, and that is something that I don't think you're ever prepared for. I don't think, first of all, we're not really taught much about death. We're not taught about grieving. So you really don't know what's going to happen to you. And for me, rage was the first emotion that came. I didn't expect that. You think you're going to be in shock, and then you think you're going to be really sad. Well, I went immediately into rage, and that's not really very cute. And so what I would say that I've learned a lot, and of course I'm still learning every step of the way, but grief is different for everyone. Everybody processes it differently. And I think for being on a television show while you're grieving is problematic for two reasons. One, because nobody wants to feel grief. We avoid it at all costs, right? We don't want to feel it. So if you have lost somebody, if you're watching me and you've had your own grief and all of a sudden I am triggering your grief again, you're probably going to be mad at me and you don't even know why, right? You're probably going to be like, I don't like her. And I think I really triggered a lot in everyone. And I feel like that's why the reaction to me that season was so strong, because I look back on it and I don't think I was that much different than I have been for the whole 8 years. But I think my being in grief triggered the housewives and it triggered the audience.
Well, what is that like? I mean, it's one thing you're filming in the moment and you're in this bubble. Then when it's out in the world, I mean, the thing with the Housewives fandom, and I'm part of it, and it's a it can be a toxic place. You're a fan favorite one day and not a fan favorite,
And a villain, like
and a villain,
clear villain the next day.
So can you place me in that moment of like when season 12's airing? Like, what does it feel like to get that feedback in real time? Like, how do you protect yourself?
Well, it does not feel good. I mean, I'm not going to lie. It was really painful because I'm still grieving.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in grief. And then all of a sudden, the audience, the fan base really turned. And you don't ever expect that, you know? It was never that violent. It was really violent. And I was getting death threats and my family was being threatened. And I just, personally, I just didn't understand it,
Mm-hmm.
to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
So this, writing the book and, having now almost 4 years behind me, I'm different than I was writing the book even now. The evolution continues, luckily. But I've learned a lot from that because it was really, really painful. And I don't think we grow unless things are hard and painful. So I grew a lot. I did a lot of growing.
What has that perspective shown you? Because this franchise turns 20 this year. And there's a lot of talk, because it's at the point in its run where, there's fan fatigue a little bit. People feel like it's gotten too dark or the dynamics are too tense or storylines get drawn out. But it's also like we don't know what we want at the same time. Right. Like, how do you think about where the franchise is right now? Like, what needs to change in your mind with some time removed from it?
I don't really know, but I don't watch it. I've never watched it since I left. That was my way of being able to move on. I had to really leave that part of my life. But I see things, they get sent to me and I see things and I find it interesting. I have not seen this season, but I see that there's this girl, Amanda, who's getting a lot of heat, right? But without Amanda, you would have absolutely nothing to talk about and nothing to watch, really, because then you're just kind of watching paint dry, right? So you have to have somebody who's an instigator or something. So I think y'all are kind of misplaced in what you want and what you don't want. And you need to figure that out as a fan base if you're going to still watch these shows. That's what I think.
How about knowing what you went through with your mom? Sorry, my voice is just shot right now. But seeing your friend Dorit, what maybe you don't know, you're not watching it, but maybe you know from her the intensity of what she's going through in her life.
Of course, I know
while
that.
Being on the show.
Amazing. Hard.
Really
hard. Listen, we saw it with Erica. Very difficult what she went through. We're seeing it with Kyle. We're seeing it now with Dorit. I can't imagine going through a divorce and then also being on television or, having your husband, embezzle millions of dollars and play that out on television. Like, it's a lot. Mm-hmm. It's very difficult. So, I send prayers to all of them, really.
I have one more question about Bravo before we move on, because as you say in the book, I am more than Bravo. But at one point you tell us about the time when Erica was joining the show.
Yeah.
You pulled her aside and said, "We work for gangsters. Don't ever forget that. It's like Vegas. Bravo's the casino, we're the player, and the house always wins." And you also talk about how the Bravo machine is more controlling than the Hollywood studio system in the 30s and 40s, where they make you sign deals where they own you.
I think it's very similar. Not that I could live in the 30s and 40s, but I'm a big fan and I watch all the movies. So I equate it to the studio system in a sense, because you kind of sell your soul to go into that world. And, you know, it's a choice I made. I own it completely. Thank you for that. Anyway, I think that it is just the way that that machine works. And you either want to do that or you don't. So, you know, it's on us.
Okay, let's talk about something that I really appreciate about you, which is you having no ego about talking about finances or what you need to do to earn a paycheck.
Yeah.
And we all famously know about the Depends commercial.
Yes.
But talk about, like,
Do you guys all know about that?
please share it. You want to talk about it?
No, it's all right. We know.
But
It saved us at the time. Because, you know, I'm married to an actor, Harry Hamlin.
Harry.
And, you know, actors work and then they don't work. And there are highs and there are lows. And we've been together for 34 years. That's a long time to be self-employed, basically. So sometimes we have great success and we're making tons of money, and other times we're not. So this was one of those moments. And, you know, we have 2 kids we're raising. I mean, it ain't cheap, right? It's just not. So anyway, this was a moment where Harry wasn't working, I wasn't working, and that paycheck saved us on so many levels. I can't even tell you.
But how about opening, like, your boutique and then the QVC ventures? What did all this sort of tell you about the industry and what you were willing to do to make it?
Well, I am a hustler, as you know. Like, I hustle. I was born to hustle. That's just who I am, right? Like, I like to work. I do. So, I mean, I grew up, like, selling lemonade on the golf course, and I worked at Learner's at 15 and a half so I could buy clothes. My mom made me work for things. And, you know, that's what we were able to pass on to our children. You want something, you work for it. So I had those girls working at the deli at 15, 16. They worked at the deli, honey. So I think that's so important. And that's just always been in me. So I find a way. So long story short, when I turned 40, I thought it was over because you turn 40 as an actor. Now, that's changed, I think, luckily. But at the time, I was like, oh, no, I'm not going to work anymore as an actor, or I'm not going to work very much, so we better figure out something else to do. So that's when the clothing stuff and the boutique came in, and Harry was game, and he was like, oh, I think that could be great. So he built the store, and then QVC comes and sees the store. So that was a great chapter in our lives. And QVC just filed for Chapter 11. Oh, no, boo-hoo. Oh, well. Anywho, they should have kept me longer. Should have been a longer run, but oh, well. Anyway, I was so dying to say that because I am that petty bitch. I am. I'm not going to say, like, sometimes I'm like, Lisa, come on. You're bigger than that. You're better than that. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Doesn't it feel so good sometimes to be like, yeah, fuck you? Anyway, what were you saying? What did you ask me, Yvonne? Thank you for letting me vent that. Oh, I felt so good.
But what we've seen with a lot of housewives who've gone through divorce is this, like, you know, they're confronted with, I don't know anything about where my finances are coming from or how to, like, earn my stand on my own. But how, like, you've known for a long time where things are going, what we need.
Always.
And what did it open up for you being on the show? Because that's where a lot of the income is really coming from, right?
Yeah,
And being on the show.
When I'm on the show, that's where the income's coming from. And by the way, we're 2 of the only ones left married. You know, like, we survived that show. So I think, thank you. I think that's a big deal because, as you can see, that genre doesn't really make a marriage flourish. It doesn't seem. I really always believe, though, I don't blame it on the show. I think the issues get brought out that are already there. Like, the show's not going to get you divorced, but if you've got issues that you haven't worked through or you're not dealing with, it will shine a big fat light on them.
So how is it going through this chapter in your life away from those cameras, so to speak?
It's fucking great. It's fabulous. Yeah, no, it's great. It really is good.
What are you finding out about yourself in this?
Well, it's been really interesting. Once I decided to leave and that took place, I had this phone call saying, "Do you want to go to Paris in 4 days to go to a fashion show?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do. I'll go." Like, I didn't have anything to do, right? So I did that. And that set about a new trajectory for me that I did not have on my bingo card. And it just has been such a blast because I didn't expect that. Now, I've always loved fashion, but to get to go and kind of play in the fashion world, oh my God, it's just been so fun.
You became a meme really early on with that too.
I think
Sneaking
I did.
in.
Yeah.
Late.
I did.
Were you late or you just didn't know where your seat was?
No,
What
that was just recently, actually. I was at the Marc Jacobs show in New York, and I didn't know that he is a stickler for starting right on time. Now, most of these shows, if you go to a fashion show, they start about 30 minutes late, always, like never, ever on time. I'm somebody who's very punctual. Everyone would tell you that if you asked anybody. I'm on time.
She was on time here.
I'm on time.
Yeah.
No, that's who I am. So what's so funny about that video that you saw where I'm trying to find my seat and I'm late is the fact that I was in the corridor, like chitty-chatting and, visiting people. And all of a sudden they were like, "Everyone's got to sit down right now." And I was like, "Oh, okay. All right, 2 seconds." And I'm like chatting. Well, they meant it. So by the time I walk in and all the seats are lined up against this mirrored wall in the library, in the public library in New York City. And I had a number of where my seat was, and it was like 232. I was at number 1. So so by the time I get down to 232, someone is sitting in my seat. And I'm like, "Oh shit, what do I do?"
Scurry back.
And I'm like, I have to find an empty seat. So somebody videotaped me doing that, and it's very funny. You can go on my Instagram and look at it. It's embarrassingly funny. I'm wearing this crazy, like, cartoonish outfit with these pointy shoes. It's really funny, and I love it.
What are your ambitions in the fashion space? If you could pick how you can look at what?
I mean, I'm just doing it. It's like I'm going to the shows. I'm shooting magazines. I would like to be on the cover of Vogue. I'm going to say it. Like, why not? Like, there's a lot of them. I could be on the Greece cover, Yugoslavia. I don't need the American version. It could just be any of them, right? So that's a goal. And then just to get to that Met Gala. That would be cool. So, yeah, I still have goals in it. But I'm doing it. Like, I'm having so much fun. And, my daughters are models, so I get to, like, hang with them. They're out doing it, so we're in Paris together or we're in New York together or wherever. It's really, truly been a blessing and a gift.
You also got a call recently to sort of get back in the acting game, and you'll be making an appearance in the second season of Running Point. Tell me about, like...
You can clap for that.
Yes.
With Kate Hudson, Netflix.
But... is that something that's important to you, really getting back into that sphere? And how did this come about?
Yes, I would love to. When I first left Housewives, I got a call from Ryan Murphy to do American Horror Stories. And that was a thrill, like beyond. And I did a Lifetime movie. And, I've gotten to do some really fun guest stars. Now it's time for a series regular. So that's kind of what yeah, right? Yeah, it's time. It's time. So that's what we're looking for. It doesn't always happen right out of the gate. You have to be right for something. But that's what I would like to be doing. So,
comedy or drama?
Both. Anything. Dramedy, comedy, drama. Like, I do love to do comedy. It was really fun doing Running Point. I also will be in the new RuPaul movie, Stop That Train.
Yes.
So those are the two things coming out where I play myself in both.
What's that like?
Now, that's a different thing because usually I play a character. I don't play myself. Like on American Horror Story, I played Sheila Klein, the modeling agent. So that is a different thing because I'm myself, but I'm a caricature of myself because I'm really playing kind of Lisa Rinna from the memes on Housewives to my dancing videos to like all the stupid, silly stuff I've done on Instagram. They want it in like one bite. So that's what I bring when I play myself in these shows. It's hysterical. Or these endorsements that I do are all based on like my dancing or the Eminem or like, the memes. So I'm super grateful.
What's the sort of director's note you get when you're doing a scene as a heightened version of yourself?
Well, like on Running Point, what was so great, because they improvise a lot. So they would throw things at me and say this, say that, say, oof, you're so angry here. Or don't you ever go after my husband. Like they just threw in all like the iconic whatevers that have come out of my mouth. And that is so funny to me. Like, I think you have to be in on the joke. And I think I've always been in on the joke. Like I don't take myself too seriously. And I think that's what makes life fun.
Was that always easy?
No, because we have egos. I mean, I am a narcissist.
Is Harry...
There's certain levels of it.
I imagine Harry has learned to just let you be.
Well, yeah. I mean, what is he going to do? Like... Harry Hamlin is the opposite of me, right? He's really chill. He's super serious. He's funny, though, but he's serious. He's very smart and very intellectual. And then there's me. So I think that Harry Hamlin, like we always need to have our opposite. Like he brings out my intelligence. He brings out things in me that I don't necessarily lead with. And I think I bring out things in him, and that's why I think it works so much, because I get such a big kick out of him, and I think he gets a kick out of me.
When the call for the Traders came, were you ready to do reality TV again in this? Tell me about this.
No, when I got the call, I was like, no, I like to watch the show, but I don't think I want to do it, right? And then people started to get in my ear. Oh my God, it's such a great show. Oh my God, it won the Emmy. Oh my God, you'd be so great on it, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no. It took like 6 months. I'll tell you who convinced me to do it was my neighbor down the street who is 27 years old, Sydney Bacco, and she grew up with the kids. She's like my third daughter, love her, and she was a huge fan of the show, and she kept saying, Lisa, I think you would love it. And I said, okay, let me come down. Let's have a glass of wine, and you tell me why I should do it. And she convinced me to do it. And I'll tell you, I probably wouldn't have done it if it weren't for Sydney Bacco. Because I understood it. When she told me it's the game of mafia, and I play mafia with everybody up in Canada, and I was like, oh, I love mafia. Maybe I could do it. Like, that did it. So I said, okay, I'll do it.
Were you and Alan just talking about clothes during break?
Here's the thing, and you have to be very careful. They like to keep this game very tight. But I will say, Alan is amazing. He's very, very professional and stays in character, but he stays away from us. So you do not get to chit-chat with him at all. He stays over there, we're over here, and I think that makes the game work better because you just can't get chummy with anybody. They want you off balance and fucked up.
Well, to that point, give me your unfiltered thoughts on Rob.
I love Rob. Rob, he played a brilliant game. I mean, come on. I mean, I think he now realizes he got rid of me too soon because I'm so fun. But he was amazing. Like, just amazing. I love him. He's like the son I never had. I love him. I love him.
Do you wonder when you would have been willing to backstab someone in the trio?
Well, it's so funny because I think as housewives, everyone expected Candace and I to do just that. And again, I didn't go in as a housewife. I went in as myself, and I just thought, like, I don't like it when the traders backstab the other traders when I'm watching the show. So it was not in my head that I was going to do that. Like, I just didn't think, well, I can't wait to backstab these traders. And when we made our pact and I loved them all so much, I was just not even thinking of it. So when it happened, I really was surprised by it. I think Candace was too. Like, we just were so kumbaya and having such a good time. It blindsided us because we were just stupid about it. Like, we just weren't looking because we didn't want to. We were having so much fun. And maybe that was our downfall, but I wouldn't change it because it was so fun.
Would you do it again?
Shit, I don't know if I could. I mean, it's hard. You guys, that show is really, it's hard to do, and they're brilliant at making it. But of course, I'd probably do it again because I had the best time. Like if they said, Rinna, could you come just do like a little trader cameo or come on and do so? I would do it for sure.
Is there any amount of money that would bring you back to Real Housewives of Beverly Hills? Give me the number. I'll call. I'll make a call. What's the number? There's a number, Rinna. What's the number, Rinna?
Well, my number's a little lower than Harry's. Harry has a higher number for me. Like I was saying, you guys are going to laugh and think I'm ridiculous, but I was like, I might do it for $5 million. I don't know. And he's like, no, 10. 10 million, you can go back. So there's the number, 10 million.
Anyone can be on the cast, or you have restrictions? I'll make a call. No one will listen to me, but I'll make it.
Well. For 10 million?
Anyone. Okay.
It has to be the 10. For 5 million, maybe I get to decide who, like if I don't want someone. But for 10, have at it.
Okay. We're going to get to your questions now. I'll stop taking up space here.
You were perfect, Yvonne. Let's give it up for Yvonne.
Sorry for this voice. I don't know what happened to my voice, but sorry.
Have some water.
All right, I'll talk like that too, just to make you feel it.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take just a few questions from Lisa. Here are the rules. I have to hold the mic. I'll come to you or come to the aisle if you're in the middle. And let's go. You're first, of course. Hi.
I enjoyed you so much as Billy on Days.
Yay!
Did you enjoy doing a soap?
I did. You know, that was a long time ago. I was very, very young. It was one of the first jobs I ever had, and the training on a soap is so brilliant. I'm so grateful for it because if you can do a soap, honey, you can do anything.
If Ryan goes on that, makes a cameo, you have to be there that
Who?
day. Ryan Gosling.
Oh,
Him and
yeah.
Deidre have been talking.
Yeah.
You got to be part of that.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Listen, it's where my heart lives, you know. Billy Reed, it will always be with me, and I'm very grateful for that moment, and I really learned how to be a working actor. So thank you.
Tell us your name and your question.
My name's Kelly.
Hi, Kelly.
You're like one of the first celebrities I've seen that talks about grief and a rage. And my mom's terminal right now.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Does it ever get easier? Does that rage go away? Because
It subsides.
I'm so mad.
Yeah,
And
it's-
everyone, everything.
Well, you know, I'm really glad that I'm bringing light to it because you don't expect it. It really took me by surprise. And you have to give space for it because you can't make it go away. You know, if you feel that kind of rage, you have to somehow work through it and process it. Otherwise, it'll come up 10 years down the road in a worse way, right? I think that with time, you know, they always say time heals, but time makes everything just a little less intense, but it doesn't really ever go away. You just find ways to process it and deal with it so that you can live life because life goes on. That's the thing. Your life is going to go on, and you are going to have to figure out how to gracefully go through it without your mom, and that's one of the hardest things to ever do, I think, to be honest with you. So I'm very sorry that that's something that you're dealing with. I'm very sorry, but you'll be okay. You will be okay. And don't be afraid to go to therapy, you know?
They told me I need to do grieving counseling now.
Yeah.
Do it.
Do it.
I can't do it without her. Like,
Oh.
she's be gone for me to do that.
Okay, so you do it when you feel it, but don't be afraid of it. Because here's the thing, you got to deal with these feelings. And they're not fun, they're very painful. But if you don't deal with them now, when you're 45 years old, it's going to smack you in the ass and you're going to be like, oh my God. So just know that it does get better, but you got to rip that Band-Aid off and just deal with it. It's very hard. There's nothing cute about it. It's horrible. It's just horrible. I'm so sorry.
Thanks for your question, Kelly. Hi, your name and your question.
My name is Todd.
Hi, Todd.
Hi. I loved the audiobook of your book.
Thank you. It's the first one I've ever done.
It was just amazing, and I think like words like rage and all of those acting skills really came out in the story. By producing it and doing the narration, were there ever moments where you actually wanted to change the text of the book? Did it change your perception on it?
There were moments where you find things that don't really resonate as much as they did in the moment, or they're just a little tiny bit off. So what I liked about doing the audiobook is you read it and you hear yourself saying it, and there were a few things that didn't feel quite true to me that we were able to fix. So that's the beauty of it, because, you know, again, it takes so long to write a book and you miss a lot. No matter how many times you read through it, you may miss a couple things because you are human. So what I liked about it, I was able to be like, wait, that doesn't quite ring true or sound the way I would say it. Let's tweak that. So that was the beauty of being able to do that. It was really fun because when I wrote my first book in 2008, they weren't really doing audiobooks yet, or at least I didn't do one. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for your question, Todd. We have time for 2 more questions. I'll go here, and then you'll be last. Okay. Hi, your name and your question.
Hi, my name is Roxy.
Hi, Roxy.
You are my favorite trader to ever come on.
Yay!
And I was just wondering if you have a dream trader you would love to see on the show.
Oh. Harry Hamlin.
Harry Hamlin would be good on the show. He would be great on the show. He'll never do it, but he would be great. He would be great either way. He would be. I told him that, and he was like, Anyway, who would we like to see as a trader? That's such a hard question because there's so many. I'd like to see Rihanna.
Ooh.
Rihanna would be interesting as a trader.
I love that.
That's where my mind plays. Like,
I love that.
there you go.
Great.
Who would you like to see as a trader?
I want to see Harry.
I know, Harry would be great, but you can't pick it. You know what I mean? Like, you can choose to be on the show, but you can't pick what you're going to be. You can say, I want to be a trader, but unless they pick you, you got to just go in either way.
Great.
There's somebody back there, I think, that was raising their hands right there. Just, there you go.
I'm going back this way.
Yeah.
Who's she pointing at? Okay, tell us your name and your question. I got to hold the mic.
Thank you so much. My name's Allie. We all love you. My whole family does.
Hi, Allie. Hi, family.
I just wanted to know, and you touched on this a little bit, being one of 2 housewives who are still married, what's your secret to a successful marriage and family life?
You know, that is a question that I wish I could answer. I really don't know. I think that we got really lucky. I'm Harry's 3rd wife, too. You know, it's not like he's had a real good track record. That's right. I think at the end of the day, we have very similar morals and values, so that's helpful. He's a really good man. Like, I didn't marry like a tool. So that's also very helpful. I knew he'd be a good father. Like, my intuition was like, that man would make a good father. So those are all the things that kind of went into the soup. The fact that we're still here is a freaking miracle and a blessing. I really don't know, you know?
All right, let's get our final question. Tell us your name and your question.
My name is Scout, and
Hi.
In Traders,
cursing
I
in front of
really
kids.
loved your fashion. What was your favorite outfit?
Of all of them? Of all the outfits? Oh, that is so hard. I think the outfit that was the most impactful and people kind of got the best kick out of it was the blue Balenciaga that looked like a sleeping bag. And I wore the mushroom wig. That was just so fun. But I've been so blessed to wear so many great things. What's your favorite?
I really liked your outfit. I forgot what it's called, but it was for the dinner.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
with the.
Oh, on Traders with the brooch. That was a good outfit. You're right. That's an amazing local designer named Eric Charlotte. Go on Instagram and follow. Genius. I loved that one too. Good call. Good call. Thank you. This has been so fun. I hope I warmed up the crowd and warmed everybody up.
And now she's going to sign copies of your book.
Sign books.
And this amazing ensemble. Thanks so much for taking the time, Lisa.
Thank you, Yvonne.
Thank you.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you all for coming.
Keep it going, everybody, for Lisa Rinna and Yvonne Villarreal. You can pick up a copy of her book over at Vroman's Bookstore, the special sellers booth, and the signing area 8 is right there. Give it up one more time for Lisa Rinna.
Carbohydrates, because I know y'all don't like to eat those out here. So we're going to make something fattening instead. But welcome to a little live Stand By Your Pan demonstration. Thank you. Good morning. I'm going to let this get heated up a little bit, and we're going to start with bacon. Oh, my goodness. Today what we're going to make is a collard green dip. Have you had spinach dip? Yes. And that's great, but it's kind of basic, you know what I mean? So we're going to kick it up a notch and give it some personality. And the good thing is, you make all this is a one-pot dish without the pot in it. But cook it, bake it, and the same thing, and you're done. So, and even if you don't cook, you can make this. That's the beauty of staying by your pan. Can you hear me good out there? I love it. Yes, Queen. Anyway, oh my goodness. I can't make a sentence. I can't make a fist. I've been in Napa schmoozing all week doing stuff, getting ready for this book and the music we just dropped. Oh, I love that sound. Don't get too close, it'll make your wig wilt. I brought back up, though. Time of day. 5 or 6 slices of bacon, whatever you've got. If you're vegetarian, use some kind of impossible sausage or something and crumble it up just so you've got that kind of texture whenever you bite into it. Oh, my goodness. All right. Thick cut, thin cut, whatever you have got. This is a 10-inch cast iron skillet. How many of you guys own a cast iron? All right, yes. And if you don't, get one of those bougie coated Le Creuset things. Something that can also go in the oven. Right. I think Walmart and some of those guys have even got knockoff coated skillets, so don't stress. But go get you a cast iron sugar bear. You can do so much with it. Get you an 8-inch and a 10-inch. All right, we'll let that bacon cook. Got a small onion, I'm going to use half of that, but a little red onion. If you've got a shallot, great. If you don't have red onion, use what you've got, right? Anyhow. But this is something that you can easily make with the ingredients that you keep on hand. And that's what we talk about in Stand By Your Pan. How to save money, how to be hostess with the mostest, how to score some points with your boo thing or with his parents or with your boss man. Do what? While the bacon's cooking, I'd like to open the floor up if anybody has any questions for me or for the recipe. That's Miss Peggy. She's got the microphone. Feel free to, can you play the music, Phyllis, in the background a little bit, a little low? Yeah.
And you'll see me in the rain and snow.
Yes. We'll let Marty Roberts do his thing for a second.
To keep me warm. I'll move the herd along.
Yes.
And I'll greet them.
Yes, Queen.
If you only had like 15 to 20 minutes to throw together a recipe, what would you make?
My pimento cheese. It's in the book. It's gone viral. Yes, absolutely. I would totally do that. Totally. Also, you can make this a day ahead and then bring it to room temp and then pop it in the oven before they come over too, just to save time, because we have rock star things to do, don't we? I'm a country singer, not a cook. Right?
Question?
Hey there.
Welcome to California.
Thank you so much. I love the fashion.
It's nice to have you here. What dish would you take, like, what do you think is really fantastic that's got great reviews? I know all your things are great, but for potluck, what would you recommend?
For potluck, oh my goodness. The chicken pie. It's been in my family since the 1700s, and it's hard to mess it up. It's great. And don't go make the crust like a grandmother, even though it'd be great, but don't mess your kitchen up. Literally, go get the knockoff brand crust. It's flakier than Pillsbury. Make the filling, get a rotisserie hen, use those shortcuts, and make this chicken pie, and it's great. And it'll make two. You can put one in the freezer, so if your neighbor's cat dies, or if she has a boob job or something, and you want to bring her a meal, boom. Like, you can show up with it in 30 minutes, and she thinks you've done something special. Great question. Gosh, that smells so good. So, my TikTok kind of accidentally blew up on me. Was signed to RCA in Nashville for several years and during quarantine. And so, I was supposed to be out here in California with Dirk Bentley, and everything shut down, stages, restaurants alike, and all my girlfriends and guy friends were complaining. They're like, crap, I don't know how to cook. I'm spending $1,000 a month on groceries. What do I do? So I just decided to launch Stand By Your Pan on my TikTok channel and teach folks how to cook. You got a driver's license, you could follow a recipe, right? Anyway, so it caught on, and here we are a couple years later. But touring is my main source of income. I just cook for fun. But so did my heroes, like Loretta Lynn and Tammy Wynette. Reba McEntire cooks too. So, and so can you. Gosh, this smells good. It's gonna make my wig wilt. I love that. This is the longest part of the recipe. But we're frying this bacon first for a couple reasons. We're going to season the pan with it. Yes. We're going to give our chopped onion and garlic something to swim in. Right? And then we're going to sprinkle some of it on top and a whole lot in the middle of this dish. It's going to taste like spinach dip. If you don't like collard greens, you can eat this, trust me. Anybody ever had a collard green? Oh, yeah? I see you, Queen. Where are you from? In the orange shirt. Yes, ma'am. From Washington, D.C., so Virginia. So you definitely had some, you know about them greens, girl. They're good. And here's the deal. If you already cook and you've had, let's say like on New Year's, I cook a big pot of greens with ham hocks and things like that. You never eat them all. Freeze them. That's usually what I put in here. So, but don't worry. You can buy them at the store. They're seasoned, but we're not animals. Let's put a little more seasoning in them. So I'm going to show you how to do that very quickly. Yes.
Where do you get your inspiration for your TikTok videos?
Oh, heavens. For the cooking ones or for the hoochie grandmother ones?
The cooking ones.
For the cooking, well, the quarantine and friends that, you know, just having girlfriends that don't know how to cook and guy friends. Plus, I'm a foodie. I love to eat. Who doesn't love to eat? Yeah, we may not all love country music or rock and roll or pop or whatnot, but hell, we can all agree on bacon. Even my Jewish friends love the way it smells. That's a great question. But you know what? I live in a time capsule. You can look at me and tell I'm different. But when my grandmother died, the non-hoochie grandma, I inherited the stuff, the Tupperware, and the things that nobody wanted, you know? And so I just built my house around that theme, the avocado green and the harvest gold. And so when you walk in, it's like coming to Mayberry, or one magazine calls it a honky-tonk Graceland. I love Elvis. Anyhow, and so when I escaped the rat race that is the music industry, the entertainment business, I like to walk into my kitchen and feel like I'm cooking with my grandma again. And I think everybody felt that online, and so that's why they've asked for more of these old school recipes, this soul food that I want to keep around. So thank you. Go ahead.
How do you clean and maintain those cast iron skillets?
That's such a great question. She asked, how do you clean and maintain cast iron? I tell you how to do it in this honky-tonk rock and roll cookbook. Stand by your pan. Cast iron care is important, but don't let it intimidate you. Don't let it soak in the, please don't let it soak in the sink. But I'm telling you, anytime I fry bacon, all I do is pour that grease into a canister, and I get a rag or a dry, clean cloth, and I wipe it down, and it's fine, all right? You can also, if you're cooking like with today, you're gonna put a little bit of hot water, tiny bit of soap, and then you're gonna scrub that. And as soon as you get the water out of it, you rinse that out, and then you put it on the stove, on the burner, to dry it up, get all that heat out. And then you seal it in with a little bit of grease. But I tell you exactly how to do it in that book. That's a great question. This is almost done cooking. I should have put this on first, but the rest is gonna go. Shack boy. I'm coming back to LA next month, y'all. But I'm not cooking. My honky tonk band, we're gonna be at the Desert 5 spot. I'm gonna be at Costa Mesa. So, oh yeah, write this down on your phones. Write it down, Cheryl. May 14th at the Desert 5 spot, 8 p.m. Thank you, Brenda and Bethany. I can't wait to see you. I heard it's going to be full house. I'm excited, so come on. And send your friends from Costa Mesa on the 13th of May. That's a Wednesday night. So come drink on a school night. Costa Mesa at the, yes. And you're skinny and you can do that. But come to the Wayfarer, Costa Mesa on May 13th. I have never played down there, so there might be 200 of us, there might be 20 of us, I don't know. I let my pan get hot because I was running my mouth. But I'm gonna leave that grease in there, and we are going to cook half of an onion, red onion. A small onion's all you need. Shondo. Now see, you didn't pour that grease out, we needed it. Woo! Can you smell that? I didn't cut this thing, but try to keep it, if your pieces are cut pretty small, it'll cook a little faster. That's okay. But you'll get the idea. And whenever I'm cooking vegetables, I always sweat them. We're not animals. Alrighty. But I wanted to preserve some good old classics like I was raised by black women and white women. So when I left home, I learned that all soul food was not created equal. Touring the world, you know, I love to eat good food and try new restaurants. And what we do down in Savannah, Georgia, where I'm from, is very special. And there we go. Anyway, and so I wanted to teach you guys how to make some cookout-approved stuff. Good macaroni cheese. It's not dry. It's not crusty, but you get that good cheese pull. It's just moist enough. It's seasoned well. How to make ham hocks. How to make your own ham stock. Good old pimento cheese. One girl asked if I only had like 15 minutes or so. This is one of those dishes that I accidentally just made one day. I was broke, starving musician, And I had people popping over, and I thought, Lord, I can't afford to go to the store. What do I do? This is years ago. I made an olive spread with what I had, and it was so dang good. So we put it in the book. But you can make $1 stretch. Anyway, any more questions on the floor? Ooh, gravies, lots of desserts. Johnny Cash remake. All right, so when those onions get tender, add your garlic so it doesn't burn. And leave that in for about a minute. As busy as I am, I need low maintenance stuff, and so I wanted to keep things easy on you guys. So there are dishes in this book for all skill levels. So, but you can do them all. Ooh, that smells so good.
When you're making your collard greens from scratch, how long do you cook them?
Oh, well, it depends on how tough they are, but a few hours. I know folks will cook them for a day or two, but wash them and shred them good. And I'm too busy to plant a garden, so I just buy the freshly cut. But yeah, it takes just a couple hours. But I mean, you put them in, put the lid on, and go do something productive. Right. Or somebody productive. Oh! Heaven, that's a great question. All righty. So speaking of, doesn't matter. Let's go ahead and melt this cream cheese down. Ooh! It's no wonder I can't drop 10 more pounds. Yum, yum. Soul food. But as a songwriter, I write commercially, like country music, artists like Lady Wilson or Brad Paisley or things like that. Anyway, and so I approached this cookbook like I approach songwriting. I want to catch your attention with the first line. I don't want to bore you with this whole monologue about myself that nobody gives a damn about, right? Anyway, so even if you don't cook, read it. You're going to get a chuckle. And there's some shenanigans with the hoochie nana in here. My grandmother went viral this past year. I'm telling stories about her. She was married like 5 times because she didn't like to sleep around, she said. So, oh yeah. My grandmother was a hooch. Look at pieces. All righty.
What's your favorite food that you make?
What a great question. Hey, what's your name, Hoss?
Rami.
Ronnie?
Rami.
Oh, Donnie. Hey, my favorite.
R-A-M-I, Rami.
Oh, Rami.
Yeah.
I could put you on a cupcake. My favorite food that I make is my triple chocolate pound cake. It's in here somewhere. Do you like to eat chocolate?
Yeah.
You do. It's so good. It's so good. When pound cake can be so dry, it makes you poop dust. Excuse me. Anyway, but not this one. This will be chewy and really, really good. It's got chocolate chips in it. So I tell you how to achieve a really great texture. A chewy crust with a fallen, yummy, decadent inside. It's bodacious. Rami, you are a doll.
Thank you.
You are a doll. Y'all get up for Rami. Okay, I'm just lowering my heat back down. All we're doing is just literally adding stuff in. All righty. I'm gonna sprinkle in some red pepper flakes. If you got hot sauce, you can use that too, but I try to keep most moisture out of it. That can of collard greens that I just had, I strained all the juice out of those, okay? Because you don't want like soupy green juice. So just make sure that's all been pressed out. I put a little bit of sugar in my greens, so we're adding a little bit of brown sugar to this. But that's our secret, okay? Oh, yeah. but this is a vegetable. Honestly, you could even do, if you're serving a steak one night and you don't have any spinach and you got a can of collard greens or mustard greens in your pantry, make a cream spinach or a cream collard with it. Put it in a souffle dish and they'll think you fancy, honey. Okay, good. I got the heat cut down on low so we don't burn anything. Here's the fun part. We'll add a little bit of sour cream, half a cup. Because you know you got some in the fridge that needs using. Stir that moisture up in it and put it in. Oh! That is so good. We're gonna do that. Then, we're gonna add some cheese. Now in the book I say use shredded white Vermont, shred some Parmesan, but honestly, whatever you got in the fridge will work. Mozzarella, Swiss, all that will work. All right. Halftime, Miss Loretta. I love me some Loretta Lynn. Y'all listen to Margot Price? Ever heard of Margot? Isn't it? Yes, yes. She called me up a few months ago. She said, hey, meet me here at 6 something in the morning, so I did. And she took me to Loretta Lynn's place, and we tried on some of Loretta's old dresses, and oh, it was wonderful. I love Loretta Lynn. She just had a birthday this week. If you don't listen to her, check out, because that old country music is hard to beat. If all you have is grated, use it. Yum. And let's put some of that bacon in there. And save the rest for the top. Most skillets that you buy standard are gonna be 2 inches, so it'll be about a ½ an inch taller than this, so it won't fall out the sides as much. But I couldn't fly with that. Anyway, but you get the idea here. Mix all that together. With love on your mind. Alrighty, yum, yum. Then we're gonna top it off with a little more cheese because it makes your hair shiny. And some bacon. Yum. Got more here. And you're gonna pop it in the preheated oven. 350 works for this just fine. Until bubbly for like 25 minutes or so, 20 minutes. So go take a shower. And then when you're ready, you pull it right out. Mr. Michael, can I get you to pull the done finished product out of the oven for me? Ooh, my goodness. Mmm. And then find you a handsome thing to clean the kitchen for you. Oh, yum. Let's move this over here. But this book is available wherever you buy books. We got some #1 new release flags worldwide on Amazon, and it's on Walmart shelves. And they can buy it today right here. So you can buy it literally at the tent next door. And then I'm going to be signing it in the tent in the middle right here. So get one. It's called what? Vroman's Bookstore. Vroom, vroom. That's where it'll be with me. But yes, if they sell out, get it wherever you buy books. But come get it today if you can. Anyway, serve it with crackers. I like to serve it with pork rinds. The texture is just magical. It's so good, but it's literally that easy, my friends. Hey, thank you. Any more questions while I'm here? Somebody raised his hand in the back, but I don't know if he's fixing his hat. Right after this? Yeah, come squeeze me. Let's get a picture together. You want to try a bite? Oh. I'll tell him to turn his head. Y'all just come walk up and come eat some. It really is good. Yum, yum, yum. This was left in there a few minutes too long, but it'll be great. Mmm. Mmm. But I'm Hannah Dasher. Give me a follow online. If you don't already, I was raised better than to speak with my mouth and my food. Food in my mouth. But come see me at Costa Mesa on the 13th, on the 14th here in LA. Thank y'all so much for giving me some of your time today.
Hannah Dasher, ladies and gentlemen. You can purchase copies of her book just to your left at Vroman's Bookstore, their pop-up tent, and then she'll be signing books as well. Stick around at 12:30. We've got from Next Level Chef, we've got Cassie Jung, The Bitch in the Kitch.
Spicy. Dodgy. And I said, yeah, I'll do it. And she goes, well, hold on, slow your roll. It's very, very nasty. I said, it's Anne Rice, come on now. Send me some. She sent me this book.
You're blushing right now.
It was the dirtiest book I've ever seen in my life. And, of course, I took it because it's Anne Rice, and everybody else, there's like 30 narrators on it. And I'm in the room, and Kelly's in there, Gilda, she's doing it with me. She's a producer, and she's just laughing the whole time. I can't even give you one line of what I said. This is true. I'm not exaggerating. And she's in there. I'm trying to be, sniper-like, and I'm looking at her, and she's like this.
So we had dinner with.
But I said yes.
We had dinner with Linda Korn recently in Atlanta, and she told us the story about how she originally did that book back in the 90s. Oh. And I think it was an abridgment, which is why it was being redone. It was done by Elizabeth Montgomery.
Bewitched?
From Bewitched. Now, I went to school with her son, and I'm like, she did what? But she loved audiobooks, and she wanted to do one, and it was right as she was passing away, and I'm like, that's the one you went with, okay.
So you mean More Than Noses Got Wrinkled? Yeah. Was there ever a book any of you wish you'd had the chance to do that went to somebody else?
I say this every time someone asks me this question. My name, January, is my birth name. I was born in December. My mother was reading a book by Jacqueline Suzanne, who wrote Valley of the Dolls. It was the second book by Jacqueline Suzanne, which was called Once Is Not Enough.
Yes.
January Wayne is the name of the main character.
Yes.
It has never been made into an audiobook. No one has asked me.
Hear that,
I'd like
universe?
to do that. That's all.
Oh, that's great. Anybody else? Or you just...
My favorite books were never done, and so I actually went out and I bought the rights, and I did them.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. The Chronicles of Thomas Covenant the Unbeliever by Stephen R. Donaldson.
So I have a book of short stories called Late Rehearsals, and very proud of it. I'll be right over there. And I go to Paris every year for 2 months because everybody's got their place. That's my place. I've been there every year for 30 years. And I got to ride my bike from my place to the studio and do my audiobook. That was just fantastic. There's nothing else that I want to do. But that was just a really magical experience. Bonjour, ça va, ça va? Ah, oui, oui. Qu'est-ce que tu fais? Ah, oui. And it was just fantastic. It was fantastic.
Can't top that. We are, nearing the end of this. So the audience can have a chance to ask you what they'd like to ask you. I want to ask you before you go whether you have any, and you've given some of it already, any advice to aspiring narrators? Somebody who's feeling a little shy about wanting to try it, somebody who's never done any of that before, but, is trying to figure out who do I even call to find out if this is possible?
You
Ghostbusters.
There's a great website that Karen Cummins curates. It's called narratorsroadmap.com.
Escobar thing, we did the, if you've seen it, we did it earlier. So now this is the end of it, right, London? What are we going to do?
I guess okay, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna film them singing the end of the song, and then I'm gonna pan to you guys, and you guys are all gonna cheer and clap and wave at the camera and all that. So just go crazy.
Are we actually singing it?
Just you don't have to use.
We're gonna mouth it.
We're gonna mouth it.
We're gonna
'cause
save you
I don't
from my
sing.
singing voice. Okay.
That's my son's job. Okay.
Okay, so it's I just want to be right where you are.
I just want to be right where you are. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna do the countdown so you guys can hear. Right where you are.
Okay.
It's not long enough. Wait.
Oh, so get off of us quicker.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
This will all be worth it, I promise.
It's shorter than I thought. Okay, let's do that one more time.
Okay.
I just want to be right where you are.
Right.
Great. Okay. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, now we can talk.
Now we have a serious conversation.
No, right. Yeah. Has anybody read the book? You have? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right. Well, you can buy it right after this. So everyone can buy it right after this. Okay, let's dig right in. Phil.
Hi, honey.
Hi. All right, maybe first we can start with, you described the book yourself as almost uncomfortably personal.
Yes.
I guess at what point in the writing process, did you realize that this had kind of gone further than anything else you'd written before? Because you have many other books.
Right. This book started off as I wanted to write a little book that was inspiring, that you could just like pop into your backpack or your bag, and if you needed some inspiration, you could pop it open and like get a quote, because I'm always writing down inspirational quotes in my journal, in my notes app, and all that kind of stuff. So I thought, I'm going to do, what I've learned and try to share it with everybody so that they can be inspired and feel better about their lives, because it's really hard sometimes to feel really great about our lives in this fucking world. So, and then as I was writing it, I realized if I'm going to teach people or show people how to love yourself, which is what I'm learning how to do, I actually have to do that.
Yeah.
And as Jen knows, I have cried on her shoulder many times about certain things, that loving yourself is a challenging thing to do, but I think I learned wholeheartedly that, and this is what I want people to get from this book, is that when we dig deep into where our shame originated and what brings us shame, that we can then disarm it for making it a weapon for other people to use against us. Because I had an experience a few years back where I was vulnerable with someone, and I shared my shame with them, and in many moments of anger, they used it against me as a weapon to hurt me. And I thought, well, I'm the only one that I can't change them or their behavior, but I can change me, and I can grow, and I can disarm that weapon. And so this is the process of disarming that weapon.
That's just so powerful, because I think why the book is so great is and so helpful to readers is because you made yourself so vulnerable. And I feel like most people come from a school of thought where vulnerability is a weakness.
Right.
But you turned it into your superpower.
And that thanks to Brene Brown for first bringing up vulnerability and how you can make it your superpower. And I do believe that. I mean, it's still scary to be vulnerable with people, and I have yet to put some things into action in personal relationships, intimate relationships, because I'm really scared of dating right now. I've had, I'm just scared. And
so am I.
Yeah, it's like, and you're braver than I am when it comes to dating, but I'm like, so being vulnerable with someone is a superpower, because it can connect you to people, and it can connect you and make a relationship much more powerful. But you do have to be careful with your superpower, and you have to be careful of who you share your vulnerability with. But by sharing it in a book, I'm able to give myself the power to just get to know it and be comfortable with it.
So making yourself vulnerable, obviously, some people are negative. They leave, I've seen you have to deal with negative comments. There's not a ton of them, but they're there. I guess, how do you protect yourself from that without kind of shutting down the very part of you that makes you you?
I think a lot of that has to do with, you can't make me believe anything about myself that I don't already believe. And that's why I had to change my beliefs of what I believe about myself. That I'm not a bad person. I'm not unlovable. I'm the opposite of those things. But I was so used to that being normalized. I'm bad. I'm not kind enough. I'm not good enough. I'm not any of these things. I don't believe that anymore. So now when somebody comes into my DMs or what comes into my my Instagram or any of my socials and says something that I don't recognize, it's like them saying, "Valerie, you have blue hair." I'm like, "No, I don't." That's as much as like, "Valerie, you're a shitty person." No, I'm not. Like, it rolls out off me right now. That may be like, that's you. That's on you, dude. Whatever you believe about me, it's none of my business, first of all, what you believe about me. And it's none of my business on making you care whether you like me or not. It's like, you either like me or you don't. I'm okay with either.
And on the flip side of that, 99.9% of the feedback is positive and so supportive. And I guess so many people who don't know you personally, but they still feel a connection to you because they're so open. I mean, do you feel that connection too? And is that important for you to have that?
For sure. I think the older I get, the more I realize that real, true, vulnerable connection is so much more important in our life than just surface. The internet is fine and it's great for making surface connections, but I've made so many friends over the internet that are real people and that I have real conversations with. And I like the way the internet has opened up the world for all of us, but I also hate the way the internet has opened up the world for all of us because there's so much negativity out there too. So we do have to protect ourselves from that.
All right, I want to talk about the gorgeous, gorgeous book cover for a second. You obviously chose to pose nude. Can you kind of walk us through that decision? And was it terrifying, liberating, a little bit of both?
Yes, it was terrifying. But here's the deal. It's like when I was on the phone with my editor and I was saying, I think because I'm calling it Getting Naked, I need to actually be naked on the cover. So I want to try and explore that. And she's like, great. And then once it was out of my mouth, I kind of had to do it. So I got a team together that I've worked with for a long time, hair and makeup and wardrobe. Well, we did start with some wardrobe in the beginning because I was going to get used to it.
You walked in with
I walked in like a big sweater on or, a T-shirt. But I was going to be with people that I was comfortable with. So I knew that I would be comfortable. We shot it in my living room. We moved all the furniture aside. So it wasn't in a big studio. It was very few people. And at a certain point, I just said, I'm just going to do it. I mean, like, I'm one of those people that if I'm really afraid of something, I'm like, why? What are you so afraid of? What is it going to hurt you? Just do it. Who the fuck cares? So I finally just did it. I did it. I'm not going to do it again. But it was interesting to walk through that fear and get to the other side of it. It's like, oh, it's not that big a deal. It's just like, it's my body. It's a little worse for the wear. It's 65, but it's still my body. It gets me where I need to go.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about body image, which you focus on in the book. You recall a 5th grade teacher patting your belly and saying something, commenting on your body. And what, you were at the time 10?
12.
Oh my gosh, 12 years old. Body image is obviously so much more than vanity. It touches our self-worth, our relationships, ambition. I guess, how much does a moment like that kind of shape decades of self-perception?
It changed my life. And it was one of the many straws on that camel's back that changed my life. And it started by being sexually assaulted, sexually abused at 11 years old. And then it started making me aware of my body. And when my teacher patted my belly and said, you might want to keep an eye on that, it makes you aware of something that a 12-year-old shouldn't be aware of. We should be, thinking about, what bike we're going to ride around to get to our friend's house, or, if we're going to jump over I'm just going by my childhood. We would put pennies on the railroad tracks, and I'm so old. But just like what I would do in the neighborhood with my friends. And it has, and then somehow I end up in the acting business where it's all about what you look like. And I think a part of that is the universe and God just having this lovely sense of humor of like, okay, if you're going to have body image, issues, let's really make you walk through it so that you can really learn where your strengths are. And I think finally, in my 60s, now that I don't have the body that I had in my 20s or, my 30s, I can super appreciate how body image has nothing to do with our actual bodies, but I think it has more to do with who we are internally and how we feel about ourselves, because it doesn't matter what we look like. What matters is how much love our hearts can hold, how kind we are to people, and that's what makes us beautiful. I wish I had learned that earlier, but I learned it finally now. And I really can look at people now and see their beauty by their heart. I can see some people that might be physically stunning, but they're ugly to me because I know their heart. So I just think it has a lot more to do with your character and how you treat people.
Yes, let's definitely applaud. Yes. Yeah, Val, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Okay. I do want to ask you, okay, so in the book you do reveal that you were sexually abused as a child. You were 11 years old. So heartbreaking. There's a photo of you as an 11-year-old in the book. So you just really get how young you were. And you carried this secret with you for decades. I guess what made you want to reveal that now in this book, and what gave you the strength to be able to put that to the page?
It was definitely a long process. It took me about 1.5 years to write this. And I wasn't going to talk about it. It was something I was going to take to my grave. And but because I was working so intently on ridding my body of the shame that I was feeling, I had to go to the original shame. That was never mine to begin with, and it never belonged to me. So by digging into that and by going through EMDR, which is eye movement desensitization, and there's the last word that I don't remember, it begins with an R, but reprocessing. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's an amazing technique that literally calms your brain and your emotions down enough so that you can separate them, so that you are not re-traumatized by experiencing and talking about the trauma again. With a very good therapist. Now mine, I use the paddles and the sensations in my hands to go back and forth. Some people use the lights that go back and forth. But what it is, it's keeping your brain busy doing something so that your emotions can then sit next to you and not get re-traumatized, and you can actually walk through the experience. And I found it so incredibly helpful. I probably saw her for about 4 to 6 months. I'm not quite sure, because I would see her and then stop for a month because it was so like, it's a lot of information. But because the very first time I talked about this trauma was probably with my then husband, Ed. And then we never talked about it again. And then I talked about it with a therapist about little over 10 years ago. And I thought, okay, I'm going to finally say it out loud, and the therapist will know, how to. And it's not just saying it out loud, which I thought, well, now I'm going to be cured. It's a process of getting to know the tools that you've used since then to kind of get yourself through this life, and the walls that we put up, and just going through that process. So by going through the EMDR process, I was able to really dig into it to where a point I thought, I can't actually keep this a secret now, because I think this could help some people. And once I know something can help someone, I'm going to talk about it. Because if there's a secret out there to make our lives easier, I want to fucking talk about it, because I don't want our lives to be any harder. So for me, this was very successful, and it's still a daily process. I am in no way cured. I am in no way a perfect person. In fact, I have many, many flaws, but I can dialectically. I think DBT is another behavior therapy that's really wonderful. It's dialectical behavior therapy. Marshall Lanahan is a big advocate and came up with it. It's where you can take two separate entities, two separate feelings, and carry them at the same time, and it doesn't make you a bad person or a good person. Like, I can be jealous of something and still feel very happy and encouraging to someone that's going through whatever I'm jealous of. It's okay to feel, I used to think if I'm jealous, I'm a shitty person. But it's okay. It just, it activates something inside you that for me, makes me want to work a little harder. So as long as I keep the other dialectical piece, which is feeling good for someone and encouraging them in their life. So I think I didn't want to keep it a secret if it could help some people. So I hope by reading this book, it does become something that you can identify with. And I know our lives can be very different, but they also can be very similar. So I hope by reading it, it can help some people.
Yes.
Thank you.
There's something in the book that I think is important and so rarely talked about. You touched on it a little bit, but that surviving something traumatic is not the end of the story. You know, we celebrate survival, we admire the strength it took to get through something, and then people just expect, okay, well, now that chapter is closed. But you're acknowledging that there's a whole other journey that begins after you've survived something. You know, no one prepares you for that. Nobody talks about that, the work that comes next. I guess, why do you think, as a society, we're so reluctant to acknowledge that? And what is the work that you're continually doing?
Because it takes vulnerability to recognize that. And I think we all know we're big, all of us are big, gaping, open wounds walking around. I mean, we really are. There's so much shit that happens in our life that we suppress and we push down because we just have to get to work, or we have to get the kids dressed, or we have to get the kids in the bath. We have to just live our lives. So we can't just be concentrated on our trauma all the time. And we've all been through it. I don't know anybody that hasn't been through some sort of trauma. And it can even be something which isn't not little, but just, I can only give an example from me. I was born into a family that was grieving a horrible death. My brother died by drinking poison out of a Coke bottle when my mom was pregnant with me. So the entire family, as I'm being born, is grieving. My mom, she was just raising me. She couldn't really engage with me. My dad was angry and couldn't really engage with me. My poor brother was traumatized. So I'm in this family and I'm not feeling, you know, what you normally feel when a child is born. I mean, I was all over Wolfie when he was born. It was like, oh my God, a love fest. But some children don't get that. And Wolfie has his own wounds, for sure, because none of us get out of this life with unwounded. But it's how we deal with those wounds. And I think when the initial wound, we all survive, hopefully. And it's the survival of our survival that Taffy Brodner, that she wrote about in this article that I absolutely loved. And when we survive our survival, it becomes a part of who we are. And it's something to be proud of. I don't believe that I'm strong because of what I've gone through. I believe that I'm strong and my trauma's uncovered all of that. So I think all of us are these incredibly strong, vibrant human beings that survive a lot of things, and we need to give ourselves more pats on the back and say, good for you, just for getting up in the morning, just for getting to bed at a decent time, just for... Sometimes I'm like, good job, Val, because I cleaned the litter box today. Yeah. So it's like, it's hard sometimes because we just feel like life is overwhelming. So just give yourself more pats on the back. You deserve it.
100%. Yeah. Thanks, Val. All right, let's switch gears a little bit. Let's talk about journaling, because you share many journal entries in the book and so many nuggets of wisdom. And so many great selfies that open the chapters, so many nice photos of you. But I have to be honest with you, I am not someone who finds journaling cathartic. I'm of the mind
because you write for a living.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you know, if something's bothering me, I'm not like, oh, let me write it down and, you know, kind of hit it head on. But you
what
are.
Do you do with it?
That's the thing. I don't know. I'm trying to
process it.
Yes, I'm trying to process it, and I'm trying to start journaling actually because of this book, and and yes, I'm inspired by you. But I guess, is that something that came naturally to you, or did you kind of have to learn to kind of sit perhaps with the discomfort of what you were writing about?
I think well, my first journal I looked back is from when I was in 1975, when I was 15. And the journal entries are hysterical. I mean, it's all about, so-and-so wouldn't dance with me at the dance and, well, screw him. There's plenty of boys at school and that kind of stuff. But you know what? Those are real emotions, too, that I needed to get out on the page so I wouldn't bring it into school. I think it's just, sometimes I use it as just like verbal vomit because I just can't hold it any longer. And sometimes I just get inspired because I know it could be something that I could share with somebody that might be helpful. But it's always cathartic to write stuff down. And I gotta say, I do love the Notes app because I can voice text it so I can get a lot of it out faster. Because sometimes I'll be busy writing and then I'll go back to look at it and I'm like, I don't know what I wrote because it's so jumbled. And then there's other times, like I have a journal from just 2024, just a few years ago. And it was just all the bullshit that I was going through at the time. And it was just all me. And I could read in it. It was me trying so hard to change myself to make someone else happy. And it just wasn't going to work. And I read the journal like a little over a year ago. And this is why I encourage you to journal. Because you never know what you're like a year later or 2 years later. And I read that journal and my heart broke for the person I was reading about, and that was me. And I didn't realize it at the time how traumatic it was. But so I wrote on the cover of this journal that I'll never write in again. It's done. It's in the past. But I wrote on the cover, I said, I'm really sorry that you went through that. You didn't deserve it. I love you. And now that journal goes away. So I think I would encourage you to do it just because you don't know how important sometimes it is to look back on something and see how much you've grown. Because I don't feel like I've grown a lot in the last 2 years until I talk to my girlfriends. It's like, oh no, you're totally different. So I encourage you to do it because we're going through it. So we don't see the day-to-day motion of it happening. But again, it's another chance to give ourselves a pat on the back.
Yeah. Well, I was going to ask you if you wanted to share a little bit about, because you called 2024
the worst year of my life.
The worst year ever.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if you just wanted to talk a little bit about that and how you got through it in addition to the journaling.
I ended the year by going through EMDR because I knew that I needed to get to the root of the trauma so that it couldn't be used against me as a weapon any longer. I also went through 4 surgeries in less than 6 or 7 months because you have to read the book. It's like, because I can get really gross talking about what my breasts look like or what they didn't look like. They didn't look like breasts and they still don't. But stop looking at my boobs now. Stop it.
Everyone is.
I know everyone's looking at my boobs right now. I'm wearing a padded bra, okay? Because they're just totally different sizes. But I just think physically it was traumatic. Emotionally it was traumatic. I was going through so many things. And I'm one of those people. It's like, I'm not going to let anything get the best of me. I will figure out a way to get out of this. And I knew by digging deep into my original trauma from when I was 11, that was going to get me on the road to not dealing with more bullshit in my life.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
And plus, I have really good girlfriends that would sit with me and just talk me through this stuff. I mean, this one
and
over
walk
here,
around the mall.
Yeah, and we walk around the mall, and we actually do solve all the world's problems as we walk around the mall.
At the mall.
Yep.
Yes. All right. Well, yeah. Let's talk about reinvention a little bit. You went from acting to Food Network. Now you're launching Valerie's Place, which is a fantastic new subscription platform that I promise we will talk about. I guess how do you think about reinvention at this stage of your career?
I don't think of it as reinvention. It's just I still am shy to call myself artistic, even though I think cooking is artistic, acting is artistic, all that. I do like to sketch. I like to create. I'm always in a creative mode. Writing is artistic. I just like to create. I like to keep my mind busy. I love the LA Times Sunday crossword. I get really excited to go to bed on Saturday nights because I know the paper's coming tomorrow morning, and I get my apple fritter.
Yep.
And I'm able to have my coffee and I like using my brain. And I think when, as an actor, we're so used to losing our jobs all the time that we always are like, okay, what's next? Mm-hmm. So no job, even though I've been incredibly lucky, One Day at a Time went for 9 years. Hot in Cleveland went for 6 seasons. Valerie's Home Cooking went for 14 seasons. I mean, obviously, I'm lucky that I get lengthy things to do this, but it's still, I'm still here. I still have things to do. I'm not dead yet. I feel happy. So I want to keep creating, and Valerie's Place gives me that opportunity by doing more cooking, because Food Network doesn't seem to like to do ITKs any longer and have you on ITK is in the kitchen or a stand and stir, and I like that. I like watching stand and stirs. I still love watching Ina, and I love watching Giada, and I love watching Rachel Ray. I love these people that show me how to cook. And so I'm doing that on Valerie's Place, and I'm always going to do it. And I still like writing. I don't know that I have another book in me, but because that's a lot. And I finally started acting again. I have a movie coming out next month.
Yeah, tell everyone about it.
Thank you for coming to the LA Times Festival of Books and to this event, which is called Fire Escape: Wildfires and the Changing Geography of Southern California. My name is Blanca Begert, and I'm a climate reporter at the LA Times. And I'm so excited to be here today with these two authors who've written books that shed light on, among other things, the deep history of fire in California and our relationship to it. As we know, climate change is making wildfires much more frequent and catastrophic, but it's not the only reason we have this problem. Megafires, like many of our environmental issues, are also rooted in other histories, like the suppression of indigenous land tending practices, which not incidentally are needed to guide a way out. Both of these books, in their own ways, point to a way of living in better relation with the land, and both writers will be signing copies of their fantastic books after the panel, which that will be outside, and you can buy them as well. So I'll just start with a brief introduction. Jordan Thomas, sitting at the end of the table, is a cultural anthropologist and a research fellow in the Science, Technology, and Society program at Harvard Kennedy School. He previously worked as a wildland firefighter on the Los Padres hotshot crew. His public-facing work has appeared in publications including the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, the New York Review of Books, The Drift, and elsewhere. And his debut book, When It All Burns: Fighting Fire in a Transformed World, traces the historical, ecological, and sociological factors fueling California's increasingly catastrophic wildfires, woven through the story of one brutal fire season on a hotshot crew. And if you haven't read this book, you're really in for a treat. Jordan does a really incredible job laying out the forces that have led us to this moment with beautiful writing and some gripping, harrowing stories of his time fighting fires alongside some sometimes lovable and always very interesting crew members. So then we also have right here next to me, DJ Waldy, who is a cultural historian and memoirist. In books and online commentary, he has sought to frame his experience of Los Angeles as a search for a sense of place, and has done that very well. He is best known for Holy Land, a suburban memoir, an unconventional account of his 1950s childhood in Lakewood, where he also served as a public official for many years. And his essay collections combine history, memoir, and poetic evocation. They include Becoming Los Angeles, Myth, Memory, and a Sense of Place from 2020, and his most recent book, Elements of Los Angeles: Earth, Water, Air, Fire, where he uses the 4 classical elements to reveal the forces that are making and unmaking today's city. And I will just add, of course, that DJ is a LA literary legend. Streets call him the Bard of LA. Reviewers call him the keenest observer of life in the city. And I found this book to just be a deeply poetic and thoughtful exploration of how LA's environment shapes its culture and vice versa. So I'll start with you, DJ.
Yes.
You've written so many books about Los Angeles. Why did you decide to write this one through the lens of the 4 classical elements?
Well, I was reminded of the value of using the 4 classical elements, earth, water, air, and fire, by an earlier book published a couple of years ago about Los Angeles. But more importantly, I came to thinking about these elements as an organizing principle for a book of essays from the work of the French phenomenologist Gaston Bachelard, who his entire career as a philosopher and a theoretician was making use of these classical elements as lenses through which he could understand his place in France. His approach to the everydayness through these elements taught me how to approach Los Angeles through these elements.
That makes a lot of sense. And I'm curious, because your book is kind of arranged as a collection of vignettes, some short, some long, about, they're organized into the elements, but they're about different parts of LA. Right. They kind of connect to each other, but are each their own story too. Why did you kind of decide to take that approach?
Well, that's because that's the way I think. I don't think in large narrative expanses. I'm not a writer of epics. I'm a writer of aphorisms, maybe even fortune cookie fortunes. I write small.
Yeah, and that seems so key to kind of how you establish a sense of place with just different things popping up.
It is a weaving together as opposed to other approaches to narrative. All of them are valid, all of them make sense, all of them can be a source of knowledge and joy. This is the way I approach the problem.
So Jordan, I want to ask you, you started out, you write in your book, wanting to write a book about climate change and fire, and then you kind of did that, but things also took a sort of different turn. Why did you decide to join the Los Padres Hotshots and write this book?
That's such a simple question with such a complicated answer.
I'm sorry.
Sort of two different parts to that. I got into wildland firefighting. Can you all hear me okay? Can you hear me okay now?
Maybe pull it closer.
I don't know how to do that.
Just pull the microphone close.
Is this okay? There we go. I got into wildland firefighting the reason why a lot of people do, which is that I needed a job when I moved to California. I was unemployed. I was an anthropologist. I hadn't got...
Those two terms go together, by the way.
I'd got rejected from a lot of different grad schools, so I was like hanging Christmas lights with friends, and somebody told me to try out for wildland firefighting, so I got into that and was so new to this whole world that I expected to like learn how to spray water with a hose at wildfires, which it turns out that's not how you fight wildfires. You do it with a chainsaw, because when we can get into that. But what I realized when I started fighting wildfires was it's like I stepped through the closet door into Narnia or something. It's just like this whole world of culture and people and environmental changes that I hadn't realized existed before. And so I started on a beginner crew and did well enough to where I got invited to interview with the Los Padres Hotshots, which is one of the top wildland firefighting groups in the world. And what that comes with is the ability to get up close and personal to some of the most dramatic and extreme environmental changes happening on our planet, and have a front row seat to these parts of climate change that very few people have access to. So I didn't really feel like I could say no to the opportunity to join the Hotshots. And throughout that process, I eventually, through some of the articles I wrote, had the ability to write a book, but also felt like somewhat of a responsibility because this is such a rare experience these people have, and very few people who have this access to these changes happening on our planet also have access to, the literary world or the ability to write books. And well, really for me, making sense of wildfires was like just a small point or like a prism through which to express an experience of trying to gain a sense of grounding in a world that's changing so quickly and it's so difficult to comprehend. But it's a material example of this and a concentrated version of what I think a lot of people are trying to make sense of right now, which is how is our world changing, what is our place in it, and how can we anchor this in some sort of history and politics that allows us to look forward and gain some sort of control of the future and solutions that will make the world better.
Cool, yeah, and that like firsthand experience with the crew was so amazing. I felt about your book because I've read and written about forests and fires, but to like see what it's like to be in that position and what the culture of the crew is like and all that was really incredible and special. So I'd like to just before we go any further. To give those who haven't read these books just a small taste, ask you guys to each please read a passage, maybe starting with Jordan, just for 2 minutes or so.
Yeah, when I talk about a front row seat to these extreme changes happening on our planet, this was really distilled for me in Sequoia National Forest. When we were preparing to defend a ridge against a really large wildfire that's often called a mega fire that was burning towards us. And defending sequoias from fire is sort of counterintuitive because they're one of the most fire-evolved species on Earth. Their bark grows like 2 feet thick, so it insulates them from fire. Their canopy starts like 90 feet over the forest floor, so it's protected from all but the highest flames. It can survive if 90% of it scorches because the roots are all connected underneath the ground so they can transfer nutrients to each other. And the cones actually need fire, or fire helps them reproduce. So the idea that sequoias are being driven towards extinction by the same force they once depended upon seemed like a point from which to extrapolate this world of really quickly shifting and dramatically shifting conditions. So the night before the megafire struck our ridge, I took a final restless walk through the grove. I passed through trees still living and among those that had died. The bare branches of the dead appeared as thin fingers spread against the sky. I wondered if there was still life coursing through their bodies. Not much time had passed since they burned. Sequoias do not die instantly. When they are cut off from the rest of the forest, they take years to wither away. I wondered if they could tell us anything. While the sequoias of the past have impressed themselves on the human psyche for their apparent immortality, those of today are equally powerful, both for their unlikely survival and for the precarity of their continued existence. What do the sequoias pretend for the delicate balance weaving together the rest of life on Earth? What do they pretend for us? Maybe, in the era of climate change, the sequoias have emerged again as such poignant symbols due to a deeper intuition or fear that if the lines of our society, from the legal lines of regulation to the physical lines of dirt, fail to hold back the destructive forces driving sequoias toward extinction, then these lines might always have been a diversion from a deeper, much more difficult kind of reckoning, one that is imminent, the far side of which is opaque and possibly terrible. Whatever it was becoming visible now as a molten glow in the dusk just over the horizon. My head was spinning. In the darkness of that final night, the peace I'd felt in the morning light crumbled into a trepidation that prevented me from sleeping. The stars were growing dim. The megafire was close. The next day, we were supposed to stop it.
Thank you. That really, just crystallizes so much about just the completely changed world that we're living in now and how the scale of fire just has completely surpassed our even ability to understand. I'd love to ask a little bit more about that. But first I'll ask DJ to please read a passage.
Thank you. As you may know, I write a great deal about Los Angeles. I try to penetrate some of its myths, try to deal with its dystopian and utopian elements. I try to rediscover as often as I can why I fell in love with this place. I'm going to read a little bit about fire from the section of the book, Elements of Los Angeles. My attempt to realize something about fire in these words. Narrative text is a way of investigating conditions, histories, forces. Earth, water, and air make a home, but not fire. the transforming element in which historian Jacob Bronowski reminds us nothing has a home, not even the fabulous salamander. As far back as records and memories go, Los Angeles is burning in civil unrest and in seasons of wildfire. A fierce brightness overcomes Los Angeles, and a Korean market burns. A police helicopter lights up an East LA intersection, or the iron door of the county crematorium opens to accept another forgotten Angelino. The touch of fire trembles all elements into chaos, searches out and renders into ash your unproduced screenplays, your love letters, your family photos, your house, and even the lives of those to whom fire comes suddenly, as it did in the first days of January 2025, in the worst siege of windstorm and wildfire in Los Angeles County history. None of us escaped. We breathed the volatile remains, the holiday decorations waiting to be taken down, the children's drawings, the walls on which they had been hung, the asbestos, the hydrogen cyanide, the toxins that burning bedroom mattresses, living room couches, and luxury automobiles offered up to the air. When the landscape of your life is violently and randomly changed, you wonder, what will become of this place? And what will become of us? As much as the dun-colored foothills of August and the katabatic winds of September and October, fire is our landscape. Burning is what we do.
Thank you for reading that. It really kind of gets at not that it's attention necessarily, but just how, like you said, fire has always been part of LA, and in some ways that's sort of just a natural part, and in some ways that's something that we've created has created tremendous destruction. I really liked in your fire chapter how it wasn't just about forest fires or LA burning. It was about oil, the search for oil and oil conmen, and the history of gas lamps and electric lamps, and radium, and just sort of all these ways that fire and oil kind of.
Fire is a mixed element, destructive and creative. We focused on the destructive side because it's so close to us, but there are aspects of fire that are creative as well.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe I'll ask, so maybe we can talk a little bit about kind of with building off of the section that Jordan just read. I think you kind of describe, so fire, the suppression of fire historically has been a really, it emerged as a tool of genocide and of protecting timber profits, and with really terrible effects on indigenous people and on the forest health itself. And you talk about how when you joined the hotshots, in some ways it was sort of a continuation of this, colonial view of fire, like the creative, beneficial aspects of fire as wrong and the enemy. But then you also, it's not just that, because like you described in the piece that you just read, fires themselves have changed dramatically, and so have the effects on the forests. Like we have sequoias that are supposed to be the most fire-adapted tree now not able to live in some of these fires. And I wanted to ask if you could just talk a little bit more about that change, kind of what's changed with fire, and
Well, I really like what you said, DJ, which is burning is what we do.
Yeah, burning is what we do.
I think that can be taken in a lot of different ways. Burning is what we do in terms of the city burning, but burning California's landscapes is also something that people have done for a very, very, very long time in California. Just to the thing about talking about these things is there's so many premises and so many foundations that you need to build to get to the point where you can talk about where we're at. And I think one of the really foundational principles of fire in California is that fire is plural, just like water is plural, right? You can have a hurricane, but you can also have a nice rain that like helps plants grow. And fire is as important for a lot of the ecosystems in California and for their health as water is. It's one of the most fire-evolved regions on Earth. And there are really as many different kinds of fire in California as there are different kinds of ecosystems. You could view it as a spectrum from, if we look up in the hills behind us, they're kind of bluish green with chaparral, or things like chamise, which produce flammable waxes and resins. They actually want to burn like hot and fast and violently. And that's what they need to do to really reproduce every like 40 to 100 years, because they create a seed bank underneath the soil that's insulated by a thin layer of wax. Forgive me if my terms aren't scientifically technical, but the seeds underneath the soil, they're actually triggered to germinate when they sense smoke because everything's been wiped out and they're ready to grow again. That's one end of the spectrum, hot and fast. And the sequoias, there's another the type that the ecosystem's like that's like low and slow. Clears the underbrush, kind of creeps slowly like a little animal across the surface, recycles the nutrients, opens some space for the canopy. And everything in between those two ends of the spectrum, there's so many different kinds of fire. There's fire for oak groves, there's fire for different sage ecosystems. And these fires historically weren't just happening, right? And most of them weren't even coming from lightning. California is one of the very few places in the world where the dominant type of fire that California's got for over 10,000 years has been lit by people, approximately 10,000 years. And so California has really evolved to what's called a cultural fire regime. The types of fire that California's experienced have been lit by indigenous people until about a couple hundred years ago when Europeans came. And there's a lot of different reasons for that. A simple way of understanding it is that people rely on the plants, and especially indigenous people throughout those years. Fire is important for the plants and for the animals. So indigenous people burned in ways to facilitate the sorts of ecosystems that their economies relied upon. So one of the first things, like literally one of the first things that the Europeans did when they colonized California, and I think it was 1794, the very first governor of California passed the very first fire regulation in California, which was explicitly criminalizing the use of burning by indigenous people, which criminalized their economies. And this continued throughout when California became a state of the United States. One of the very first acts of legislature criminalized burning in the rest of the state. And this was a direct attack against indigenous people and their livelihoods. And this is a history of fire's erasure from California's landscapes that is often missing from media narratives and popular narratives that really start when people do acknowledge that certain kinds of fire have a place in ecosystems. You know, oftentimes it's the narrative goes to just 100 years ago. The Forest Service started putting fires out because they're like a stupid government agency or something, which really takes away like a century and a half of fire suppression as a tool of oppression of indigenous people before that. And that sort of short circuits some of the discussions of solutions we can implement as well. So how have fires changed? Well, there used to be a whole lot of different kinds of fire lit skillfully by all the different indigenous peoples in California. Those fires were taken away. That dramatically altered the ecosystems because, ecosystems that need fire, take it away, those ecosystems get sick, just like if you take away water. And that really primed a lot of the ecosystems for the sorts of disruptions that climate change is now inflicting on them. So when you have a forest that has historically relied on fire, and you take that fire away, there's other processes too, like forests getting clear cut and then replanted by logging corporations. We can get into that too. But those forests get sick, and then they're more vulnerable to droughts. They're more vulnerable to heat waves. They're more vulnerable to pests like bark beetles, which are proliferating very quickly, also due to climate change. So it creates this perfect firestorm where taking fire away makes our landscapes more vulnerable to exactly the sorts of things that are happening now with climate change. And then you get this new kind of fire, which there are very new kinds of fire that people, I think the vast majority of the largest wildfires in California's recorded history have happened just in the past 20 years. Something really dramatic is shifting. 3 of those as wild as a hot shot in 2021. And people on our crew, the older people, they'd say that just a generation ago, You'd be lucky to encounter one fire like that in your entire career. Lucky is a complicated word in hotshot. But while I was a hotshot, there were 3 of those fires burning simultaneously across California and a 1,000,000-acre fire burning, which is more than used to burn across the entire American West over the course of like a decade. And that was all happening at one time. So things have changed. And coming to terms with, I think, the plurality and multiple potentialities of fire and its relationship to people and people's role in shaping the kinds of fire we need, that's a really important thing to talk about, I think, for everybody who lives in California.
Totally, and I've had people ask, aren't these fires when they burn through these forests now, like, as long as they're not burning down a town or burning, isn't this good? Isn't this helpful? Isn't this what we need? But it's kind of more complicated than that, because.
As Jordan said, sometimes they're the wrong fires, and rarely today are they the right fires.
Right. So I want to ask you, DJ. So you track like sweeping elemental changes through your book too, and there is this sense too that some things always stay the same. I had this sense when I was reading in your fire section, the chapter where you just list a litany of fires that have burned in Los Angeles since the 1800s.
1800s, indeed.
Yeah, and you start with the most recent ones, and then you're moving backward. And in that section, it just kind of feels like history repeating itself, and I'm wondering what you were thinking about as you wrote that.
My listing of fires was in part in service of memory, that it's too easy to forget in Los Angeles. Erasure, as Jordan often references in his book, is a problem not just of learning the proper way to deal with the landscape. Erasure also means you have no starting place to make rational decisions about the place where you are. So my long list of fires going back to the 18th century is mainly just an act of memory and a resistance to erasure, not much more than that. What really is missing from that long list of fires is the moments in the pre-colonial period when the landscape was, in fact, properly managed by its original proprietors and who knew all the varieties of fire, specifically here in Southern California, but elsewhere around the state. And so the issue that I think Jordan touches upon in his book is what do we recover in our behavior to prevent the problem, the issue, the contagion of the wrong kind of fire from proliferating. And I think Jordan has some very good ideas about that.
Yeah. Want to share them?
Pride and Prejudice, Jane Austen. I was like, it's like, people in the parlor. People were so furious at me. There were dozens of letters to the New York Times saying, you're supposed to be educated. You should like Jane Austen. I was like, I thought there's no room for taste that can vary. No, I mean, I'm glad that everybody.
For those of you who like Jane Austen,
right,
but you don't have taste.
She has no, I mean for a variety of tastes. And I feel like she has plenty of readers. Mine not enjoying her. I'm a Bronte girl. I like Wuthering Heights. Actually, I could have said Wuthering Heights.
Do you have a preference on which Bronte sister you like?
Emily. That's my girl.
Okay.
Yeah.
Charlotte, bye. Mina, what about you?
Wow. I am. First of all, I do like Jane Austen, so
Ooh,
I'm worried about my taste levels. I'm gonna choose a couple books I read when I was younger, for the likes and the hates. I wonder if I gave this to you. Okay, so the likes, Loves. Actually, it was Loves, not likes. White Teeth. I think. What year did that come out? I think, okay, whatever. That, I remember being very affected.
Earlier, right?
2007. No, I was younger. I was young.
Yeah,
I was I made college, and I remember being very affected by that. The Age of Innocence. It's a book that also I really loved around that time. Book I remember reading in high school and thinking, this sucks, was Fountainhead.
That's
your
the
answer
hate.
I gave
both have the same hate, which I love.
Okay.
Your loves were Pachinko by Min Jin Lee.
Okay.
Me
And
too.
your hate was, your other love was Disgrace by J.M. Coetzee.
Oh, that's a really important book to me, yeah.
I love that book too. Do you guys know that book? Will you tell them a little bit about it?
Oh my gosh. Disgrace by Coetzee, I think is how you say it. It is a book that is about sexual assault and the aftermath of it, and about dynamics in South Africa. I forget when it takes place,
I
but
think
it
was
is
written in 2001.
Okay,
So
and
before
it's a
that.
contemporary novel, but it is I think one of the best books I've ever read on the subject. Best novels, rather.
Yeah, I read that book in college and I loved it. I probably should have prepared mine. I just am realizing I didn't prepare my own 2 books I love and 1 book I hate. But one thing about me is I hate a lot of books. Unlike most people who are like, oh, how could I decide? I'm like, well, any book I read. One of my loves, one of the most important books to me, I call it a book of my life, is Into Thin Air by John Krakauer. It was the first time I read nonfiction and was like, oh, so we could just go there and do this and like be locked in and it could be real life. And that was pretty much the last time I ever really thought I would ever love fiction, because I was like, if you can do this and it's a true story, all the stuff you've made up, I'm just less interested in. Though I have come around on fiction again slightly more in my older years, but that's one I love. And then another book I love, the most recent book I've loved, has been London Falling by Patrick Radden Keefe. If you guys haven't read it, just came out this month. It's so good.
I haven't read it, but the essay that was, it's breathtaking. I wrote him a fan letter in response to that essay. Yeah, that was in
He's so good. If you've never read Patrick Radden Keefe, he wrote Say Nothing. Do you guys know that one about the Troubles in Ireland? Anyways, he's great. And then my book I hate today, most of all, the one that's coming to mind for me is I don't think he's here. Talking to Strangers by Malcolm Gladwell. I don't think he's
I have a
here
story about him that I've never told.
Okay, let's do it. Go ahead.
This is like the spiciest podcast. I used to live in New York in Williamsburg, and I used to work at a coffee shop that he would sometimes work at. I think he was writing for The New Yorker at the time. And I was in my early 20s. I was a journalist back then. And once I just sat, it was crowded. It wasn't like an empty coffee shop and I sat next to him. That would have been very weird. It was crowded. There was a seat next to him. I sat next to him. He was furiously typing and I couldn't resist, like peeking over a little bit. And he slammed his laptop shut and he saw me reading his computer. I was like, weird state secrets over here? All right, Malcolm Gladwell.
Have you ever seen him since?
I have not.
If you ever see him, will you tell him?
Nobody tell him. What do you think that book became?
What year do you think it was?
It was like 2008, 2009.
Goliath or whatever. Wasn't that? I read all his books. I hate all of them, but the most recent one I read to hate was Talking to Strangers. There's just don't read the footnotes or the end notes because you'll realize the sample sizes are very small. That's all I'll say. Okay. He's great. What a great guy. Also, if you have to close your laptop, like, do you think he was like, she's gonna steal my work?
I don't know. To this day, I've wondered what was going through his head. Was I being that obvious? I don't know.
Did he get up and leave, or did he sit there?
Well, there's an alternate possibility, which is he was looking at porn.
I'm going to say that's what it was. That's what it was.
I'm sure he wasn't.
Could you imagine? Okay, since we're going to talk about being a reader, I'm just curious, like, how do you identify yourself as a reader? Like, what kind of reader are you? I know for Imani, you started reading at a young age.
I have been a voracious reader since I was 3 years old. I love books.
Did you ever have a reader downtime? Like a gap in your life where you just like weren't reading for whatever reason? Never.
Absolutely not. It's like my anchor, and it chills me out. It focuses me. It's a strategy for almost everything that I need to have to get myself together. Yeah, I love books.
Do you read a lot when you're writing? Because you're also a prolific writer.
I do. I read. I do both almost every day. But I don't. it shifts based upon what I'm writing, right? So when I'm writing, I mean, I write nonfiction, but when I write nonfiction that's more lyrical, I'm reading books that are more sort of traditional prose. And when I'm writing more traditional historical prose, then I tend to read more fiction, I'm always reading fiction, but so I try not to be reading the same genre or style that I'm writing in. And what I try to, I'm listening to music that has the same kind of sound quality I want in my writing.
Can it have lyrics?
I can't listen to music as I'm writing, but I'm listening in that
like
period.
In life.
Yeah, in that period, in terms of the type of music I'm trying to get, I try to get that kind of the rhythm of what I'm speaking. Yeah, but no lyrics. Yeah.
What about you? What kind of reader are you?
Solely for entertainment, which is kind of a rare thing in my life. Like, I feel like a lot of the things I do are for some sort of work function. So for those who don't know, I talk about football on TV for a living. And so
she's literally the best person who talks about football on TV.
I don't think that's true.
There's all these other people who talk about football who are like, I played football. What does she know? And I'm like, she knows everything you don't know. Like, she's truly the greatest sports analyst of our time. It's true.
Just kept escalating that.
It's true.
So
It's true.
dramatically.
It's true. And I should say this about Imani Perry. She is truly one of our greatest writers of our time as well.
Yes.
And I usually start here. If you have not read Imani Perry, if you have not read South to America, which changed my life, and I was going to win the National Book Award when I read it back in February of that year, and you have not read Black and Blues to understand, again, what nonfiction can do, if you're not familiar with either of these women, you're crazy. I got a starter pack going for you because they are the minds. Like, people will be talking about them long after we're all gone. It's true. And I know these things. This is my job to know these things.
So anyways,
go ahead. I didn't do a proper intro.
So in my job, I'm on TV. I talk about football. I travel to football games during the football season, and I spend most of my free time. I also have a 2.5-year-old, but for a work perspective, watching film, studying stats, all of that. And in my spare time on these flights back, when I don't have things to do, I read novels, and I've been obsessed with novels my entire life from when I was a child, but right now it is like one of the few things I just do for me. I also don't really gain like social capital from it because I have no one to talk to about. I'm not surrounded by readers, so I read them for me, and I feel like, at a time in our lives when most of us do a lot of things for other people or for our presentation to the world, it is one of the few. I guess I'm now undercutting this by speaking about it in front of a crowd. But it is one of the things I just purely do for my own entertainment and edification.
I love that.
Me too.
I love that so much. Do either of you feel like it's harder to read right now, like given the world and everything? Like, or has it been easier for you to turn to books?
It feels more essential.
Sure.
Yeah, to quiet. I mean, I find myself reading books. I mean, I've always done this thing where when I'm traveling someplace, I like to read a novel that takes place in that location. So part of what I have been doing recently is trying to sort of, particularly in the kind of geopolitical landscape that is complicated, trying to read books, usually fiction in that area. So I've been reading Iranian novels over the past. Yeah, so I think just because it gives a sort of deeper historical perspective than you're going to get on the news or even in the print news also. But it's sort of the quieting because it's frenzied, we're panicked, and so I do think trying to think deliberately about what's going on is useful.
It's funny you mentioned that because I was just thinking about Martyr, the book we were talking about. For you guys who have not read Martyr,
so good.
It's an unbelievable award-winning novel by Kaveh Akbar. Has become a friend of mine. I met him at a party like a few years ago, and he just loves basketball, so we have become stay in touch about that. And to actually answer your question, though, I read it, I was about a year late, but it was about a year ago, and I've just been thinking about it constantly over the last month because, and this is why I feel like reading fiction for me is so important. It's one of the few ways where I feel like I can empathize and occupy the minds of others at a moment where the internet doesn't really allow for that anymore because the presentation of information is so muddled And, it used to be a place where you could relate to other people and you can't really anymore. Fiction, for me, is one of the few places where if I read a book, I can actually imagine what it's like to be another person in another country at a moment in history. And so I've been thinking about that novel constantly, even though it ostensibly, it's not about the events of today.
But it's me. I gave that novel to both of my sons after I read it, and they're very different. It's extraordinary.
Did they like it? Did they read it?
One read it. He did. He loved it.
I love that book too. That's a phenomenal book. I feel like I've been struggling to read, which maybe it's because also it's my job in a different way.
When it's your job.
But I feel like with everything that is going on in the world, it's hard sometimes to like put my phone down, right? Like it's hard for me to disconnect. And so many, I am in an era of just not finishing books right now. Like I'll start something and be like, you know what? I'd rather be doing something else. And I used to kind of try to force myself to read a thing, but I also try to take my own advice, which I always tell other people, if you want to read more books, stop reading things you don't like. Like if it's not working for you, you don't have to write a book report. You're not in school anymore. Just put it down. Like you can always go back to it. And I'm finally taking that advice, which means the things that I am reading, I'm liking a lot, but I feel like they're a little bit fewer and further between. I'm reading a little bit less. I'm just like trying not to punish myself.
So you preach the gospel though of the beautiful short book. Is that easier in this moment?
Yeah, I it's not even just the short book. It's the short movie. It's the short play. Unless you've really got it, just cut it, If you give me a 90-minute movie, did any of you guys see the movie The Drama? Some of you? Well, it just came out, and that movie was 1 hour and 46 minutes. And if that movie had been 1 hour and 50 minutes, I think I would have had to just leave. Like, it was just long enough that I was like, okay, I did it. I'm going to be gone soon. Whereas, like, something else that was longer, it's harder. So, yes, a short book, I believe in short books. However, if you can write a long book, that's amazing. Like, a good long book, nothing better. But a medium long book, that's worse than a bad long book to me, right? Like if you're like, is this gonna get good soon? And you just don't know. And you're all of a sudden like 350 pages in and you're like, oh, this actually might not be getting good. That's the worst, I think.
You like short stories?
Sometimes. I like good short stories.
My pal Rachel Kong just put out she wrote a book called Real Americans that came out last year. She just put out, it's not out yet, but you can pre-order it.
I think they have it here, though.
Okay, she's reading tomorrow. It's called My Dear You, and they are perfect short stories. They are about love and nationality and moving, falling in love across time. And some of them have almost like a Black Mirror type quality. There's like a science fiction element to some of them that's really cool. And I don't think of myself as a short story reader. I'm not at the bookstore. I'm never drawn to the short story collection. But I love, to your point, that I could sit down and read run in 15 minutes and then get up and do something. And then I would kind of think about it later and then go back. And it was a very different reading experience for me.
A good short story, I love and will think about forever. But sometimes short story collections are harder for me. Like if they don't maintain, you'll hold on to one or two stories. But do you know what short story is so good that I know we've all probably read it, but I feel like it doesn't get enough credit, is The Lottery.
Oh yeah, I used to teach that all the time.
It's the greatest. I understand. I understand. I remember being in middle school and reading it and being like, wow.
Wait, which one?
The one with the
Shirley
stones.
Jackson, right? Yeah.
Oh, because Borges La Loteria is really, really good too.
I don't know that.
No, I don't know that one.
Yeah,
No, I'm talking about.
Similar.
I'm talking
what's
about
her name?
It's got a real Black Mirror vibe.
Yeah,
when you think about it, yeah.
Again, it's like when you read a book or you read a story, you read something where you're like, I didn't know this was possible to do on the page. Like that is, for me, life altering. Like when you come across something, you're like, people do this? Because up until that point, a short story was not possible. Mm-hmm. And now I'm like, oh, if your short story doesn't have stones at the end, did you even write a short story, right? I don't know. What are you guys reading right now?
Let's see. I just read Kin, which is outstanding.
Outstanding.
Tayari Jones. I just read George Saunders' Vigil. I just read Marie Ndiaye's The Witch. I'm currently reading The Nights Are Quiet in Tehran, which is beautiful. Yeah.
What about you? I know one of the things you're reading. I know.
Well, I'm reading Kin. We were talking about it backstage. I'm about 150. I just started
So
it this
good.
week. It is quite good.
So good.
And that's unusual for me because I am usually about 1.5 years late to a book. So it's very rare for me to be reading a book in hardcover that's like everybody's talking about. Usually I'm like, and this I guess is how I buy books. This might be a horrible way to do it, but I'll just see who are the shortlisted for the Booker 3 years ago. All right, I'll get to these.
Yeah.
And then I don't have anyone to talk about with. But like it's how I discovered Elizabeth Strout, and then I just went on a tear. I randomly just saw O. William on a short list for the Booker like 2 years ago, and then I was like, this is amazing. By the way, if you've never read Elizabeth Strout, oh my God.
I've never.
She wrote like Olive Kitteridge.
Yeah.
She writes these like, they're beautiful. They take place in New England. It's like plain language and beautiful. Like it's simply wrought stories about humans and relationships, and they're gorgeous. I read similarly in the same process. I read Creation Lake by Rachel Kushner, which I think won a bunch of awards a year and a half ago. Which I like parts of it. I think I had more of a mixed reaction to that. But this is my reading time too, is the other thing, because I have like a weird seasonal life. And the NFL draft is next week, and then after that, I've got a stack of like 10.
What's in it?
Oh my God, I don't even know. Anything that won an award 2 years ago. Is in it.
Oh, have you read James?
I have read James.
Okay.
That one I did read. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, I want to change love.
Okay.
North Woods.
Oh, by Daniel something.
See, this is why I'm 53,
power.
so I have an excuse.
I'm going to be 40 this year.
Yeah, you're not old enough to.
I feel like that's
that.
old enough. I'm getting there.
Okay.
I'm approaching. No, it's Dan something. Who knows? Who wrote Northwood?
Mason.
Thank you, Daniel Mason.
Incredible. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's your new book you love. You're replacing.
I'm replacing. Yeah. I love the other ones too, but that's a book that I feel, because you know what, you're making the point about a short book and then it's an incredible long book. Also, Pachinko, these incredible long books.
I couldn't finish Pachinko, you guys.
Don't tell me that.
I think this is one of my personal
crazy.
favorites.
How could you not want to get to the end of that? It's so propulsive.
Unacceptable.
I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it.
We're going to interview you about it next year.
Okay.
You should read
If you guys come on the show, we'll do it for book club and I'll read it. I do finish everything we read for book club.
Have you tried her earlier book, Free Food for Millionaires?
No, because it's long also. I've seen
But
that
that one is like candy.
I've seen that book.
You
her
will
new
devour
one's long too.
Yeah.
But they're all
I know they're good.
They're page
Everybody
turners.
likes them. But I feel, am I wrong to think that Pachinko sort of had a slow start?
Not for me.
Okay. I was 150 pages in and I said, you know what? I gotta go. Doesn't mean I won't go back. Okay. That's the other thing. My job is to read. So like in the ways that some people might never go back, I do sometimes go back. But if I'm not liking it, then I'm just gonna hate. I'm gonna just hate.
Away and I can't get that information ever, other than, of course, with Ancestry.com. I love that because that's a way, but it's important that you do those interviews. One of the things in the kids that I mentor, I have them to do an interview with the oldest person in their family. And at first they're all upset and they're like, I don't really want to do that. But after they do it, they become obsessed with just finding out their history because it makes you feel really special, because everybody has a special history.
Yeah, and who do you wish you would have gotten a chance to interview before they passed?
You mean in my family or just?
Yeah, your family.
In my family, oh God, my grandmother. I never met my grandmother. And my children never met their grandmother. And so it's, I'm always in awe of people who have their grandparents, but they don't spend the time with them to try to figure out what their family lineage was, because I never got that. But I would have loved to talk to my grandmother.
And what would you have asked them? I'm so curious.
Well, I would have asked her because her mother was a slave. I was an enslaved woman, and what was that like being the first generation to be free? And what are some of the things that they used to get through that time? Because it had to be so difficult. I mean, I would ask her so many questions. Yeah.
Yeah, I find that when you don't tell those stories just, they die.
They die.
And we want to keep
That's
them
right.
alive. And thank you for keeping your story alive on the pages. You gave so much in the pages of your book. You're now releasing the paperback version of the #1 New York Times best-selling memoir, Matriarch. And it has a new chapter, an epilogue, and more photos. What happened in your life since the hardcover release that made you feel that this specific new chapter had to be included?
Well, I end the book with, finding out I have breast cancer and going through surgery, just a little bit about it. And I've had so many people to ask me, well, what did you do? How did you take care of yourself? How was your mental state and all of that? And so I just, thought that would be a good idea to update it and not just put a paperback out, because you reach a different audience with paperbacks. And I love the idea of that because, I wanted that to happen, but I also wanted to catch people up on what happened since that time and all the lessons that I learned from having that experience, because it was a tough ordeal.
Yeah. So what would you like to share with other women out there in your journey? I know you talk about it in the book some, but what do you want people to take away so they can go grab this book and they'll get something deeper when they read it?
You mean about the cancer journey?
Yes,
or
about your
just
breast
in
cancer
general?
journey.
Well, just to first of all get your mammograms, because it's a very interesting story on how I could have missed mine, because I missed 2 mammograms and didn't even realize it during COVID. And me finally finding out that I had breast cancer and catching it at the early stage was, it's a miracle. And so go and get your mammograms. It's so important to take care of yourself. And also just about how your tribe, how your family, how your crew, I don't care if they're related to you by blood or if they're friends, how you need your inner circle during that time. Because no matter at what stage, when you hear the word cancer, it is the most frightening thing that you can ever go through, and you need people around you that are going to support you and get you through it. And thank God I had plenty of people that helped me get through it, but some people are not that fortunate. And it just kind of goes into how to find your people that you need to be around at that time. You can't be around everybody. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's one of the things I've learned about in your book was that you talked about the tribe and the community you have and like how everyone shows up for everyone. You have Beyonce coming in between tour dates to come support you as you release your book. You have Kelly coming out and moderating conversations in Houston. And I'm just like, everyone I see online, people want to be a part of the community, but they don't want to put in the work to be part of that community. You have that. And so what would you tell people about making sure to keep that tribe, finding those people and keeping those people tight?
Well, the one thing is you got to give to get. And so you got to be there for others too. And you can't just always expect them to be there for you. And you have to value friendships and have people in your life that value friendships as well. And it's a mutual situation. That's really, really important.
Yeah.
Because that's the times that you really need people to rally behind you. But you got to be there for them too.
Yep, you got to give to get. That's a good one. In those moments of vulnerability, how did you learn to stop being the caregiver and start being your own advocate and caring for yourself first?
Well, I still don't do the best job of that. But I knew when I got cancer that I had to slow down. I had to stop being so codependent, because I am, and just really take care of myself and take time to enjoy my life and not be so stressed all the time. That was the biggest lesson that came from this. And it's still hard because I want to go back. I'm getting on a plane tonight. And then I'll get on a plane in 2 days for 1 day. And I still fall short sometimes of taking the best care of myself. But at least I'm conscious of it now. Because, you can give and give and give, but you're not going to be there to give to those people one day if you don't take care of yourself. So that's really important.
Good point. you just said that you're codependent.
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean by that? Miss Tina codependent?
I'm codependent, yes. Been going to therapy forever for that. You know, when you grow up in a house with, it depends on how you grow up. And I grew up with a codependent mother, and she gave me the message that everybody was more important than me.
Oh.
And that happens a lot in a lot of families. And so I'm getting emotional about it because I still struggle with putting myself, not even putting myself first, but making myself as important as everybody else. So, yeah, and a lot of people struggle from it. They just don't have a name for it, but that's what it is when you put everybody else before yourself.
Yeah, because I can imagine you're showing your love by being there for everyone and showing up. And then it's also like, what about you as well?
Yeah.
And so I am so happy you talked about the topic of therapy, because like that's what was so illuminating for me when reading the book, how you raised two trailblazing superstars, two vastly different young women, and now grown women, and you knew that they needed something different.
Yeah.
And that you had the tools as a mother, but you knew that you needed some professional tools again. Like you were ahead of your time.
Yeah.
Like really looking into therapy for your daughters. Talk to me a little bit about that decision and how you did that.
Well, my girls were 5 years apart and very, very different. But Beyonce was this little superstar at 7 or 8 years old. She was winning all these talent competitions, and she had this little sister to come along, and when she was around, I think she was like 11 then, and she was getting super, super popular, and her sister felt like, everything is about her. And in all families, I mean, if any of you have kids with an age difference, especially two girls, they start kind of going apart at 10 because the older girl has her own friends and she don't want to be bothered with that little 5-year-old running around getting all in her business and her things. And so Beyonce, I just noticed, started being like irritated with her and not wanting her around. And the more she didn't want her around, the more sad Solange became. And I wanted her to be sensitive to the fact that she was this little local star and that her sister had to deal with a whole bunch of stuff. And I wanted her to be sensitive to it, and I wanted them to be close. And so one of my clients at my hair salon was a therapist. And I asked her to find me a child therapist, and I found someone, and I took my kids to therapy. And my family did not like it. They were, especially in Black house families, they were like, "You're gonna make those kids crazy." And I took them to therapy, and it opened Beyonce's eyes because she was like, "This is my little sister. We're always gonna be close. I'm gonna take care of her, and I'm not gonna, let the age difference get between us." So she was much kinder, and they've been close ever since. Like, they could have gone in different directions, but I was so afraid of that, and I always wanted them to be close. And so even though it was way, like you said, ahead of the curve with people with therapy, it was the best thing I could have done for them.
Yeah. How did you combat?
Thank you.
And how did you combat that narrative? In the Black community, it's like, you don't need to go to therapy. The hair salon is your therapist.
Yeah.
Like, how did you tell people, like, hey, this is important for me and my family and my girls, and there's nothing bad about therapy?
Well, that's what I told my family, because they were the only ones that, even my husband at the time, he was like, they 5 and 10, like, or 11 and 6. Like, what do they need to go to therapy for? But it was, like I said, it was the best thing, and it made them understand that it's okay not to be perfect, not to know how to do everything, that you need to talk to people. So to this day, my kids grew up knowing that it was okay to have someone to talk to and to share things with, and not to try to keep them bottled up inside.
Oh, yes, that's a beautiful lesson we all need. And you talk about your own experience with therapy, which, thank you so much. Like the different modalities, your time in it, and it just awakened so much for me, and knowing that, like, there doesn't have to be an issue, and you can just go while you're healing to start therapy. What do you want other women to get from that information as well? You were so open about it.
Well, if you have you know, if you have a heart disease, you're going to find a heart doctor, right, to help you, an expert in that area that can help you sort through that and take care of yourself. It's the same with therapy. And I'm always shocked when people don't understand how important it is to have someone who knows how to deal with you during those rough times, during, you know, a breakup or whatever. And it's still not, to me, not enough, I think, healthy places, because you know, I was just talking to someone a couple of days ago, and I was saying that when I went through a divorce, and I had been married 33 years, and I was so sad and depressed, that I tried to look for a place to go and just get some help and get some support and get my self-esteem back. And I couldn't find a place like that. You know, every place that they had was, you had to go, you know, with people who were recovering from drug addiction or, you know, and I thank God for those places, but I just wanted to go somewhere where somebody could make me feel better about myself, and there was nothing available. But therapy is so, so important, guys. Even if it's just your support group from your church or some of your girlfriends that you get together and talk about what's going on with you and how you can heal from things, it's so important not to put a stigma on that. It really is.
Yeah. And to have the language to talk about what you're going through.
Right.
So yes, yes. Switching gears a little bit, I love those chapters in your book where you're talking about your move to LA. I just felt this young woman learning herself, child-free, exploring the city. And like you came with this like traditional Southern background, but you're in fast-paced LA, off Crenshaw, at the mall, running into Tina Turner.
That's right.
What do you remember about those days and what LA taught you as a young woman?
Oh my God, you know, my dream my whole life was to live in LA and to, you know, just meet movie stars and people in the entertainment industry. And I just thought it was such a creative space, which it is. Isn't it just the best place to be?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, where else can you get the beach and the mountains? And so anyway, I just had this dream of living here, and I moved here, and I got a job with a cosmetic company doing makeup at the Crenshaw Mall. There was a place called the Broadway. And my first week there, I met Tina Turner. So you couldn't tell me nothing. I was like, I have died and gone to heaven. Because I'm from a little tiny town in Texas, a little island called Galveston. Mm-hmm. And, you know, seeing, you know, people that are in movies and TV and that type of thing, for us was so foreign because, you know, we barely had black attorneys and doctors. We had some role models, but out here it was so plentiful, and it was just a different world for me. So I love that experience of coming out here and living for a year and a half.
Yeah. And what a full circle moment that like you were working at the Broadway and the Crenshaw Mall, and now you're helping to revitalize the area in Leimert Park, and like investing in the Vision Theater, like just a stone throws away. Like, did you ever dream that it would happen?
Oh God, never in a million years. Yeah.
Yeah. In the epilogue, you'll learn more about Mrs. Tina philanthropic efforts as she continues to reinvest and help the community. So yes, please pick up and pre-order the paperback book, which comes out April 28th, actually. And also, I just want to know, like, I was reading the book, and like you're doing so much still today at 72.
Yeah.
Are there any plans of slowing down and just taking it all in?
No. As long as I got the energy and the strength to do it, I think it keeps me going. I think it keeps me young to stay moving and doing things. And, you know, if anything, it makes me want to do more with the time that I have left, you know.
Is there another book coming? Because I heard in one of the interviews there was like 300-400 pages left on the cutting room floor.
It was 400 pages. And, you know, it's really interesting because I thought that I could just go back because they said, oh, well, you should put a paperback out because it'll reach a bigger audience. And I was like, well, I really want to do that. And so I thought about it, and I said, well, I would love to add some of the the things that I didn't get to put in the book at first. And it didn't work out. It's hard to go back with information because I had to cut this way down because I'm a storyteller. So my stories were so long, and I would go back and re-edit and take words out and try to get it down to, because they were like, it has to be 400, 500 pages, and I had like 900 pages. So I went back and tried to take that information, and it just didn't work out. And so I said, well, I don't think I want to put a paperback out. And I was on vacation with my grandkids and my son-in-law and my daughter. And I was just coming out of the ocean. And that's how the book ends, is, me at the beach, because the water has always been my source. And so I was just there, and I just started dictating into my phone. And the next thing I know, I had it written, like in a couple of days.
Wow.
And it was just catching people up on what was happening, because I was just writing for myself and describing what I was seeing, the ocean, and I just feel the ocean just makes me understand how powerful God's presence is. And you just feel so small, like one little grain of sand. And I just started writing, and I was able to do it in a couple of days. And then I added photos and that type of thing, just to put it out in a fresh cover. Because this cover here, I know you guys probably can't see it, but it's in the original book. And it is 2 months after, the photo was taken 2 months after I had Beyonce, and it was my first time away from her. I was on the beach. And I wrote Matthew, Tina, and Beyonce in the sand. And so when the people from the publishing company, they said, we love this photo of you on the beach. And I was like, really? Because my hair is not combed, and I don't have on makeup, and I look kind of crazy. But I went back that day, and I wrote Tina, Beyonce, and Solange, because that's the new history of this photo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. I know that when I was with some of the things you were including in the updated version of the book, the paperback, you were talking about like how you were navigating your own book tour while also still picking out outfits and designs and accessories for the Cowboy Carter tour.
Yeah.
People don't know you're so hands-on, day-to-day styling for Beyonce and yourself. Like Miss Tina styles herself. Like this is, I was like, you look amazing. And you said you're your own stylist, and I love that. Like, how did you take that eye, like the eye for art, symmetry, fashion, and melt it all together into a beautiful career for yourself and being a fashion designer as well?
Well, I've been sewing since I was like 12, and making things. And my biggest joy in life is to make women feel beautiful. Whether it be with hair or makeup or their surroundings or decor, I just love making people feel good. So it was just a natural thing for me to want to do something in that industry. And that's why LA was so appealing to me, because I was like, God, I could maybe get a job doing hair or makeup or behind the scenes or doing something dealing with, just beauty and fashion. So it's always been a passion for me. I love every minute of it. And I work, a lot of people think that I talked about it in the book, the epilogue, that people think I just follow Beyonce and Solange around, but I'm actually working. And I work for the tours. I'm over the wardrobe, and not one piece of clothes goes out without me approving it I'm working.
So when you guys are trying to mimic those looks and that's Miss Tina's vision. I'm switching gears about being an entrepreneur. Like, so many women, we have passions and gifts, and we don't know how to funnel that into a career. Or we think that, this is just a little something we do on the side, when it can be a big business. Talk about how you took your gifts and passions and just made it so much bigger.
Well, that's absolutely, that is a thing now, especially with social media. If you love something, it's not work, first of all. So when you're thinking about your career and what you want to do, I know here we got a lot of writers. And just you doing what you love and putting all your passion into that is, and the fact that you can get paid for it too. I mean, really. I remember my mom always saying, Teenie, if you can sew, if you can do hair, if you can do anything, you will never be broke. And I've never been broke. You know, even at my worst times, I was able to do a little. I remember being in Denver, and I took that out of the book, but I was in Denver, and I was having a really hard time because I was working in a department store, and you know, I didn't make that much money, but I always had that champagne taste on a beer budget, and I started making denim skirts. I would go to Goodwill and buy all these jeans for like $1. And I would make them into jean skirts, and I would embroider and put sequins. And it really came out of me needing money. It wasn't just something that I loved doing. I made one for me, and people were like, oh, my God, at the club. They were like, ooh, that's a hot skirt. And I was like, do you want to buy one? Because I can make you one. And I started doing it, and it saved me so many times. And my just something that I'm passionate about doing, which is designing things or making something out of nothing. And those things have made me money.
Yeah. And so much I love about your journey is like you're stepping from behind the scenes and putting yourself front and center, letting people know you did this. How do you make sure that like people recognize that when you're doing these things that you're getting the credit? So oftentimes when you're doing your passions and your gifts, like something you love, but other people are getting the credit for it.
Well, I mean, that's kind of been the story of my life, and I was always okay with it because I did it for the passion and not the recognition. So it was easy for me to do things and not get the recognition. But something happened when you get to be 70, something clicked, and I was like, hey, it's okay to get your flowers.
Yes.
You know, it's okay to accept your flowers. It's okay to get credit for what you do. That's not to say that you're running around saying, I did that, because that's not what's important. But I do believe that in my life, I could have done a better job with just accepting a compliment and accepting praise for something that I did, because I was very, I just got comfortable with compliments. And my daughters would always say, Mama, just take the compliments. Stop saying, yeah, but I didn't comb my hair this morning, or I didn't do this, or, and women have a way of doing that. And if you're one of those people that has been taught to be humble, because my mom always taught me to be humble. But being humble doesn't mean you can't get credit for what you did. So I wish I knew that earlier in my life.
Being humble does not mean you don't get credit for what you did. Yeah. Take that credit, ladies. We're going to be opening up the floor for Q&A in the next couple of minutes. So please get your questions ready, and I'll come back to you. And I also want to note that after this conversation, Ms. Tina will be over in designated signing area 8. So please purchase your books, and she'll sign them and be there to wait for you. What piece of advice would you give early career journalists and people, not journalists, but just early career women as they're forging their own path and just making a way for themselves in business?
To just make sure that you pick something that you're passionate about, that you love doing, because I feel like the money will come. And I know I talk to a lot of young people now, mentor a lot of young people, and they're like, they have a great attitude about the fact that they want to be paid. And that's great, because you should. But don't make it about the money. That, if I have any word of advice, the money is important, but the money will come if you put in the work, if you are prepared, if you are using all your skills and you put 100% into your business and your career, the money will come. But don't make that the first priority. Make sure that you're happy with what you're doing.
Yes. And in the book, you talk so lovingly about your brother, Beyonce's Uncle Johnny, and how he inspired both you and her and helped raise your help you as you were raising your family, and just like that love there. What else do you want? Like, tell us some stories that, like, when you think about Uncle Johnny, that just like come to mind and just make you smile.
Well, Johnny was my nephew. He was my sister's son. And he was 4 years older than me. But from the time I was a little girl and I could remember, he was my very best friend. And, he was a designer. If he would have been born in another place of time, he would have been, a top designer, because he was so talented. But he was also the funniest person I've ever met. and the most confident person, because, you know, this was this young man born in, if I was born in 1954, he was born in 1950, and he was gay from very young, and he knew it. And thank God he was from a family that accepted and loved him. And, you know, he learned how to sew very early because, again, my mom gave him, she was always concerned about him and wanted to protect him, so she taught him how to sew very early on. And she was like, if you make some beautiful clothes for people, you will be protected. And that was her way of protecting him. And he was just amazing. Johnny was the funniest, most amazing person. And when I say confident, he was truly himself all the time. And he taught me to be myself. Don't look at what others think of you, or, you know, judge yourself by what they think. Be yourself and be fierce and be fashionable. Got to be fashionable.
Got to be fashionable. Talk a little bit more about the fashion. Like, I think so often as women, we wear our clothing as our armor. How can that also like tell people who we are, but also like allow the armor to come down a little bit by just like fashion diplomacy in a way?
Well, I think fashion is very, very personal. And I think your style, whatever it might be, doesn't have to be one thing or another, but I think how you present yourself in your style says so much about your personality. It's a conversation piece. It's wonderful. And it doesn't have to be any one particular thing. Like I said, I love nothing better than looking out here and seeing the different colors. And I can look at people, I can see that hat of that girl right there in the middle.
Yeah.
That she is cool and she is, you know, has her little style and her colors and all of that. She got is that a skateboard?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can just look at her and tell that she is hella cool, right?
Yeah.
And I can tell a lot of things from what people have on the colors and all of that. It's your personality. So take the time to find out what makes you feel good. That's important from an early age. You know, it doesn't have to be one thing or the other, but whatever makes you feel good and comfortable in your skin, that's what you should do.
Yeah.
That should be your style.
Yeah. And you inspired a generations. I remember being in high school wearing House of Darion and the low-rise jeans. Oh my gosh. And I still gleam, Charlotte's little tidbit here from Beyonce and you. Like, I just like, your eye has been able to just like, you see it all over the world. How do you find cool, interesting elements that like will pop and resonate with people?
Well, you know, back in those days, I was very influenced by travel, because wherever we went, and just the streets. I mean, I would go on. That's why with House of Darion, it was the sidewalk meets the catwalk, because you can see so many things just walking down the streets of L.A. or New York, especially. And I was always influenced by what I saw people wearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you talk so much about in the book. You share like love and loving yourself and being in relationships. What would you tell a younger Tina now, like with all your life experiences, that what can help women as they're navigating life and love?
Well, first of all, that these awkward teenage years are going to pass. They are going to pass, and that life is going to give you a bunch of twists and turns, but you will survive. That's the most important thing, that you'll survive and you will thrive no matter what was thrown your way. I think that's what I would tell myself, because a lot of times I didn't know when I was young. I wasn't the most confident person. And, you know, even though I loved fashion and I did all of that, I had a lot of insecurities, and they stopped me from doing a lot of things in my life, you know. And I think I would tell myself that they're going to pass, and you're going to be fierce one day.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would never have thought that, seeing the woman in front of me today, that you would say that you lacked confidence.
Yeah, in a lot of areas I lacked confidence. I really did.
What helped you gain that confidence?
I think getting out of my hometown, coming here, traveling, even though I didn't have the money to travel, I found a way to live other places so that I can go there. You know, I lived in Denver, I lived in LA, I moved to Houston, I lived in Atlanta for a while. I think traveling and seeing people and just life in general.
Yeah, it sounds like when you talk about the travel that you are allowed to explore who you are, the nook and crannies of who you are without the glare of other people who like know you.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
But you can like just really fully discover yourself and try new things.
And being inspired. I think like travel made me more confident because I felt like, you know, when you grow up in a little small town, you have a very small world, and you develop these insecurities because you haven't had the exposure that other people had. I grew up real poor, and you know, I grew up. It's a complicated thing, but if you read the book, you'll see that the nuns did a number on me. I went to a Catholic school, and I found out later that my parents were bartering for me to go there. And they used to always tell me every day that I didn't belong and that I wasn't good enough. And, you know, they left a lot of scars. And even though I was fighting them back every day, I had the strength to fight them back, those messages get in your head that you're not good enough. And so I had a lot of that going on, you know, back and forth. Like I'd either be, you know, appear to be super confident, but still it's always in the back of your head. And that's why the messages that you tell kids so important, because you know my parents were bartering and we were poor kids and they told us we didn't belong there. So I had this thing always, and I still do sometimes. It comes out sometimes. I have to bring out badass Teeny B. That was my other personality, because I feel sometimes like, oh, people are treating me like I don't belong here.
Yeah.
You know, and I feel like I got to put my dukes up.
Yeah.
So yeah, I had a lot of those insecurities.
And I feel like so much of your book, you explore that. You explore from a young age, from a girl growing up. That's why you guys got to make sure you get the book and read it. I read it and I listened to it. It was such a gift listening to your voice, and my ears tell these stories. It just broke my heart in times that were so emotional. You could hear it in your voice. Talk about the writing process.
Well, the writing process was really interesting because I got a divorce. You know, I've had a couple of them, but the first one, I had been married 33 years, and I was 59 years old, and it's all relative because I thought, I was like, I'm 59. Like, my life is crazy because to me that seems so old. And I was like, I'm never going to meet anybody else. I'm never going to, like, my life is over. And so I felt my mortality at 59 years old. And so I was traveling so much back and forth to New York, to LA, to Houston. And I started just recording my life story in there because I was like, you know, if I died today, my kids wouldn't know anything because they're not interested in hearing the stories. And so I just started recording it so that I could give it to my kids. And I was going to have it printed up and give it to my children. And so I wrote a lot of pages. And then I just kind of forgot about it and never did it. And so when this book company came, and I'm now 69, and they're like, we got an offer for you to do a book. I said, you know, it's time for me to do the book. And so I was able to go find that old phone, get in it, and get a lot of the early stuff. Yeah. Because I wanted them to know about their grandmother and how amazing she was and how resilient their history was. Because this book is not only about now, but it's about the history of my family and how they migrated from Louisiana to Texas, and how because my mom was 44 when she had me, my parents were much older. You don't have to go back that far, and I was born in 1954. And so you don't have to go back but 3 generations for my ancestors. My grandmother, my great-grandmother was enslaved, and how resilient they were. So the biggest message was, y'all come from some really good stock of people that are fighters to survive, and I wanted them to know that. So I started writing that stuff. So I had all of that written. I just didn't have dates or facts to back it up. And so this man, Kevin O'Leary, who I just love, he was able to go back and find history and give it to me to say, you know, your dad only had a 6th grade education. I didn't know what, you know, at what point my dad had an education. I just know that he couldn't read or write that well. I found that out. And I just went back in that history and pulled it out, and he verified everything and made it all make sense. And so it's like a history lesson, too. Yeah.
It's a history of Galveston. It's a history of the Beyonce family. It's just a history of American history.
Exactly.
So it's just so beautiful. And like you didn't know, as you said, about your dad's education. So often, like I find when you talk to older generations, things are being left out because it just like
it was embarrassing for him. It was he was very ashamed. And I found out when I was like 10 because my dad, I'll tell y'all a quick story. My daddy used to, on his birthday, you would give him a card, and my dad would just take the card and shake it out. He would shake it. He wouldn't read it. And I was like, he is the rudest person. He doesn't care. He just wants the money to fall out. And so it became a joke in my family to give my daddy $1 or $2 or whatever. And he would get the card and shake it out. And so we'd have this birthday celebration for him every year. And then when I got to be like 10 or I was maybe 10 or 11, I said, this don't feel good all of a sudden. Like, it's not funny. He's just really rude. And so I went in and told my sister, and she said, girl, Daddy can't read or write. And it was devastating to me because I think about all the times I wrote him those notes, and I thought he was being mean, but he couldn't read or write. And that had to be very painful and embarrassing. So, you know, I found out at that age about that. And it was... I found out so much through this journey about my parents.
And by learning about them, you learn about yourself.
Yeah,
you said the
absolutely.
good stuff that
and
you
why
came
I do
from.
the stuff I do.
Yep.
Sometimes.
And how it affects you. Yeah. Like you learn about family members who were enslaved, and like again, that was something that was embarrassing or we didn't talk about. But it's so empowering to know that just a few generations look at who you are, look at your children and your grandchildren, and like you guys are just taking over and doing such amazing things. So
well,
thank you for sharing your story and being so vulnerable. I just felt it throughout the pages. Like you were cracked wide open and did not shy away from any topics. And I think in that you are definitely healing people. And you're sparking a conversation. I know that like one of my party questions when I go to my friends when we're out and about and meeting new people, I was like, hey, I read this book, Matriarch by Tina Knowles. It's so good. You should read it. And like it has me thinking about the maternal line and the things we carry with us and pass along. Like what do you want to share, what your story you want to share with your kids? What do you want to know about your parents? And it's such a great conversation starter because it's unexpected. It's not like, how are you today?
Right.
But it's really digging deep into like your history.
And I can tell you that I've met so many people that have gone back and done their history, and mothers that reunited with daughters. And it's been great. This experience has been really, really more than just a book. It's been healing for a lot of people. So that makes me feel good.
Well, we've run out of time today, so your questions can be answered by picking up a copy of Matriarch over at Roman's Bookseller, and you can get it signed by Miss Tina. Thank you for a really enlightening and deep conversation.
Thank you.
We have one more time for Tina Knowles and Angel Jennings.
They say when you're up, you should walk away, but they don't understand. All they need's a little bit of blind faith. I'm falling into nothing, gotta trust.
Thank you so much.
Can I just get a little more steel in my monitor? Thank you.
Thanks for coming, guys. We're playing some brand new songs, so we're gonna speed through them. Let's do it. This one's called Kitchen Lights. It's pathetic that I'm letting you do it. Cause I've been waiting for the catch, it just hasn't arrived. You're too good to be true. I'm a deer that lies, and I bet you where I started by the end of the night. Got my heart baby, you're kitchen lights, and I don't know if so easily fall back to your arms. You got some years on me, and I got permanent scars. And you might be the right person, but it's never our time. And I'm burning up it, baby, your kitchen lights. Finn, give me some ambience in G major, please.
A little steel.
If I had a nickel every time my guitar battery died on stage, my dad would kill me. All right.
Get outside.
From the LA Times of the ink era to the LA Times Media Group of the digital era. Storytelling in a very new way. 4 brands, 1 engine. It's now possible for you as a reader, subscriber, to become a shareholder. The opportunity for this particular campus to host events, to run esports. The integration of these 4 brands can take us so much further. Come join us as we build the media platform of the future together.
Sustainability is important because this is where we all live. It's where I raise my children.
And so when they see me, they're like, she's in the science field. She can do it. I can do it too.
It's the brand that my grandmother used. It's the brand that my mom uses. It's the brand my aunts use.
And it's really about showing people, not telling them, what we mean when we invite them to come and say good day.
If there is anyone out there still loyal to humanity, stop this before there's nothing left. Please.
I'm Helen Mirren, and you're watching the LA Times Envelope Comedy Drama
Limited Series.
Actors,
Actresses.
Directors Roundtable.
Thank you to the LA Times and these connections. It's just so rewarding. So, thank you.
So I wanted to talk to 2 people who I thought would have some insight for all of us. We have Yvette Nicole Brown.
Hey, everybody.
Star of the screen. Yvette is a great actor, particularly a great comic actor, a great voiceover artist. Thanks, and in addition to her many roles, which I'm sure you know her from, she is the narrator on a show that's based on some picture books that John Clausen and I made called Shape Island.
John.
Somebody, some man in a.
Isn't it great? Isn't it a great show?
And right here we have Jason Reynolds. Woo! Former National Ambassador for Young People's Literature. Great writer, great picture book writer, great writer of novels, of verse novels. Somebody who knows how to stand in front of a group of kids and read to them, which I think is one of the most noble and difficult things that a person can do. Let's get into it, right?
Yep.
All right. So each person who has this national ambassador position is asked to have a specific focus for their term. And my focus is on the picture book. I think that the picture book is one of the great literary forms, that it deserves a place next to the novel, the short story, the poem, as a way to tell stories, to express ideas, to give meaning. I think it's underestimated, too, as an art form. Not everybody takes it seriously. There are a couple reasons for that. I think people don't understand how picture books work. It is a unique form. Another reason that it's underestimated is people underestimate kids, especially young kids. And picture books are often made for very young children. Something, speaking of that form, and let's hear it for young children.
Baby. Sweet baby.
I think that talking about this form, something I love about the picture book is the way that it borrows from other art forms. It is at the nexus of all of these ways of making art and telling stories that people have come up with. It's written down, beautiful language, and amazing illustration, and that dance that they do together, this very complicated relationship between text and image, is sort of the engine of it. But it's also a performance. If you read picture books out loud, do people here read picture books out loud at home or as part of their jobs? Any librarians here? Fantastic. Teachers? Just people who read picture books to kids in other contexts? All right. So you know that if you read a picture book out loud, you are like an actor who has been cast in every role. A picture book is both a physical object, but it's also this ephemeral thing, a performance that is made and remade every time it is read out loud. And really that taps into an even older thing, right? Which is telling stories out loud to each other, something that I think we think that makes us human. And in fact, I would argue something that makes us even more human, that we tell stories out loud to kids. Yeah. A picture book is also one of the few places that adults and kids can meet as equals, and that we can be vulnerable as adults. But it can feel uncomfortable sometimes to read a picture book out loud. So I wanted to talk a little bit about how we read out loud, why it's important. To tee it up, Jason, you have been all over my Instagram stories. Everybody is posting this thing. You're on a podcast. I'm gonna play the skeptic here. I'm gonna just do it so that you can just do this again.
I don't want to do it again though.
But we need you to do it again.
I will try.
Okay.
But I'm so annoyed by it. But
Jason. Do audiobooks count as reading?
Oh, man. My response, I don't know if anybody has seen this clip that has been floating around the internet. A lot of people are shaking their heads or nodding their heads. And my response was, of course, right? And now I think our responses are, of course.
Your first response was the most amazing blink that I have ever seen.
Yeah, I was just sort of confused. And I don't, it's in the context around that podcast, it's a whole other thing. We can talk about that later. But language is funny. And I think sometimes language creates liberation. Sometimes language creates cage, right? I fear that sometimes the word read has done both because of the way that we've coded that word to mean a very specific thing that so many people are so rigid and dogmatic about that they can't quite understand that if we were to shift a little bit to being outcome-based when we're thinking about that word, and thinking about what's happening in the brain, thinking about accessibility, thinking about the power of story, thinking about story as human, thinking about story as fortifying and edifying, right? And breath-giving and life-giving and right, all of these other things, then one would realize that, of course, when a baby, which is what I say, when a baby is drinking milk, we say the baby is eating. Right. It's the same. And the reason why is because the outcome is nourishment. Therefore, the baby is eating. It doesn't actually matter that the baby is drinking.
Right.
Right? And so the real point I was trying to make on that podcast was, of course, it counts as reading in the same way Braille counts as reading, right? Because of what is happening to the brain. And I would even argue, just simply based on, and we could, look, I think it's nuanced, and I think sometimes it's too nuanced for very short sort of sound bites, but I would even go as far as to argue that perhaps we should even start considering, because somebody argued, like, well, if my father tells me a story, did I experience reading? And I would argue, based on outcome, and then I would argue that perhaps we should start to recalibrate and rejigger and reconfigure the expansive nature of what that word could actually be and how many people it could help if we would push it open a bit. Right? And so my answer to that question is maybe. Maybe.
Yeah.
Right? And I want to wrestle with this a little more.
Yeah.
But I think that mentality is why the picture book is sort of downpressed.
Yeah.
Right? That mentality is the thing that says, like, oh yeah, this doesn't really count as reading. You're reading the book to the kid, right? The kid is just sort of like passively experiencing it, as if all of us don't know how difficult it is to listen to something actively and retain and comprehend.
Right.
It's a whole other kind of like functionality that I would say is also necessary when one is reading words on a page.
Right.
Yeah. No. I mean, I get into that same thing. You use the milk example, and I talk about, like, my readers, right? But a lot of my readers technically cannot read. The picture book is most often read to kids by an adult. And I think that, like, the best picture book readings, that adult is invested in it. They are putting on a performance. They are putting emotion in there. They are telling jokes. They essentially have a script.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to talk to you, Yvette, like, truly, like, how do you prepare, like, as an actor?
To read to the babies?
Yeah, when you get a script.
Yeah,
like,
oh, that too.
Like, when you get a script, like, because I think we could all learn from you.
Yeah.
I think we could all learn from like, truly just the techniques you use. Like, when you are handed a script and you have to perform, like, what do you do to prepare?
You know, it's funny. It kind of lines up with what you were saying about a picture book. I kind of took myself back as you were speaking, and I was like, please don't come to me next, 'cause I don't want to follow this man. It's a brilliant man. But I was thinking about when I was a kid, and I would get read to by my teachers and my mother. It's how you build the world, right? Because you're new here. You don't know what mountains look like and what butterflies look like and what dragons look like. And the way your teacher or your mother or your father reads it to you and you see the picture, you start to connect that this word is this thing, and this thing has fire, it breathes, and this thing flies. And it opens up your imagination where you can see a world that you have never seen before, and some you may never see, right? And so it's kind of the same thing when you get a script. It's like pieces of a puzzle. Like the TV show or the movie that it becomes is the finished product. But you have a roadmap, right? I'm a nurse, and I am nervous because there's a new pathogen in the air and people are dying, and I'm the only one that knows. What does that feel like? As I'm reading the script, what does that room, when I walk in and realize I made the discovery, what does that mean? And where does that register in my body? And I've never been a nurse, right? So the same thing I learned as a kid when my mother or my teacher read to me, I'm building the world from what I'm hearing or reading in this script to go, okay, I know what a hospital looks like. I know what nurses look like. How would I move through the hallway? And you start building a human being in the same way as a baby you built the world that you were hearing. So it's kind of the same skill.
How many times will you read a script before you, like, put yourself on tape or before you record?
I think it's important, and I'm not saying that I do this every time because life's, but I think it's important to read it as many times as you can become that person. If you're still thinking about the lines or still thinking about what you would do, you haven't read it enough to digest it and know it in your body that I have become this person. So, I mean, at least, if it's a feature-length script, at least 3 or 4 times you have to read it all the way through. And not just your lines. Don't be that person. You got to read the whole thing. In the same way, when you're reading a picture book, you can't have a favorite. You got to be the pirate. You got to be you got to be all the things. You got to be the snail that walks by, and you have to find a way to create a special world for that particular thing. Because the other thing about reading picture books, I'm almost done, I swear. Yeah. The other thing about reading picture books is it's fun. It's more fun for the child when it's fun for you. Yeah. So if you're reading it as if it's drudgery or you're experiencing it like, and you've read it a few times, I don't want to read this again. If you're coming from that space, the baby is not going to have a good time. But if you're as excited to enter this world and maybe do a different pirate voice than you did last time, it opens them up, and it kind of, I think, connects different circuits in their brain every time you do that.
That's right. I think that, but you read like Shape Island scripts like 12 or 13 times just because they were so funny and you
they
liked
were so
it, right?
great,
like,
guys.
It was just like, yeah, okay, yeah.
No, you know what's so wonderful? I don't
No.
Listen, personal plug. I'm going to plug because it's such a great show. It's on Apple TV. I don't know if I can say that, but it's on Apple TV. It looks as if it's a show for children, but it's really a show for us as well because it's all about the differences that connect us. Each of these 3 shapes are so different and weird to each other, and each of them don't understand why this one is irate and this one is Mother Earth. And they have to, in each episode, find a way to find common ground and understand that, yes, we're different, but we can coexist. And how beautiful if we all learned that here on this floating orb, that we're all different. And you may not understand or like everything someone says or does, but that doesn't mean they don't have value in some way. It doesn't mean that you can't build a bridge and find a way to work together and live together and make sure everybody's okay. And that's what I love about Shape Island. Peabody nominated Shape Island. Yes. Is that it reminds us of how beautiful it is to find the common ground. And we need to find that, especially in this nation right now.
There are a couple things.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes. There are a couple things you said there I want to pick up on, Yvette. One is when you're like, ideally, and that you don't always do this because life happens too, like you read it through a lot of times, but like you're not always necessarily going to be fully prepared. And that like that is so true. Anybody who works with kids. I made a handout as like part of my platform as ambassador, how to read a picture book out loud with tips. The first one is to prepare, to read it over before you read it to a kid.
That's right.
Because you're gonna get a sense of how this thing moves, where the jokes are, what the story even is. You can start to think about what you're going to do. Read it multiple times. Maybe you wanna look up a word that you don't know how to pronounce. Because picture books often have very rich vocabulary and syntax. They don't have to be written with a new reader in mind. But that also means that we as adults may learn new words from a picture book. And that's a beautiful thing. I think that a lot of times adults pretend to be concerned on behalf of the kid, but they actually resent that a children's book could contain a word that the adult, does
challenge
not know.
them. It might challenge
They get
them.
really mad.
Right.
They say, what are you doing putting flagon in a children's book? And I just think, you didn't know what flagon meant, did you? That preparation is so important, but we can't always do it. Sometimes we're coming to it cold, and that's okay too. What is important is that second thing you said, the commitment. And that show of investment, that you, an adult who a kid looks up to or close to or loves, cares about this thing, that this isn't just rote, that this isn't just something you're checking off.
Right, but there's also a lesson in that too. If you don't know the word, you can say, Mommy doesn't know this word, let's look it up.
And that's a beautiful thing.
Right, we're teaching, these are new humans. We're teaching them how to move. When you find something you don't understand, how do you handle it?
And I think that we are there's a quote from the writer George Saunders that says, a story is a frank and intimate conversation between equals. And I believe that is true, but I think it poses a specific challenge for the children's writer, because children and adults are not used to encountering each other as equals. And for good reason. Teachers, librarians, parents, babysitters, grandparents, they're in a position of authority over kids. Sometimes kids need
800% increase in saves on Spotify following the Netflix release. So the Netflix power is real. We're gonna explore this phenomenon a little bit later in our conversation, but I'm so excited to introduce the incredible creators joining me today on stage to dive deeper into this fan favorite bestseller. Please welcome Shelby Van Pelt, the brilliant New York Times bestselling author of Remarkably Bright Creatures. And joining her is the visionary director of the upcoming Netflix film adaptation of Remarkably Bright Creatures, film director and screenwriter Olivia Newman. So again, thank you both for being here with us today. Shelby, I would love to start with you, as all stories start with a writer, which, your journey as a writer, I would love to hear you talk a little bit about how you got started in writing, as well as how you knew you wanted to pursue the path as a writer.
Well, I didn't go to school to become a writer. I kind of came to it, sometimes I say later in life. I mean, I was in my 30s, so it wasn't that late, but it wasn't something that I did as my primary career for, right out of college. I liked to write a lot when I was a kid. I knew that it was something that I was relatively good at. And so I undertook this process when I was in my early 30s of basically trying to teach myself how to write fiction. And the way that I primarily did that was by looking at people and things in the world around me, mostly people, and eavesdropping, observing, and making up stories about them. And so I was very fortunate to be in that frame of mind one afternoon when, unrelated to anything writing-wise, I went down this YouTube video rabbit hole of octopuses behaving badly. And I remember thinking to myself, that would be such a fun voice to harness. And that was really sort of the birth of it. I started playing around with the character shortly thereafter. I got a little bit more serious about it. I signed up for a writing class. I got a lot of encouragement there. But yeah, this story truly did start with a snarky octopus. It was never any other animal. It was always an octopus.
As all good stories do, right?
All good stories should start with an octopus, I agree.
And a snarky one at that, right?
They're all snarky.
Thank you. Writing a book and publishing a book are two very different processes. I would love to hear you talk a little bit, too, about, as a debut novelist with this book, that kind of process of navigating the publishing world and going from writer to published author.
Well, I had no idea what to expect. Again, sort of coming to writing from outside of the writing world. I think I actually kind of am glad that I didn't know much about publishing when I was writing this book, because I don't know if I would have had the audacity to try it if I knew that, for instance, animal narrators are sort of frowned upon in literary fiction, apparently. But I didn't know that when I was writing it. I was just like, well, this is fun. I'm just going to do it. My path was fairly quick in some ways, but of course, publishers always like to mitigate risk, and so there were a lot of conversations around how much octopus is too much octopus. And we actually did cut back some of the octopus in the book because I think it was seen as being somewhat risky. I think you guys actually added some back in the movie, so I think that tells you all you need to know about. We could have had more octopus; it would have been fine.
I love that. Olivia, coming into this universe from the directorial side, I'd love to hear your sort of first reactions to reading the story, and then the elements that you knew you needed to preserve and even amplify in a film adaptation.
Well, when the book was sent to me by my producer, Brian Unclis, he said it's about this older woman, Tova, who's widowed, and there's a mystery around her son's passing. Oh, and there's also a really funny octopus who talks throughout the book. So that was immediately, what kind of movie is this? But after reading the book, it was 100% clear to me that this story does not work without Marcellus, that he absolutely had to be preserved in the movie. And the biggest challenge for me was just figuring out how to capture the same tone that Shelby so beautifully walks in the book, which is, this feels like a very grounded, realistic portrayal of people who are vulnerable, who are grieving, who are lonely, but also have very funny points of view of the world, including Marcellus. And so how do we keep the world of this movie feeling grounded in a sense of a real place, real characters, and incorporate an octopus narrator? So those were the biggest challenges.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that you touched on the sort of shared grief between Tova and Marcellus. And, Shelby, I'm wondering, writing from the perspective of an octopus is charming and creative, but also challenging, I imagine. I mean, I don't know how many talking octopuses you have relationships with to sort of build upon for this, but could you talk a little bit about those challenges and maybe even some of the exciting parts of getting to give voice to a voiceless creature?
It's not as hard as you might think, actually. I think that's because this voice sort of lives in my head. If there's reincarnation, I think maybe I was a snarky octopus in a prior life. This came really, really naturally to me, which says something about me, I guess. The challenging parts were really, came more on the editing. It was fairly easy to think of, what is Marcellus talking about today? And I think the driver of that is simply the fact that he is really bored. I mean, you literally picture, you've got this, high degree of intelligence, and you're stuck behind a piece of glass all day, and your entertainment is human beings. I mean, the material is almost endless, especially once you're liberated from being a human being, and you can judge them a little bit more and comment on them. I definitely had no shortage of material there. I think the challenging part for me was, sort of the science of it, because I did want everything that Marcellus was doing, at least in the physical world, to be possible for an octopus to do. Bringing it back to that idea of, let's keep this kind of grounded. This is realistic fiction. This is not a fantasy novel. It just happens to have, a sentient octopus. But everything that he's doing, manipulating his environment, I made very sure an octopus could do. The voice that's in his head is really where that little bit of fantasy comes in. But even then, I was very deliberate with language choices in making sure that whatever he is saying is something that he would have context to know, either from observing it himself, from overhearing people talking about it, from reading something. I think that is the reading thing was definitely the biggest sort of a leap that I feel like I took in creating him. To be able to have him, read the plaque outside his tank or read a driver's license or other things that he comes across. That's probably the thing that I was most nervous about. Like, this probably just isn't possible, but I'm going to do it anyway.
fiction.
It's fiction, exactly.
Maybe a little chicken and the egg question. Which came first? Was it Tova? Was it Marcellus? Did this relationship always kind of exist in your mind when ideating the book?
Well, Marcellus came first, but Tova came pretty quickly after. When I, decided to take this from just being sort of a series of character sketches into being a longer work, I knew I needed to have human beings in there. I wanted them to be characters. I wanted it to be primarily a human story because, that's what really interests me in writing fiction is exploring human emotions, mine and other people's. So, the Tova character is modeled a lot after my grandmother, my grandma Anna, who passed away in 2017. She was a person who took these odd jobs cleaning until very late in her life, until her 80s, I think. She was like 85 when she finally retired. And I remember clearly that it wasn't something she needed to do for the money. She just did it because she couldn't sit still. And so it just seemed natural to put that sort of character in an aquarium, and then echoing, if you spend time in an aquarium, you see these creatures just sort of circling their tanks. And I was thinking a lot about how humans we circle our tanks sometimes, metaphorically. And so Tova is a character who's very much circling her tank, bracing for change, not sure what to do in the face of those coming changes, and kind of just wants to escape it all, escape the hard work of dealing with the change if possible. And then Marcellus also is a character who's very much at kind of an inflection point at the end of his life, dealing with the big changes that are coming for him physically. They came pretty close. Tova was on the heels of Marcellus. They were sort of the original two characters, and some of the others kind of floated around for a while until I found their places.
Yeah, I love that tank circling kind of analogy because Marcellus obviously is, right? And I think the book and the movie do such a great job of kind of showing how that's applying to Tova as well, without her maybe even realizing it. Olivia, I'd love to know your approach in terms of bringing that same kind of nuance and emotional depth to an octopus, but on the screen, right? Like, how does that come in your mind as a director alive, both visually and through a visual storytelling medium?
Well, it's interesting hearing you talk about only wanting Marcellus to be able to do what an actual octopus could do, because that was definitely our North Star in creating the CGI version. We wanted to make sure that anything we showed Marcellus doing, we had footage of an actual octopus doing as well. So every time the visual effects team would show me a rendering of blocking, they would also show me a video side by side of another octopus doing the same thing. And we also shot an actual octopus named Agnetha who lives at the Vancouver aquarium where we shot, so we sort of based our octopus on her, and she's in the movie integrated seamlessly with our CGI. But in terms of giving him emotional depth, I mean, that comes through the blocking, how he moves, how he reacts, and also we spent a lot of time focused on his eyes. And octopuses are very strange animals to look at. They really look alien, and it's really hard to kind of grasp what they look like because they're constantly moving and changing and morphing. And so we really focused on how can we push just ever so slightly what we do with his eyes to give a sense of emotional reaction or connection. And then, of course, having an actor like Alfred voice him and give us that sort of narrative arc emotional arc that he goes on, that kind of brought it all together in the end. But we were, like you got the feedback when you were writing the book, we were told at the beginning, too much octopus, too expensive. How little can we get away with? And so we went through this grueling process, as all filmmakers do, of having to cut our budget to get the green light. And a lot of that meant cutting back on Marcellus stuff. And then once we delivered a cut of the movie, the feedback we got was, we want more Marcellus. There's not enough Marcellus.
You could have predicted that, right?
Which we knew.
But you have to go through the process.
And luckily, because of the way we were shooting, we had lots of plates and footage of this aquarium, and we could actually re-block scenes. We had an actor who we were creating in post, so we were able to actually invent scenes that we had cut out of the script, we could put them back in and add more Marcellus. So that was, it's funny how that, it just keeps
I feel
echoing.
vindicated almost that you were able to add the Marcellus that I couldn't add. So it's all full circle.
He got his moment in the sun, right?
He did. Yeah.
Shelby, the book itself, we've talked a little bit about the grief aspect of what the novel explores, but I think there's also something really beautiful about this idea of connection and maybe overlooking connection and wisdom in unseen or unexplored places. Can you talk a little bit about that, or any other kind of themes or emotional cores that you were hoping to have the book explore?
I think I feel like curiosity has almost become like a buzzword culturally lately. I mean, I feel like that was the whole Ted Lasso thing, like be curious. And obviously I wrote the book before that came out, but I feel like this idea of sort of curiosity, openness, vulnerability, allowing yourself to be open to new experiences that might be not what you expect, is so central to the way that these characters, maybe Tova in particular, are sort of processing the things that are happening in their lives, the changes that are happening in their lives. Tova would, in some ways, just prefer to sort of write her ending and have it be easy. And she's like, I'm just going to go off and live in this assisted living facility, and I'm going to pay him every month, and I never have to talk to anyone again. And of course, we can't let her get away with that. She's going to have to do the hard, messy work of learning how to let people help her, of learning to be open to the idea that it's okay to let someone in, that, when she and Marcellus sort of physically touch one another for the first time, it's almost like this I almost think of it as being kind of like she's an egg and this is a little mallet and he's just kind of cracking her a little bit. And those are the first pieces of that shell start to fall off. And she didn't go into that interaction looking for that. If anything, maybe the opposite, but that's exactly what happens. And, it's something that I try to remind myself of in my life, dealing with, change and the things that life throws our way, of like, just be curious as to what might come out of this instead of sort of freaking out about it or trying to shut it down and make it go away.
I love that. Yeah, I think you see both of them, and many characters in the book kind of uncrack throughout, which is lovely. I think adapting a beloved novel, and this one is certainly beloved, comes with freedom, but also a lot of expectation from the fans. So Olivia, I'd love to know what has been challenging about that, but also kind of liberating in bringing this story to life in a new medium.
Yeah, this is my third book to screen adaptation as a director. And each time is terrifying because you are so scared of disappointing the book audience. I think with this book, I finally allowed myself to step away from the book at a certain point. I studied the book and I studied the characters, but at a certain point, I had to say, okay, I'm not going to look at the book anymore, and I'm going to find the shape that the movie needs to take in order for there to be, a drive, and a different kind of drive in a movie than there is in a book. So I think this was the first one where I felt, and also, more importantly, it was the first time I was in the writer's seat, actually doing the writing instead of working with a writer. So that also gave me a lot more freedom and control. But for me, what's always important is that you feel the DNA of the book still present in the movie, and that the characters remain true, because that's what is so beautiful and moving, is these incredible characters that Shelby has created, and all of the issues that they're dealing with and how they intersect in each other's lives. Like, that was so important for me to preserve, and these themes of how they help each other without even realizing that they're helping each other or that they needed each other. I love this idea that somebody that is so unexpected can arrive in your life at just the right time and be a different creature or a different generation, but really understand you in a way that you never realized you can be understood. And I think that, thinking back to your first question, the reason we get so attached to Marcellus is because of what he's doing for these other characters. I mean, Tova is able to open up to Marcellus and be vulnerable to Marcellus in a way she isn't to other people. And that endears you to him, because in just being present, you know, he's sort of this therapist for these people, because in just being a witness to their lives and holding space for them, they're able to work through some shit, which is brilliant.
You know, you're both now a part of this journey, this remarkable journey of Remarkably Bright Creatures, going from debut novel to best-selling book to now a major Netflix film. I wonder if we could talk a little bit about this book-to-screen phenomenon, and I would love to hear you both speak about how you see it continuing to evolve, and particularly as it relates to this book, you know, what magic happens between book to screen, and why our audience is so drawn to adaptations of books on the big screen?
I think it's wild to me to think that I made these characters sitting at my kitchen table, and now they like exist in a format where you can watch them. But you know, I feel like there's a couple steps to that, right? There's one step where it's on the page and people are going to read it. And then they've always felt real to me. They have always felt 100% real to me from the moment that I was probably, I don't know, 50% through a draft. These were real people, you know, but then other people read them and they become a little bit realer, you know, and then you hear like an audiobook, you can hear them and they become realer, and then you see them and they become even more real. But you know, I think for me, the coolest thing is that I feel like I have gotten to know them.
Storytelling, and my hope is, you know, maybe where there's room for us could be a TV show, and utilizing my writing and, you know, the book space to prove to Hollywood that our stories and our IP matter. And but you know, you need to have someone to be able to tell that story, and this has been a very special case to be the person to get to, you know, when you see Twilight, the writer of Twilight is not directing Twilight, and so it's been a really cool and challenging experience for me to have to challenge myself to retell the story as I've gotten older and as I've gotten more comfortable with my truth.
Has it morphed? I mean, this is a 10-year arc is a very long period of time. I mean, in Hollywood, it's a typical amount of time to bring a
like 10 to 20 years.
Yeah, 10 to 20 years. But it's still a long time because this is a personal book. And you are a totally different person when you directed the movie than you were when you wrote the book. So did it change when you came back to it as a different person?
Like everything. It's like when you're styling an outfit, you're like, oh, actually, I want this top, or actually, I want this bottom. Like everything always...
every morning.
Everything always evolves and morphs. But the core of the film and the book are the same. You know, it's my experience of falling in love and navigating that. And what's cool is in a book, you get to hear every single thought and the inner, you know, monologues. And then in a film, you have to show every thought, but you're not using words. And so it's a very different medium. And I loved the challenge. I'm so proud of this film. I'm so proud of this journey that some of you new fans, old fans that have been a part of this. For me, it's been like my greatest dream to complete this chapter and continue on, and hopefully continue to do this forever.
I love that. That was my next question, which is, do you want to keep directing? I mean, you sort of hinted at it, but, you know, many different avenues open up at this point. Do you continue with music? Do you write another novel? Do you want to sort of accelerate the directing road? What are you thinking?
I think they're all hand in hand. You know, I love directing. I want to continue to do that. I also love, I think the thing is I'm passionate about world building. That's like what I love to do. Mm-hmm. And, you know, with Girls Like Girls, I was able to write music, which you'll be hearing new news about that in the next week or so.
My antenna, quarter antenna going off again. What do you mean new news? You got to tell us.
Yeah, like, you know,
about that.
You know, I do music, so obviously there's going to be something with the film of some sort. So that was really exciting to be able to also have that in tandem with the film. And then I want to continue to write books. I love, you know, books are such a beautiful avenue where you don't have to, you know, when you're doing music videos or short films, you have to pay for every single thing that you see. And when you're writing and it's just going on the page, You can have a dragon. You can have anything that you want. And it's so freeing and exhilarating. And so I think I'll always do that. But the goal is for me to take these stories and bring it out globally as big and as wide as I can to help normalize our stories.
So along those lines, you hinted at it earlier, where there's room for us, what are the plans in terms of bringing that to the screen? Are you thinking...
Hopefully it won't take 10 years to have some kind of plan.
Well, you've got momentum now, so...
Hopefully, we'll see. I would love to make Where There's Room for Us into a world and to bring it to TV or film. And I have so many more stories in this little brain, so I'm just really excited to continue.
I keep going back to, I love what you wrote about and what you've told us today about your goal being creating hopeful content and shining a light on the queer community and basically normalizing through all these different avenues, music and film and books. And Rolling Stone, I think, called you lesbian Jesus, right?
My fans called me
you
lesbian
saw that too, right?
Do I have some Kyokians in the building?
What do you think about that nickname?
It was born in 2018, which we called it 20-gay-teen. And I was on tour, and people started calling me lesbian Jesus, and I thought it was like, like no cap, like slang for people. And then I realized it was just for me. And so my fans have dubbed me lesbian Jesus. And
catchy.
And I love them so much, and it's just kind of a fun little inside joke that we have, honestly.
Now I know outside joke. I have one last sort of very quick question, and then we're going to open it up to you guys to do a little Q&A with Haley. I'm just wondering if there's, because you are so genre spanning, you work in so many different areas creatively, is there anything else that you haven't done that you want to do? I mean, you've, outside of novels and film and music?
Like outside of art?
No, another art. Well, that too. Yeah, anything else? I mean, like a fashion line. I was thinking like another art form.
Oh, no.
Like gaming or.
I feel like I've done enough. My brain is like. I think my dream. It was so funny when I was young. Like my parents would be like, "Oh, it's really hard to be an artist," what? But now I understand, because it's one thing to be an artist, but it's another thing to have longevity, and it's another thing to be able to pay your bills being an artist. And I think that is my dream, is to be able to write, to be able to direct, to be able to continue to write music, and to have a roof over my head, and to meet all of you beautiful people and getting to celebrate queer joy in such a volatile and dark time. And that's just my purpose.
I love that. Thank you so much. But we're not done yet.
Let's take a second and get some questions. If anybody has any questions for Haley.
We're bringing it
the
out.
The rule is
I
have to hold the mic, and you have to come to me.
It's a safe space.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to ask.
I see a question way in the back, of course.
Woohoo!
So, will you meet me at the aisle over here? Not that aisle.
Best part, because we get to hear from everybody.
This aisle. All right. If you will tell us your name and your question, that would be great. Hi.
Hi. I'm Maria, and I listened to Where There's Room for Us on Audiobook.
Nice!
And I was wondering if you could talk about your experience recording.
It's really hard to record an audiobook. Nice to meet you, Maria. I swore I would never do it again. Because when I did Girls, I grew up with an R impediment, and so I have a really hard, I realize there's a lot of R's everywhere. And so when I was recording Girls Like Girls, like my jaw physically hurt, and I was like, I'm never doing that again. And then when Where There's Room for Us came around, I was like, oh, I have to do this. I have to. And it's really fun. It's weird to hear your voice, but I'm really, really proud of the audiobook. Lawrence, who's my guitarist, designed all of the music and the soundscape, and it also stars Jemima Kirk, who's an incredible actress.
From Girls.
And and just brings us into the world, because I cannot do a British accent to save my life. And I'm so glad that you listened to it. I'm super, super proud of the audiobook. Thank you.
It was beautifully done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's see if we have another question. That's my British accent, Haley.
Oh my gosh.
I thought that's what that was.
Tough.
A hint
yeah. What can I do? Hi, your name and your question.
My name is Jim. You probably won't like this question, but there's a lot of evil in this world, and everybody can see it no matter what you do. But I'm not sure if you believe in Satan, but he's going to lead people in the...
Uh-oh, this isn't sounding like a question. Is there a question in this?
Yeah, I did. Do you believe in Satan and his evil?
Okay. What do you want to do with that, Haley?
I don't think I believe. I think that there is evil in the world, but I don't think I think about Satan that often in my personal experience. I mostly focus on hope and the goodness in people and the
light.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So
okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks for that question. Thanks for that answer. Hi. Your
name? Hi, my name is Emma, and what would you say is a great way for people to find joy in these times right now?
Community, coming to a book fair and meeting like-minded people who enjoy stories that you enjoy, or getting to learn about a new story that you can use escapism for. Obviously, we do need to be in the real world, but I think connection is so important, and it's really, really easy to get isolated during hard times and to feel alone. So this is a reminder that there's so many people out there that feel the way you feel and support you and believe in goodness and kindness and being a good human and not satanic shit. And that we're going to get through this. And it's really hard to stay optimistic, but this is why we read books. This is why we tell stories, and it inspires people to continue on just day by day.
Thank you for your question. All right, we can take one or two more. I'll go over here to the center, and there's one in the front. Whichever one of you can get to the aisle, you can fight each other for it. Oh, you won.
Yeah.
That was easy.
That hand's been up for a while.
Okay, I'll come to you after her. Okay. Hi, your name and your question.
Hi, my name is Kaya. Kaya. Girls Like Girls, the song and the music video was such a refuge for me when I was younger and figuring out my sexuality. So I don't know if you're allowed to say this, but is the song going to be in the movie?
I feel like you can answer that question.
Okay.
You saw the trailer, right?
Yes, I did.
The song is there, so you'll get the moment. But thank you so much for sharing that with me. I'm so excited for the Girls Like Girls summer that we deserve.
So she said it, but she didn't say it. You know what I'm saying? Hi, your name and your
Google
question.
Hi, I'm Jada.
What was your name?
Jada.
Jada, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So now that you're engaged, I was wondering, reflecting back on your younger self when you were in the closet, how does it make you feel? And looking back on all the worries you had, and what do you wish you could have told your younger self?
That's a great question. It makes me emotional, but as my fans know that I get emotional, but
She's cried twice already since we were backstage.
Yeah, I cried before I came out here.
She did, yeah.
There's a lot going on. It makes me sad when I think about my younger self, because I so desperately believed that I wasn't enough, that I was never going to find someone who equally loved me back. It makes me so sad because everything that I hoped for, I now have. And I have self-love, I have self-respect, I know I'm worthy of love, and I've found a partner who respects me and a healthy relationship. And so it just honestly makes me sad that I felt so awful about myself. And I think that that's why I do what I do, because I don't want you guys to
spend your energy on hating yourself. I want you to spend your energy on loving yourself and surrounding yourself with people that see you and that love you, whether that's your chosen family or strangers or friends. Like, you fucking deserve that. And I think that's why I'm, writing books and trying to get our stories on the big screen, because life is short and you should love yourself. So take it from me, don't carry that. Like, you deserve everything, and there's the person out there for you, even if it's just yourself, that is like bigger than the biggest gift you can give yourself. So water works, but thank you for that question, Jada.
That's so beautiful.
All right. The name of the book is Where There's Room for Us. And, okay.
One more.
The name of the book is Where There's Room for Us, and Haley will be signing it over in
come
signing
say
area
hi.
8.
Grab a book.
Yeah.
Signing
come say-
area
just
8.
Follow the trail of tears. You'll find Haley over
Jada
there.
wrecked me.
Hi.
Full wreckage.
Your name and your question.
Hi, my name is Amber. I'm a longtime Kyokian. My wife is right there holding my panorama hoodie from the meet and greet on tour.
Oh, I love it.
And I'm a member of the Girls Like Girls street team. And
Yes, you
And I'm so excited for this film. We cannot wait for June to come. My question is, if we do get any cool Girls Like Girls street activations for the movie coming up, can you hint to anything the fans can expect to see?
Yeah, well, we had like a street team sign up, and we have like 4,000 people across the country, which is so exciting. And we'll be emailing you guys this week, so you'll be getting updates. But yeah, my hope and goal, there's only so much I can do. I'm working with like a studio, and I'm like, you guys, it has to be for the people. So we're going to do like, lesbian bar nights and pre-screenings and activations to really be able to celebrate together, even if it's virtually. And so there'll be a lot of exciting things coming up. So make sure to, check in with me, follow me, and, look out for those updates. And it's so nice to see you and meet you.
All right, give it up one more time
Thank
for
you
Haley
so much.
Kyoko
Thank
and
you.
Deborah Vanken.
Give it up for the amazing Deb. Thank you so much for this wonderful convo. I love you all so much. Take care of yourselves. And I'll see you guys in a little bit. Thank you.
Now we need a tissue. Anyone have a tissue?
I need like water.
And then we'll be adding our sauce on top. I'm going to actually merge these two together, because why not? Make a little bit more. And then we'll pour it over the top of these meatballs, and then we'll pop it in the oven. I have a wonderful assistant, Nicole, who's going to pull out the finished product, and we'll set that out. All right, she's gonna pop that in the oven for me. Bum-ba-dum. And then we're gonna go back over here to our three sisters. All right, so now that these are nice and translucent, we got a little bit of browning, which is still nice and beautiful. We're going to add in some of these zucchini, AKA squash. Remember, this can be any type of squash that you want it to be. And I like to change up the shapes of these a little bit, just to give your salad a little bit more volume. So if you think about a salad, usually you've got different types of ingredients that are giving it volume. Where if I were to cut this as a medium dice, I'd have equal sizes of my beans, my corn, and my squash, and that's still beautiful. And this particular recipe, I like the variations of the different shapes and sizes. So I'll add a little bit more oil to this. Once those kind of cook, I'll add some of my corn. Now the beans are already pre-cooked. As you can see, we've got a nice can of black beans here. And what I don't want to do is put my beans in too soon, because if anyone has cooked with cooked beans before, thank you so much, they can stick to your pan. The goal is to really just to get all of the ingredients and the flavors cooked together so the flavors can meld. That's a cool culinary word. And we don't want it to stick to that pan, so we're gonna add that last. They're already cooked, so they really just need to be warmed. What I do wanna do is to cook all of these ingredients that are in the pan, which are the onions, the corn, and the squash together. We'll add that juniper and salt, and we'll add some fresh thyme to this. Now, some people are like, girl, where's the flavor, right? Well, luckily there's another recipe that you can bring into play here, which is going to be a nice little maple vinaigrette. And again, maple goes in the bowl. We also have some sunflower seed oil. We have apple cider vinegar. If you guys have seen a pattern here of ingredients that I like to utilize. We've got some sumac. We've got, I don't know what that is. Oh, cumin? Oh no, I think that is the juniper. And some more salt. We're gonna mix that together. And then we're gonna add that to our pan for a little bit more sazon and flavor. So the reason why I like to bring all these ingredients together, the maple brings a nice little sweetness to the flavor here. Corn and the zucchini already kind of have a naturally sweet flavor, and then your beans will obviously bring in something a little bit more umami. And that is exactly what this little recipe here is going to help highlight, is that sweetness, the umami flavor, the freshness of the herbs, and then you have a little pop of acid, which is a complete, in my opinion, a complete bite of food is when you have all these little flavors that are perfectly, brought together. Put that in the pan, allow that to cook down. And then we're going to add in our beans here in just a moment, and then we'll have a complete dish. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, Spider-Man. Can you taste it? Oh, I wish. I don't make the rules around here, but I would say yes. But I don't think we have enough to share with everyone. But if your mom gets the cookbook, and I can sign it for you, and you can go home and make it with your mom. How's that sound? All right, so I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. And I pretty much think that is all of the recipes that we're covering today. I'm gonna add my beans in. And then we have a nice Three Sisters salad. Now this can be served warm or cold. Totally up to you, what your heart desires. But I like it to be nice and warm. It pairs really well with the bison meatballs. It looks like all the colors here are really nice and bold and beautiful. And when you get a different variety of corn or a different variety of beans or squash, it would still add a lot more like confetti-ness to this, is what I like to call it. It's like a nice little confetti salad. And then that's it. That's our Three Sisters salad. I'm gonna let it cook a little bit longer. And then we'll go ahead and make a little plate here. I believe this is my plate for the plating part of this. Now when I'm plating, I like to add lots of colors and volume to the plate. So these are gonna be a nice color contrast. This sauce is something that I cooked on Next Level Chef. This is the burger challenge. I don't know if you guys saw the burger challenge where I won that challenge on Next Level Chef, but this was the sauce that I made. Why I chose to grab a handful of berries, I don't know, but it actually worked in my favor, and I made a wasabi barbecue sauce made from the blackberries and raspberries that I grabbed from that particular challenge. So this is a Gordon Ramsay approved sauce right there. All right, I think that concludes it for the cooking demonstration. I'm gonna go ahead and plate this up for you guys so you can get a nice little visual on what this would look like when you served it at home to your loved ones. And as I mentioned, think about culturally the significance of these ingredients, the significance of what you're cooking at home, what's in your pantry. I'm gonna bring the plate over here because this is nice and hot. Oh yeah, it smells delicious. Are you guys gonna make me eat this? I always see people online are like, take a bite of it. We wanna see you eat it. And I'm like, you guys are weird. But I will definitely take a bite of it. You guys have a fork? Here we go. Oop. All right. So here's our bison meatball. Oh yeah. I know exactly what it's supposed to taste like. The culinary team did a great job. That's it, you guys. Now, if you guys have any questions, this would be the perfect opportunity to go ahead and ask those. We have Peggy that has the microphone over here.
Hi.
Hello.
So sunflower is my favorite flower. I love snacking on sunflower seeds. Tell me about your preference for sunflower oil.
My preference for it, as in...
I see that's in like several of the recipes as far as like a pantry staple.
Yes. So the reason being is because I'm really trying to retrain myself to utilize indigenous ingredients through and through. It's something as simple as replacing, as I mentioned, pepper with juniper. It's just a preference of replacing any cooking oils with sunflower seed oil. Thank you for coming. And that was something that I learned from Sean Sherman. He uses all indigenous ingredients in his kitchen. And I was looking for ways to replace olive oil because olives don't grow indigenously in America. And I was like, okay, what kind of like fats or oils can we utilize? And one of those is like sunflower seed oil. Another one is going to be duck fat. I love cooking with duck fat. There's an amazing wild rice and duck fat recipe in the cookbook as well. So yeah, that's where the preference came from. If you're looking for any specific brands, I can't think of one off the top of my head, but there is several good ones in Sprouts that I've utilized and that stay in my pantry. I just can't think of the actual name, but it's a clear bottle and it has literal sunflower seeds on the bottle, or sunflowers on the bottle, and it's a really pretty bottle, but they sell it at Sprouts. Yeah. Any other question? We have orange shirt right here.
So can you actually reconstitute that dried corn? The dried corn. Can you reconstitute it and eat it?
Yes, absolutely. So drying corn is the #1 way to preserve corn for indigenous people. During our corn harvest, that would be a way that we preserve it all year round, and you'd be able to utilize it until the next harvest. And it can stay good for thousands of years if it's preserved the right way. If you remove its seeds, so the way that you remove its seeds by taking both of the corn, dried corns, and you rub them together, all of the seeds will come out, and then you can preserve those seeds in a glass jar or a clay pot and keep it airtight. In order to be able to rehydrate it and to eat it, you have to do what's called a nixtamalization process. And you can use things like lime, calcium hydroxide is what we call cal. You can also use a wood ash. Juniper wood ash also really helps you break down the exterior kernels of the corn. So the entire nixtamalization process is not just rehydrating the corn, but it's also removing that exterior shell so that way you can get the full nutrition from the corn itself. So there's a whole process that has to happen. So I wouldn't be able to use it as it is like this unless I was maybe making it into a flour, like a corn flour.
Is it ever fresh in the grocery store?
No, not like this. Very seldomly will you find a colorful corn like this in the grocery store. Farmer's market, yes, but maybe actually not very frequently will you find it. But I will say a lot of Mexican markets like Northgate, they do have different variations of corn. They'll have like red corn or blue corn. Blue corn's really popular. And you can also find corn flours that are different colors. Hacienda is a really good one that is they can ship it everywhere all over the U.S. And they have different variations of different colors of corn flour that they will send you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? We have one right here.
Congrats on your wedding. The juniper, where can we find it?
Juniper, this is a good one. So I'm trying to think if there's any online indigenously or native-owned businesses or brands. Because I hate saying Amazon, but it's true. Amazon, you can find everything. But I'm trying to think if there's a brand.
Is it a powder?
It is. So if you think of it's actually a berry. So if you guys ever seen a juniper bush, those little blue berries that grow on the bush, okay? So basically you harvest them, you dry them out, and once you dry them out, you can grind them down into a powder or ground, which is kind of like, it basically imitates pepper. It has a different flavor, different color to it. You're welcome to come up here and smell this one that I have. but it has a little bit of a bitterness to it, and it's very tannic. So different tribes use it for different reasons. It is something that they used to put into what's called corn mush. And if you have too much meat in your diet, the tannins of it help you, I guess, like process the meat a lot faster. And it's like something that brings a lot of like nutrition out of the food that you're eating and that you're consuming. But sourcing wise, I'm gonna link up with you after this, and I'm gonna send you a name of a brand, but I can't think off the top of my head once again. But there are indigenously owned businesses and brands that will sell it and that will ship it to you. Yeah, but it looks like a little peppercorn, okay. But they're slightly bigger.
How's Pia's place coming along for the restaurant?
Oh, well, it's still in the works. I don't have a restaurant just yet. I'm working on a cultural cooking space concept at the moment. Hopefully in the near future that will come about. It'd be more than just a restaurant. It's a place in which you can go and learn and take cooking classes, and lots of like community events could be held there, but I'm working on and getting investments for it, so we'll see what happens. Putting it out into the universe, it's going to happen. Manifestation is real. Okay, thank you for your question. I think that sums it up for today, right? If there's anything that you guys have questions about, come by and see me in the booth over there. I'm going to be signing some books and would love to talk with you guys, take pictures, and I want to get a brand out to you for the juniper berries. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Span, everyone. Once again, you can purchase copies of her book over at the
Since 1980, the book prizes have honored an author of the American West whose literary contributions deserve special recognition. The award is named for novelist, editor, and teacher Robert Kirsch, who spent many years as the paper's book critic before his death in 1980. To present the 46th Robert Kirsch Award, we are pleased to welcome his son, Jonathan Kirsch, who is also an author, a book reviewer, and a longtime book reviewer for the Los Angeles Times.
It is my privilege to present an award in the name and memory of my father in recognition of a body of work by a writer living in or writing about the West. Tonight's honoree is Amy Tan, who first achieved literary fame in 1989 with the Joy Luck Club and has gone on to demonstrate her mastery as a novelist, a memoirist, a librettist, a screenwriter, and a writer of essays, short stories, and children's books. Her body of work over 5 decades has established Amy Tan as a crucial figure in the American literary canon. The citation for the National Humanities Award that was bestowed on her in 2021 by the National Endowment for the Humanities salutes her for bravely exploring experiences of immigrant families and their heritage, memories, and poignant struggles, and thereby adding groundbreaking narrative to the diverse sweep of American life and literature. Perhaps because Amy's perspective is global, her deep roots in the American West are less often mentioned. She is a stalwart of the Community of Writers, an organization whose annual gatherings at the Olympic Valley in the High Sierras have long been a literary mecca. It was there that she polished the draft of her celebrated debut novel, and today she serves on its board of directors. A native of Oakland, she is a proud birthright citizen whose parents arrived, please. She is a proud birthright citizen whose parents arrived in California with student visas that expired after China came under communist rule. A former student at San Jose City College, UC Santa Cruz, and UC Berkeley, she has funded fellowships to support Asian students who study at the journalism department at Berkeley. And Amy served as the literary editor of West Magazine, a gone but not forgotten publication of the LA Times, and she saw it as her mission to find and publish new writers in its pages. In one of her 2 memoirs, The Opposite of Fate, Amy allows us to see the motives and aspirations that suffuse her work. In all of my writings, I return to the questions of fate and its alternatives. I see that these permutations of changing fate are really one all-encompassing thing: hope. Hope has always allowed for all things. Let's meet Amy Tan on video before we welcome her in person.
Amy Tan's expansive body of work is widely celebrated for its profound exploration of the immigrant experience and the quest for identity. With honors like the Commonwealth Gold Award, the Carl Sandburg Award, a National Humanities Medal, and an induction into the American Academy of Arts and Letters, alongside nominations for the National Book Award and the International Orange Prize, her career has been defined by excellence. Yet this trajectory began long before the world stage. Having won her first prize at age 8 for an essay titled "What the Library Means to Me," Tan has spent a lifetime proving that true mastery lies in the depth of a writer's voice. Born in Oakland, California to immigrant parents, Amy Tan's early career was a masterclass in studying characters, hearing dialogue, recognizing plot, and most importantly for any writer, persisting with grit, patience, and optimism. She directed a project funded by the U.S. Department of Education for multicultural students with developmental disabilities. She was a freelance business writer, literary editor of the LA Times magazine West, and was a member of the Rock Bottom Remainders, a literary band that included Stephen King and that raised more than $1 million for literary programs. Shortly after her first story, Rules of the Game, was published in 1986 in a small literary magazine, her debut novel, The Joy Luck Club, was published and spent over 40 weeks on the New York Times bestseller list. It was later turned into a screen adaptation and received WGA and BAFTA nominations. Her work has become a fixture in American culture, from the 2008 opera rendition of her novel, The Bonesetter's Daughter, to appearances on The Simpsons and the documentary series Finding Your Roots. She even reached younger audiences with Sagwa on PBS, a series produced by the creators of Sesame Street. Tan's most recent work, the illustrated book The Backyard Bird Chronicles, became an instant #1 bestseller. Tan's varied, colorful life is perhaps the reason her work has resonated with readers around the globe for decades. Her writing, whether it's a novel or short story, an essay, or a note on birdwatching, shows meticulous care for paying attention to human stories in all of the quiet moments that make up a life. We are honored to present Amy Tan with the 2025 Los Angeles Times Robert Kirsch Award for Lifetime Achievement.
Please welcome Amy Tan.
Thank you so much. I hate seeing myself grow older in the film. First, I need to give endless thanks to my agent, Sandy Dykstra, who's here tonight, who believed in me. From the very first single story that she read, she just signed me up, and that was her faith in me, and it sustained me all these many years. I also want to thank the Los Angeles Times. They are the ones who they ran a story, an excerpt from the Joy Luck Club about a month before publication. They had this wonderful, amazing review by the late, great Carolyn C. Her words moved me to tears, and then later in that year, the LA Times nominated me for a book prize. So I will never forget your early support of me. Until last month, I just want to say that I never had to question what it meant to be an American writer. I, as has been told, am a birthright American, born to two people who lost their student visas and could not return to China. My birthright and that of millions of others is now being argued before the Supreme Court. And no matter what the outcome is, it's been a kick in the gut to know that those in the highest echelons of government and those who support them believe that we don't belong. I've never considered myself a political writer. I have a particular literary DNA, and it's created by family history and trauma and experiences in my own moral inquiry. So I write about stories that have to do with love and hate and betrayal and loss, grief, and hope, always hope. I do what all writers do, and that is that I imagine the lives of the people we write about. And that, I realized, imagination, I realized, is the practice of compassion. We become them. We become their circumstances. And thus, through the imagination of others, we are becoming them. We are compassionate. Who we have compassion for in our writing, in public discourse, in action, reflects our politics and our beliefs. And so, yes, I am a political writer. I thank all my fellow writers for their politics and compassion, their collective stories that deepen our understanding of humanity. So essential, now more than ever. Thank you.
That's it. Good night, everyone.
You say that you love me. And I'm the best you ever had. So then why do you only want me over to
Because sometimes we're out here and it feels like we're all alone.
Yeah, we had Jimi Hendrix. How long ago was that, you know?
None of you came and talked to none of the workers out there. How come? I live out there. My life matters, man.
It was beautiful, and I didn't like to share that, but I'm watching this whole mountain just like dancing.
Don't wait for the next person to do it. You do it yourself, if it's within your power.
I don't need to be a dead legend at 30. I'd rather be like, you know, a happy family man.
The Black Dahlia murder of 1947 is arguably California's most notorious unsolved case. Its only rival might be the Zodiac murders a generation later. Now, an amateur sleuth is attracting attention with the claim that the same killer is responsible for both cases, and that he left a complex network of buried clues connecting them. We will also explore other cases that left a mark on California history, from Orange County's jailhouse snitch scandal to the plight of the Japanese-American woman known as Tokyo Rose, who was prosecuted as a traitor. I'm Christopher Goffard, host of Crimes of the Times. Check out our new season on YouTube and listen to it on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the LA Times of the ink era to the LA Times Media Group of the digital era. Storytelling innovation.
The panel that you are listening to today is The Working Homeless, Dissecting the Housing Crisis in America. Just a few housekeeping tips. Please, if you can enter quietly. If you need to use the restrooms, they're outside this building right here. The signing will take place on the left, outside on the grass. Also, if you can please silence your cell phones, that'd be greatly appreciated. When the Q&A begins, you'll be able to come up to this mic and ask any questions that you would like to ask. And without further ado, we're going to go ahead with our panelists today. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys all for coming. This is obviously, it's a great panel, 3 great books. I will just say for those who saw the program that Brian Goldstone was coming. He wrote a terrific book about homelessness in Atlanta. He unfortunately has the flu and is not here. So, but people who are interested in these books, I recommend Brian's book as well. It won the Current Interest Prize last night at the LA Times Book Awards. I'm not going to do any bios on folks because you can look them up, so we'll save time by doing that, and we'll just get right into it. Jeff, let's start with you. You've written books on a lot of different topics at this point, schools, juvenile halls. What made you decide to do this book, which is a really terrific, very immersive view of homelessness in Los Angeles? What brought you to that topic?
Thank you, Miriam, and thanks everybody. I think on behalf of everyone up here, I would just like to thank you all for coming to the festival and coming to this panel. It means a lot to us, and we're grateful. And as for this book, Seeking Shelter, I have always written about education, different spaces of education, you know, if you're an author and you want to feel fairly useless, then you should befriend teachers because they are, you know, affecting lives every day. And my teacher friends will say, like, so you're still working on the book that you were working on last year, right? But anyway, it just felt to me in those conversations with my community that there was not a, in the midst of this crisis that we all live in here, that there was not a whole lot of information or stories told about children and families and working families trying to stay in school, engage with education. And so this book really just came out of that interest, and I'm happy to talk later about the specifics of how, but that's the broad stroke of it.
Okay, Jamie, you're a first-time author.
Yes.
Your book is entitled Bittersweet Lane, which is the place where you grew up. Take us to Bittersweet Lane, explain what it is and why you called the book by that name.
Sure, yeah. So echoing Jeff's thank you to being here, and as I've been touring this book, I've been really heartened by all these rooms I've been in with a lot of people who really want to fix this problem. So I really appreciate it. My day job is helping to create and develop affordable housing, and there was never a book I could leave behind and say, like, we use weird words, it's esoteric, but you can figure this out. It's not neuroscience. So I set out to write that book. I failed to write that book. It was too boring, coming from me at least. And then I stumbled on this hybrid memoir format. Books were really influential on me were Suzanne Simard's The Mother Tree, Stephanie Foo's What My Bones Know, Angela Garbs's Like a Mother. I said, that I can do, because I grew up experiencing kinds of homelessness. I grew up mostly in affordable housing in a place called the Bittersweet Lane Apartments, and you truly cannot make that stuff up. And it really was. It was, you know, late 80s, early 90s. The alternatives could have been much, much worse. And also it was the single worst address in the very diverse kind of urban suburb of Boston that I grew up in, Randolph. So it was sort of there waiting for me. And I really leaned into it on reflection because that is the story of affordable housing in America. It's extremely bittersweet. It's bitter because we've never done enough to solve the problem. Not once have we even tried. It's very bitter. You can all see it all over the streets of LA or whatever city you're from. But for those of us who have found that stability, you know, for every household whose personal housing crisis we're able to solve, I know intimately that that means the world to them. So that's sort of the sweetness of it. And, you know, when you get a gift like a name like that, you don't let it go.
I'm sure your editor was happy. Minisa, you also write a little bit from your own personal experience, but you're a New Yorker, who we realize that most of us are East Coasters who have settled on the West Coast, except for Minisa, who she's going to come out here eventually. But that leads into my question, which is your book is not about New York, it's about San Francisco. How do you end up in San Francisco and get involved in the anti-eviction movement there? Why San Francisco?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for that question. And also, just to echo, thank you all for being here. My book came out this week, and so it's really exciting to talk about it for the first time. So yeah, I ended up in San Francisco in the 2010s. I'm a New Yorker, I grew up in Brooklyn, and in 2010, as the neighborhood I grew up in was rapidly gentrifying, my father was evicted from the apartment that I grew up in, which I talk about in the preface. And it was a really, really disempowering experience. I felt betrayed by the place that I called home, by the neighborhood I called home. And long story short, I had friends in San Francisco, and they're like, we have this amazing like protest movement, and I ended up staying way longer than I thought I would, because the way people were coming together in community to contest eviction in San Francisco in the 2010s and to really bring focus on the housing crisis that was unfolding there at that time was sort of like what I'd been looking for when my family had experienced eviction. And it was the sort of like, you know, we're not going to be ashamed about this. We're going to have a structural analysis. We're going to try to come together and keep people in their homes. And so I really felt like it was what I had wished for my own family when we had dealt with this. And so that's how I sort of ended up there and staying for 3 years and doing, you know, what I could while I was completing my dissertation. I'm an academic. And really using my research funding for my dissertation to work within this anti-eviction movement that I write about.
Do you find, there are a lot of things about San Francisco that are sui generis. Do you feel that that movement that you write about in San Francisco is completely different from any place else? Are there places that are replicating that?
I mean, so San Francisco is such a interesting place where it has this, history of activism. There was a history of fighting against the first tech boom in San Francisco in the 1990s. And so I think a lot of the activism that I studied in the 2010s really built on that, especially in the Mission neighborhood of San Francisco. And so there's particular histories of activism in San Francisco. And then, San Francisco is always also dealing with the forces of tech, right? And the tech wealth flooding into the city. And so that's one of the critiques, I call, the book's about the fight against tech-led gentrification in the city, right? There's always something unique about these places, right? And that's one of the things I try to say about the housing crisis is you have to understand the particularities of the place, right? To understand the housing crisis. But in terms of movement building, there's been, since I did this research in the 2010s, there's been really amazing focus on the housing crisis now and a really amazing focus on tenant unionism, on anti-eviction struggles, and there's been more movement building, I would say, in the past 15 years, leading to something like we're seeing right now with the Mamdani administration in New York City, really integrating tenant politics into their policy proposals, which comes out of movement building in New York City around tenant unionism, so.
Jeff, your book just very memorably I
always wanted to write a book, and I've always found that the art of not typing, but physically writing in a journal, the time that my thoughts take to process from my brain to my hand and onto a page, something very, very magical happens in that process. And from a very early age, I started filling journals of my thoughts and my feelings and doodles and all of that. And so I always thought that maybe one day I wanted to make it a book. And then I got that opportunity, and I got to share that with people. And if or when you read the book, the way that the book opens up and then the way that it finishes is just a very beautiful picture of what it looked like for little Elise and then 32-year-old Elise to fulfill one of her greatest dreams. And it's really, really cool. It's the coolest thing I've ever made, and I'm really proud of it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Thank you.
I loved your note at the beginning, and the end, I think, as well, of just this younger self and being able to tell her I did it.
Yeah,
amazing.
Part of my dedication is I dedicated it to 13-year-old Elise, so that was why.
Yeah. So you've said a couple times that you don't necessarily consider this a straight memoir, more so like a scrapbook or like someone's peeking in your journal.
Yeah.
What about that form appealed to you?
I think that when you're getting to know somebody, oftentimes you're not tell me in chronological order their life from start to finish. Maybe that's the goal, but oftentimes when you're having conversations with people, you end up weaving in and out of stories of you're at a coffee and you're let me tell you about a really big thing, and also this one time someone said one little mean thing about me and it informed my sense of self for the rest of my life. And also one day, I had a great birthday party. It's it's just a bunch of little pieces like that end up kind of weaving together and making really, really cool stories of your life and a cool picture. And so that was what I was seeing when I was making this book and putting the stories together. It was like a quilt. It wasn't like a timeline of it. And you could look at the whole thing when you stood back and it's this beautiful picture, but then if you zoomed in on one story, that's also a great standalone story in itself. And that was kind of the visual I had for it. And I just thought that felt more me, especially there's a lot of illustrations in it. And I felt sometimes there's things that you can just say with a picture. That's, okay, so very excited. These are I got to illustrate my own end pages, and that's my desk at work, and then my desk at night. It's very exciting. And so, yeah, I just feel sometimes there's things that you can say in pictures without words, and the fact that it came all from my hand was really special to me. It's cool.
Yeah. You got a little ahead of me, but I was going to ask if you had any favorite little Easter eggs or drawings that you're particularly fond of.
Well, the cool thing about the end pages is the front ones are Easter eggs on the shelves up top of all the first half of the book, and then on the back end pages, the shelves are Easter eggs from the second half of the book's stories, which are cool. So after you read them, it's fun to see if people can go and match them up. And a lot of people have found almost all of them. I don't know if I don't know if I've ever had someone come up to me and be able to tell me all of them, but yeah.
A challenge.
Yeah, I know. Like 100 people come up, they're like, yeah. No, I love that.
Come to Elise's book signing.
Yeah, I love
your
that.
skills. Yeah, do you want to talk a little bit? I know you referenced it a bit of your writing style kind of being very free association heavy and really following that journalistic type writing. Sorry?
What, pretty what heavy?
Oh, just like very journalistic, stream of consciousness, free association type writing.
Oh, free association.
Yeah, and I was curious just like from a standpoint of someone who's been very open about being neurodivergent and kind of having a different frame of mind, how did that translate for you for in the writing? Yeah.
What does free association mean?
Oh, yeah. This is like the, you follow one word and then just see what else comes from it.
Okay,
like
got it.
Kind of
got it, yeah.
style, yeah.
Like scatterbrain.
Yeah.
Okay, no,
that's better. That's better.
No. Okay, so I lost the question actually. Sorry.
That's okay.
As like a neurodivergent and like
Right.
Yeah. Well, I will be honest. I don't think I ever really intend to put that lens on things. It's not like a conscious choice I make. I just think I feel really comfortable in myself and in my skin as a neurodivergent person. So I think that if that comes out in my writing, that's more of a reflection of that. Yeah, that wasn't a good answer. Sorry.
That's a fine answer. So obviously, you got your start pretty heavily on social media and content creation. How did writing a book differ for you from your day-to-day work creating a video?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it came because I've been writing that like I write all of the stories that I tell online or like that I perform in my videos. So a lot of the like writing aspect of it was similar, but without the ability to like perform something to people, you had to. I got scared that people weren't going to be able to like hear it in my voice, and it just comes with so much trust in that like I had to find a way to put it into paper that also included my like mannerisms and like my facial, the way my eyes are like really intensely like staring at the camera sometimes, or the pauses or like the pacing. I felt really mindful of the fact that like someone's going to be hearing it in their own head voice, but my words. And like also how magical is writing to where when I write something down and you read it and I give you a picture with words in your head and now you have it. And we never talked. Isn't that so beautiful?
It's pretty cool.
I was so mindful of that the whole time I was writing this. I was like, I'm giving you guys mental pictures, and it's like magic to me. It was so beautiful, and that's what I love about reading is like people get to communicate that we'll never meet, and so I really wanted to make sure that I did that well, and I took it. Sometimes I just like crashed out because I was like, I can't do this. But it ended up, we got there. And it's really cool to be able to have people walk up to me and say, like, I heard it the way that you would have done it in like a coffee talk. And that's like the biggest compliment someone can give me is like, it translated, and that makes me really happy.
And you did that literally too. You recorded your own audiobook.
Yeah,
Can you talk about why that was important?
Yeah. Yeah. I think that, I just wouldn't want to have had anybody else do it. Like I got to perform it in a different way. And what's cool is like, because with an audiobook, you're missing the like visuals, like in the illustrations, but then in the audiobook, you're like getting to hear my voice in it. And so getting to pair those, like I have a lot of people that say that they read the book and also listen to the audiobook at the same time, which is really cool. But I think that for a lot of these stories, they come with such a natural pacing where it requires, it's like you're performing it, you know what I mean? It's like spoken word or like poetry where the cadence of the way someone speaks and the breaks that they take are just as important as how many words they're saying as well and how fast and slow they are. And I think it's such a beautiful thing to be able to perform your work in multiple ways. Yeah.
I got to get the audiobook. I was literally cracking up out loud reading this book and honestly read some things to myself to hear what they would sound like. Yeah. It has a lot of funny colloquialisms and turns of phrase that I feel like were just really brilliant.
I was like fresh out of a hysterectomy and I was like sound designing my own audiobook. I'm like in bed and my husband's like, what are you doing? I was like, it's not going to get done if I don't do it. So it was honestly like a great distraction too, but I loved it. It was cool.
Are there, as you kind of assembled those stories, like you say, these weird kind of anecdotes that were super formative for you, but maybe not the stereotypical big moments, were there ones that maybe nearly didn't make the cut or any leftovers, and do you plan to do anything with them?
Oh, yeah. For every story that's in the book, there's 5 that I wrote that just are not in the book at all. And I think that, one of the themes of one of the stories is like I omitted a story that was so good, but it was about someone so bad. And I was like, I don't want you to have that good of a story in this book. So I ended up like pulling it but it didn't feel complete to just like pull it, because I want to do something with it later, but I don't want it to be involved in the canon of my life in this way. And so I wrote a letter, like just an open letter, where that space was when I pulled it. And it was actually one of the most powerful things I did in the book. And when I recorded the audiobook, it didn't connect to me that like I would be saying those things out loud, because it was things like I never got to say to a person. And then it turned into like things I didn't get to say to a bunch of people, like as I was, including it. And then when I was doing the audiobook, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm actually saying these things to them. And it was really, really wild. And so, for every story I put in there, it was equally as healing and powerful for me to remove some of them, because I got to select this beautiful little canon of things that I loved and hated about my life and all of the things in between, and it was really cool. But yeah, plenty of things didn't make it. Honestly, a lot of the times, especially there's writers here? Anyone that likes to write and enjoys writing? Cool. I love how fast you put your hand up. That's exactly how confident you should be about that. I love that. We'll all get there. Everybody raise your hand. That distracted me because that was so cool. Sorry, I liked your confidence a lot. Well, I'm psych. I'm like my train of thought. Where was I with that?
This is like 280.
No, I got it. No, that was a really good thought, guys. Don't let me lose it.
Stories that didn't get included.
Writer's block. There we go. I think that a lot of the times, like as a writer too, you get so caught up in like the perfection of like what something's going to become that you freeze and you don't end up writing at all. And like I end up deciding like I'm just going to write a million stories that don't make it, and that can just be some other things. But nothing is wasted in the creative process ever, ever, ever. You learn what you love about what you're doing, what you don't like, and how to fix it for the next story. So I wasn't scared to like write a bunch of stuff that didn't make it, because I just like writing. Yeah.
You're obviously, with your online presence, a very emotionally vulnerable person and seem to be very in touch with how you feel about a lot of things. Were there any stories that genuinely surprised you, where even things you were writing you didn't realize you felt before they were on the page?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I expected a lot of the stories that from like when I was younger to be harder to write. And the hardest stories to write were the ones about Jonas, because I'm like obsessed with that man so much. He's my favorite person in the world.
Husband.
Husband. Yeah. Sorry. I just remembered thinking like he's the only person in my book that would be to my face reading the stories about them. And so how do you write like a memory of his to be like, is that how you remembered it? Read it. And he's like, if that's how you remembered it, then that's your memory. And I'm like, no, but it's also you. And so those were emotionally for me the hardest ones to write. I was like, I'm just going to start there because that's like the most fresh and like love, But as it turns out, I found out about myself that like love and happiness are like really hard emotions to access for me. And like pain and hurt is like the top. Like it's very easy to just skim the top and get right there, and it's weird to like dive through that to then get to like the joy of my life. And I found that very fascinating. Maybe is that just like an obvious thing and I just missed it, because it's like I could not believe that. I thought that was wild.
Like we talk a lot in writing about the depth of pain and suffering, but maybe not necessarily how catharsis and equally deep positive emotions can be. So
I think that to me, it's like when I see those feelings in my body, the ones that are like angry and sad and like hurt have so many more like magnet receptors to like for things to cling on to it. But the joy and the happiness like have a few, but they're so powerful that when you do, it's like they're like lasting. And so, I just felt like every time I tried to dive down to those, like the magnet stuck onto other things. And so it was really an interesting experience for me to try and be like, wow, you do have to like wade through that stuff to get to the good stuff. So it was really cool, but hard, but cool.
Did you have anyone in the stories reach out to you that you did not initially explicitly say these are about you, or say their thoughts about the book?
Pass.
What about your husband? What did he think?
Oh my gosh. I mean, every time I talk about him, I'm like, am I gonna cry? No, he loved it. I mean, he had the experience of literally watching it happen at every single story one at a time. And like, it's funny because like he just read it in so many different iterations that it's kind of like, when does a lake actually freeze? When you like watch it freeze. And he's like, now is this the final? And I'm like, you know, like you're saving JPEGs, and you're like, final, final 2, final version, last final, all caps final. And then you like switch the form to like PNG, so you can like.
I have no idea what you mean by that. That's never happened
yeah,
to me.
totally crazy. Totally the definitely final. And you like delete all the other ones so that it's the final. And then you're like, I shouldn't have done that. I needed one like 3 versions ago. So that was kind of what this was the whole time. And so Jonas, I think, has read 17 versions of this book, and he loved every single one of them. Loves the final though, yeah. Yeah.
Was there anything that changed very significantly from those early drafts?
That's a great question. I'd love to say. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, let me see. The order of some of the things, the stories, 7 is the second story in the book, but originally that was the first one. And yeah, I found that like I naturally really wanted to put things in chronological order, just because that makes sense, right? And so when I saw the book as a whole and I had all the stories picked, I then had to be like, okay, now I have to finalize the order. And the way that I saw this like journey happening was like, you know, kind of earlier we were like talking at a coffee, and you're sharing these stories, and especially when you're meeting a really important person, it's almost like they're helping you work through these memories, and you're like processing them really for the first time. Whoa. Sorry, this thing is like waving to the point where it went really down. I get distracted. Okay. And it felt like, so in the book, you're seeing a lot of like non-chronological, and then as soon as Jonas is introduced in the book, everything becomes chronological after that. And it felt like when I met him, he was like untangling all of these stories and making sense of them with me. Like he wasn't like fixing them for me or like explaining them, but it was like this idea of like I had met my person that I was going to spend the rest of my life with. I was viewing every single story I was sharing with him through the lens of like, you're my future, and I'm sharing who I am with my future so that it doesn't mess up my future, or so that it can inform you how to relate to me and how to love me as best as you can, and then I want you to do the same, like trade, you know? And so the order of the book, once I saw it through that lens, it made so much sense to kind of move things around, but the final story ended up just being like, thank you for helping make sense of like all of these messy things that I've experienced, and cool and wonderful things. And here's like this like, you know, May, the comedian, the snow globe. There's this comedian that does this bit where they like say like life is just like a bunch of snow globes on shelves, and you take turns being like, wow, yes, this is my snow globe, like this is a memory, and then someone's like, wow, yeah, I also have a snow globe just like this, and like you just trade like memories back and forth. That was not really irrelevant.
I love a Mae Martin shout out literally always. So,
but that's kind of how the book feels, and so, yeah, that was a long roundabout answer for then. Yeah, I think that things changed. Yeah,
it's sweet. It really is like it felt like a love letter to Jonas, and in many ways. Obviously, it's about you most centrally, but it's sweet to look back. I think I reread it recently and was thinking so many things did tie back, but. Yeah, I'm going to do like 2-ish questions, I think, before Q&A. So I'm going to do one more and then, yeah.
I cannot believe I haven't thrown up.
You're doing amazing. She's doing amazing.
Guys,
right?
I was on the floor like right before I came out here. I cannot believe
Thoughts
this.
coherent, brain clear.
Wow.
Conversation illuminating.
Sorry, I like really cannot believe this.
So, asking for a friend, for ADHD people who would like to write a book but aren't sure they can handle anything that long form, not personal at all, what kind of advice would you offer to them?
Right. And I know that sounds too simple, but like I think especially neurodivergent people have like this really intense, well, I can't classify every single neurodivergent person, but for me as a neurodivergent person, failure is like death, and like the idea of like not being able to finish something or letting people down or being judged like unfairly, all of those things to me is like the worst case scenario to my brain. And if I let those things get in the way of my writing, it just blocks you. And it's like it creates this wall in front of you, and you just have to write your way over it. And so like you're going to write terrible things. And this is not just neurodivergent, it's like anybody. Like if you're a writer, you need to write. And you need to write bad things, you need to write good things, you need to let people read your writing, you need to read your writing back. Don't read your journals back. A therapist told me, don't ever go back and read your journals. I broke that rule for this, but she's like, it's none of your business what you thought. No, but read your writing and consume it as if you were a reader of your own work, and fall in love with that process. But if you see a wall in front of you, just write yourself right over it. Don't stop writing.
I think in a previous interview you did a shout out for Anne Lamott, Bird by Bird,
yes.
and I was thinking of Shitty First Drafts.
Have you guys ever read Bird by Bird? She's like, yeah, of course. This is a book festival.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Naturally.
Great. Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah. Okay, last question before, so prepare if you have questions as well. But what else can we look out for from you? What's next for you?
A nap.
Yeah. Saltines.
No, yeah, saltines. Yeah. No, I'm just really enjoying this, to be honest with you. I'm really bad at that question. I really feel like I am going to spend a lot of time just enjoying this, and then also like my family. A nap is kind of a more metaphor for just like, I'd like a nap. You know what I mean? Yeah.
That's good. I'm going to take that one.
Yeah.
Well, amazing. Thank you so much, Elise, for pushing through. This is amazing. Can we get another little round of applause? Okay.
Yeah. Elise has been a trooper. Let's see who has some thoughtful, non-nauseating questions.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I shouldn't be saying that right into a mic. So.
Yeah, that's all right. Any questions from the crowd? I see one way in the back, of course. All right, I'll start here, and then I'll come to you. Remind me, okay? So please tell us your name and your question, please.
My name is Presley, and I have a friend. She loves writing, but she always has so many ideas that she could never finish every single one because she loves writing chapter books. Do you have any advice for how she could finish, or should we just do one thing at a time?
Is she That's a great question. And what was your name again?
Presley.
Presley?
Yeah.
Great question, Presley. Is your friend neurodivergent by chance? You don't have to answer that.
So.
Okay. Doesn't really matter. Sorry, I would have a different answer, but not different. Brain dumping is one of my favorite things to do because everything kind of bottlenecks in my head, and I physically start to panic, and I don't realize that's happening until my body feels really hot and fuzzy, and it's I then get nervous because then I start to think this anxiety is coming from a fear of writing or that it's not good. But really, what's happening is you're flooded. It's called creative flooding and brain dumping, and just opening up a page or a Word document or whatever she's writing in, and writing every single idea that she's having then she wants to write about. Oftentimes, it's just an overfire in your brain. It's you're wanting an idea. Here's 1,000 of them, and it's a way to it's a survival instinct that we then mesh with our creativity, and then we can't organize it. So just it sounds kind of make a list, but actually nothing has to make sense reading it back to her, but literally just brain dump all of her thoughts, and then when her body feels more relaxed, oftentimes you can make better creative decisions that way. But it's really hard to be creative when you feel like you're in this fight or flight mode, which is what happens when you're creatively flooded. So brain dump, if you can tell your friend that. Yeah.
Thanks for that great question, Presley. Hi, your name and your question.
Hi, I'm Helena. I'm actually from Lincoln.
Oh, cool.
It's funny seeing you here.
Yeah, happy to be here with you.
I was just curious more about your title. It's such a fun title, how you came up with it. Were there other ones?
There's a B, sorry. Well, yeah, so I do stories online, and so that's a great question I'd love to tell you. I ended up finding that I like to tell stories, but I didn't really know how to start them because the hardest, that kind of what we all been talking about a lot today is how do you start? And I felt what I wanted to do was kind of standardize the way that I introed my stories so that I didn't spend any time at the beginning thinking how do I open this up? And it ended up being a really cool way for me to view a lens and a filter I could view all of my stories through, where then I wasn't looking for inspiration everywhere, all I had to do was answer one question. So it's like, what's the worst first date I've ever been on? That's a great question. I'd love to tell you. And then like ever since then, like it's just been answering one question and not writing an entire book or writing an entire story. So finding a really specific way to filter your creative ideas to one really little idea that then your creativity kind of builds it out and pads it out as you go. But it has to start with something really small and simple that you can just think on. Does that help at all?
Yeah, that's great.
Cool.
Thank you for that question. Here's one right here. Your name and your question. Hi.
My name is.
I gotta hold the mic.
Okay. Hi, my name is Leslie. My question for you is, for example, this book, because it was published so recently, was the success kind of something expected, unexpected, and how did you handle that?
Yeah. To be honest, there's in no way was I like, I'm going to be a New York Times bestseller. And I think that as well with my job, there's a little bit of expected. I don't feel guilt, but I think the expectation sometimes with people that are content creators online is like a guilt that maybe it came from like your following. And I love what I do, and I'm really good at writing, and I believe that about myself, and so I don't feel that guilt. But I think that like the expectation for the success of it. I don't think I really spent a lot of time thinking about it because I was so excited about what I was doing that everything else felt like extra, but it was overwhelming. I think it felt, so to answer that a little bit is like the moment it went out, I started seeing people posting pictures of it with like my book at home, and I just had never seen it in the wild, and it just scared me because I was like, why do you have that? Like it was like a surprise or a secret for so long, not secret, but like you kept it to yourself for so long that all of a sudden people had it, and you're like, who leaked that to you? It's like at Barnes and Noble, and they're like, who leaked that? So I think that was honestly more shocking, is like seeing your work in strangers' hands that you've never met, and it. You have to really double down in like your, am I not? No, okay, sorry. You have to double down in your belief in yourself and what you do. I don't think I answered your question. Did I answer your question? You did? Okay, I did, okay. Sorry, that went a million different places. Thank you
It
for
was
that.
a good answer nonetheless. Last question. Do you want to come to me? Okay. Oh, two of you are coming to me. That's okay. We'll make it work.
You could pass them.
Tell us your name and your question.
Hi, my name's Lily. I would love to know what are your favorite ways to recharge, because I know you're a highly
this until it becomes as fine as you can. You can also just give it a roll over. And if you want, again, like I said, you can use a food processor, but you want to get this so that there's basically no crumbs in it anymore, because we want a nice fine mixture. And then because we want to have balance, this is also going to have a decent amount of salt in it, because these cookies are relatively sweet, and we want a nice contrast to the sweet filling inside. So once you've got our crust, you're just going to tip it out into a bowl, and then we're going to add to that salt and melted butter. So a good pinch of salt, and then some melted butter. And the key to this is get it as nicely, evenly mixed as possible so that everything is moistened, everything feels like it's holding together. And the really good way to tell this is actually properly mixed and everything is going to work out properly is to grab some of the mixture in your hand, and if it holds together, it has enough fat in the mixture that it will stick together in the fridge. So give it a good stir, and then all we're going to do is layer it into our tin. So what you want to use is just a loose bottom tin, because the hardest thing is to get a tart out of a tin that doesn't have a loose base. So a loose base will make it a world of difference. So all you need to do, tip that out, and then we're going to try and press that to make a really nice even crust. So if you've got one, the best thing for this is either a cup with a really nice flat base, or who has measuring cups? Tis. They have a really, whilst I never, ever bake with them, they have a really nice use of being able to press things into the tart tin. So all you want to do is kind of get it loosely covering the base, and then the most important part is to kind of start with the edges. You want to get it so that it kind of holds its shape all the way around the outside. And you do want to compress it quite well, because if you don't compress it, once you chill it, it will just be crumbly. So you want to try and get it nice and compact all the way around the edges. Now, one question, because this recipe is made with white chocolate, who hates white chocolate? Leave. Go. I know this is not my country, but I'm staking a claim. So one of the things I always say is that a lot of people don't like white chocolate, but also some people don't think it's real chocolate. And I will say, I've had emails from people since the book came out. One very particular person who was very, very upset that the book included white chocolate recipes because she didn't think it was real chocolate. But for me, white chocolate has this wonderful ability as a technical ingredient. It can balance out other flavors. It can add sweetness. It can also add texture. So in this recipe, the white chocolate is doing a big heavy lifting in terms of the sweetening of the recipe. So it's not going to taste intensely of white chocolate. What it will do, it gives the dish a really nice creaminess, so it doesn't end up being overly sweet, because sugar will taste more sweet than white chocolate. So it's a nice way of balancing it around together. So if you don't like white chocolate, there are things you can do. So one is use a better quality white chocolate, and the other one is, have you ever roasted white chocolate? No? Okay, this is my favorite technique. So all you need to do, you take a big sheet tray, a rimmed sheet tray, you put a lot of white chocolate on it, and you put it in a low oven, and you bake it for about an hour to an hour and a half, and then every 10-15 minutes you stir it really well. And what happens is the milk solids and the sugar in that chocolate caramelize, and it ends up tasting like a caramelly white chocolate, and it's the most heavenly thing. It's so easy to make. You can buy it, lots of companies make it now, but it is delicious. So yeah, it's the best thing to do with white chocolate.
I love white chocolate, but I've struggled to find a good brand.
Yeah.
And I just want to know generally, because you've got a chocolate book, what are your favorite chocolate brands to buy in the US?
So there's quite, I mean, we're very lucky that both the UK and America have really good chocolate companies. So you've got big companies like Guittard or Valrhona, who make chocolate on a big scale, who make really, really good chocolate. But then you have loads of really small bean-to-bar chocolate makers in the US, which is amazing. So it depends what you're looking for. But the chocolate we're using in this recipe is, where's the chocolate lady? Is it Ivoire? So Ivoire is a white chocolate from Valrhona that is delicious. It's incredibly creamy. So I think it just depends on what you're in the mood for. But for me, a really good white chocolate shouldn't have tons and tons and tons of sugar, because I think a lot of the time people say they don't like white chocolate is because it's so sweet. So a lot of really good companies that make chocolate have white chocolate where it's made with about 40% cocoa butter, and then the rest is mainly milk powder and sugar. But a lot of the white chocolates you buy in the supermarket have got way more sugar, and so just intensely sweet. So in the bowl, we've got mascarpone, cream cheese, and then some heavy cream. And then we're also going to add a little bit of vanilla bean paste. All we're going to do is start to combine that. You can do this with a stand mixer if you want, or you can do it with a hand mixer. But all I'm going to do is start beating it just to combine, and then I'm going to switch to the whisk and do it by hand. As long as this cream cheese is not really cold from the fridge, it'll be fine doing it by hand. So once that starts to combine, I'm going to switch to a spatula, to the whisk, pour in my chocolate. So the really, really important thing with making this recipe is that the white chocolate shouldn't be hot, because if it's really warm, when you add it to everything else, it will start to go lumpy. So let it cool for about 10 minutes till it comes to room temperature, or roomish temperature, and then it will combine way easier with all of the other ingredients. And you want to whisk it until it kind of just starts to hold kind of soft peaks. So this is why you would want to use an electric mixer, because it will take a lot less time. And then once you've got a nice thick texture, you can then spread it into the tart. And already, this has got some salt, it's got mascarpone, it's got cream cheese, heavy cream, and white chocolate. So there's lots of tangy ingredients. So the nice thing about this is white chocolate recipes, if they are too sweet, it's probably because the recipe's not balanced very well, but because this has got mascarpone, which is rich and creamy, and then it's got cream cheese, which is tangy, it takes away from the sweetness. So it's really not too sweet as a recipe. And then all we're gonna do then is spread that into our tart shell. Can I get, oh, it's there. So there is one that we made earlier, because this has been chilled. So just gonna keep, that's not quite there. You see, it's still kind of falling from the whisk. It needs to be a little bit thicker, otherwise when you pop it in the fridge, it's not gonna set. So what you're trying to do is whip the cream element that's in here, just so that it becomes a bit more soft peaks. And the good thing is it's actually quite hard to over-whisk this, so don't worry too much. And then, let's see if we can get this there in the time. There we go. So what I wanted to do with this book is, I'm obsessed with chocolate, basically. It is my all-time favorite ingredient, and I wanted to write a book that isn't just about dark chocolate, because I think a lot of the time when people think about chocolate, they often just think of very, very simple chocolate cake, chocolate cookie, like very simple flavors. But what I wanted to show is that actually, chocolate's this really interesting ingredient that spans the whole different level of flavor. So you've got white chocolate, dark chocolate, milk chocolate, caramelized white chocolate. And all of those chocolates can be paired with so many different flavors. And so I wanted to show that actually chocolate is an incredibly varied ingredient and super exciting. And so lots of the recipes are really about showcasing how it compares with other flavors. So in this recipe, we have a really simple, kind of classic white chocolate tart, but then we're gonna do something really fun, and we're gonna make a blueberry compote, which sounds basic, I know, but, ooh, do we not have any tarragon? Oh, it's here. It's wrapped up. So we're going to use one of my favorite herbs. This is tarragon. So what we're going to do is just add the tarragon straight to our pan, along with most of our blueberries, and then a little bit of sugar, and then some lemon juice, and we're just going to bring that to a simmer. And we're going to infuse it with that flavor of the tarragon. Now, has any of you not had tarragon before? It's a very, okay, a few of you. It's a very popular British herb in a lot of savory cooking, but it's not necessarily popular with sweet cooking. But basically, it's a very herbal, kind of aniseedy flavor. And so it has this really nice, like, star anise flavor, and it's delicious. But it goes really, really nicely with the blueberries. It stops the blueberries being too sweet, kind of gives them an interesting edge to them. The one thing I would say is this is fresh tarragon, and it's quite a seasonal herb. So if you can't get fresh tarragon, I actually don't like dried tarragon for this, because it's one of the herbs that I don't think actually translates as well from fresh to dried. It loses a lot of its fragrance, and it becomes a lot more musty tasting, a lot more kind of woody tasting, whereas this should have a really nice, bright, vibrant flavor. So all we're gonna do is get that cooking to infuse that flavor. And the reason I've kept some extra blueberries is when you cook these, it will start to break down and the blueberries will lose their texture. So once it's finished, you can then just add some fresh blueberries in it, and it gives it a really nice mixture of textures. So it means that you'll get the pop of a fresh berry, but then the jamminess of a cooked down mixture. So to me, it's way more interesting and tasty. So let that cook, and then what we're also gonna do is add a little bit of cornstarch to a bowl. I'm also very impressed with myself that I remembered to call it what you call it, because we don't call it cornstarch. It actually causes a lot of confusion, because in UK recipes, cornstarch is called corn flour, but in the US, corn flour is a different product. So it is a little confusing, but it is cornstarch. It's a thickener. So all we're gonna do is then take a tablespoon of the liquid that's forming in the bottom of this pan, and then add that to there. So you also get this incredible, vibrant kind of pink color. And then once the mixture has started to cook down and the blueberries have started to break down, we can then take out the herbs, add that mixture, and we get a really nice thick compote. So what I'm gonna say is, because it's really hot, when I add this compote, it's not going to go well, and that's fine. Baking is not about perfection. One of the things that I always say that I'm always so grateful that I got my start on Bake Off 16 years ago, but my one gripe with the show is it's made people think that baking has to be perfect, and all your cookies have to be the exact same size, and that's nonsense. If it tastes good, that's all that matters. I think sometimes we're so consumed with making everything look pretty and perfect, when actually, sometimes the ugliest looking recipes are also the most tasty. So if it doesn't look perfect, it does not matter. So what we're gonna do is, this has started to cook down, so I'm gonna scoop out this tarragon, which I should really have tongs for, but that's not a problem. Did someone say there's scissors? No, I'm going to use a fork. That'll be easier. And then we're going to cook this down. So the nice thing about using cornstarch to thicken something is it happens very, very quickly. And you can also change it depending on how thick you want. So I like this mixture relatively loose because I don't want it to feel like I'm eating like something really dry and kind of almost pasty. So now that that is cooking down, I mean, you probably can't smell it, but I get this really delicious waft from the tarragon already. And then there's one more. There we go. Add your mixture. What will happen when you add this to the pan, it'll start to thicken really quickly. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. But you do need to make sure that anything thickened with cornstarch is cooked more than you think it is. So what will happen is it will start to thicken. And then as soon as it starts to thicken, most people then take it off the hob, thinking it's done, but it can still taste really starchy if you take it off at that point. So you want to give it another minute or so, and that will ensure that it won't taste really starchy and gloopy. So just cook that at a simmer until it has reduced slightly and it's thickened. So basically, this is the kind of same method used to make a pastry cream. You're thickening a liquid with cornstarch. It's really not complicated.
What does your caster sugar translate to?
So did I say caster sugar?
No,
okay,
you
good.
didn't, but I've seen a lot of recipes where it calls for
So
caster
there is some
sugar.
confusion because British sugars are quite different from American sugars, but they're very easily translated. So if you ever see a UK recipe that says caster sugar, just use granulated sugar. The closest connection is baker's sugar or superfine sugar, but it's a little tricky to find. And to be honest, it's a one-for-one swap. Caster sugar to granulated sugar is not a problem. The biggest difference in sugars is that British light brown sugar and dark brown sugar tends to be darker than the American counterparts and also has slightly more molasses content. The biggest difference when it comes to ingredients, though, is flour. So American all-purpose flour versus British plain flour are similar, and they're almost always swappable. But one thing you'll find, if you make a British cookie recipe, and you look at the picture in the book or the magazine, and you look at your version might be a bit thicker. And it's because American all-purpose flour is a bit thirstier and will soak up more moisture. So you can sometimes adjust it by reducing the amount of flour just a little bit. It will all taste the same. It just might have a slightly different texture. So this is now starting to thicken, and it's kind of got like almost like a jam-like consistency. And it will thicken more as it cools. So you want to make sure that you actually leave it to cool in the fridge before using it to add to the mixture. But as those berries have started to break down, what you then do is take it off the heat, take your final other berries and add that to the mixture, and they hold a lot more freshness, and they'll be a little bit more textural. And it's a really nice way to get the balance between fresh fruit flavor and cooked fruit flavor, because sometimes when you cook something, it can taste a bit too jammy and a bit too intense. So all we're going to do then is this should have been in the fridge. So this will be very soft, may not hold its texture, but it's fine. Because if it goes wrong, you know what we can make? A trifle. That's absolutely fine. No issues with that whatsoever. So just give it a slight mix and then spoon that over the top of the tart. Once this has gone in the fridge, the cheesecake mixture will set like a normal unbaked cheesecake. But because we've just made it now, it'll be way too soft. So in the book is broken down into styles of baking. So there's everything from cakes and cookies to pies and desserts. I really wanted to show that baking and chocolate can be this really incredibly varied dish and desserts. So I think hopefully you can find something in there for anybody. And one of the other things that I really love about the book is the skill level is really varied, because I want you to be able to buy any baking book and go, I can make something in this. Doesn't matter if you've never baked before, doesn't matter if you bake all the time. I hope in every book there's always something to find. And this is a little bit more of an advanced book, but there's plenty of really easy dishes. So I should try and cut into this, but I don't think I'm going to, because I don't think it's going to work. So I'm going to put it on a very pretty presentation plate so you can see what it looks like. But what you can do, I've used all of the tarragon, but if you want to decorate it, you can take some fresh tarragon, because it's completely edible, raw, and just add some pieces on top of it. It looks very pretty. It's how we styled it in the book. But it is a really delicious, quite summery dish. I make this often for like a barbecue to have at the end of the dessert, because it's really easy. You don't need to do any baking. And when it gets to summer, the last thing I want to do is turn my oven on. And so if you can make something that needs basically no heat, then all the better. But that's how you make the dish. It's incredibly easy, very, very straightforward. Do you have any questions before we go to book signing? Yes.
Did you ever get a Paul Hollywood handshake?
There was no such thing as Paul Hollywood handshakes when I did the show. So it was so long ago, they didn't exist. And there wasn't even Star Baker. I like to say that I would have won at least 4 Star Bakers. And I think I'm being generous. No, sorry. I think I'm being cautious. I could have maybe got 5. There was only 6 episodes in my season, so, not blowing my own trumpet too much, but...
Hi, Ed. It's
Hi.
so nice to see you again.
Thank you.
My question is, what recipe would you recommend to convert a chocolate hater into a chocolate lover?
Is there any chocolate haters in the audience? Why are you here? What are you doing? This is... So do you not like bitterness then? Okay, so a lot of people, I think a lot of people don't like bitterness. And I think bitterness is quite an old-fashioned style of chocolate. I think a lot more chocolate makers are trying to make things that are really fruity these days. But do you like Oreos? Okay. So in the book, there's 2 recipes I really love. Does anyone know what black cocoa powder is? Okay, good. Black cocoa powder is a type of Dutch cocoa powder. It's very, very, very black, and it has a kind of roasted flavor. It doesn't really taste of chocolate, but it tastes exactly like Oreos. So if you like Oreos, but you don't like chocolate, this is for you. So there's 2 recipes that use it. One is, lemon squares, like classic lemon squares. I really like the idea of lemon squares, but a lot of the time I find them too sweet. So what I did is I have one that the base is a streusel made with black cocoa powder, and then it's a passion fruit custard on top. So it's really zingy and fresh. And then on top of it, I put whipped milk chocolate ganache. And it has that Oreo-esque flavor, but it's also really bright and floral. And then there's also a loaf cake in the book, which is a marble cake, which also uses black cocoa powder. But then on the outside of the loaf cake, you take dark chocolate and white chocolate, and you just drizzle them over the top of the cake. So it's not intensely chocolate, but it's a really fun one. And it's got enough in there that I think it would convince people. But my real answer is grow up, chocolate's delicious. That's not my real answer. I'm really nice, I promise. I'm at the end of a tour, I'm getting tired.
Do you have any complete flops on the show?
I love the show. I don't watch it as much anymore because the thing I don't love is I cannot, to save my life, make a lion out of bread. That doesn't hold any interest to me. I'm not a cake decorator. I like making delicious things. So I'm very excited about Nigella Lawson becoming the judge again. And I really hope she helps kind of bring it back to just delicious baking, because for me, that's the most important thing.
Hi, Ed.
Hi.
There's a terrifying amount of bad chocolate cakes out there.
Chocolate cakes?
Yes. So which one is your favorite that is kind of foolproof?
This one.
Just happen to have one.
So this cake, I'll show you the actual picture. So this cake has a really interesting story because it's kind of done way more than I ever thought it would do. So I made this for a friend of mine who is a podcaster. She had a live show in London, and she asked to make a cake for the show. I made this, and it went crazy. People were obsessed about it. So when we had the book launch, we did it at a friend's bakery, and we put this on the menu for a couple of weeks afterwards. Every day, it would sell out in 10 minutes. People were so desperate to get their hands on the cake that they went and shouted at the bakers upstairs to say, why didn't you make any more? And this is a tiny bakery. We put it on the menu at Parachute Bakery in San Francisco a couple of days ago. It's sold out there. And it'll be on the menu at Harney's Bakery in New York on Monday for one day only. So I think people are really liking it. So I would say just make this one. But the thing that's great about it is it's only a little 6-inch. It's a chocolate cake with whipped salted caramel. So it's a 6-inch cake, so it's not massive. It has 4 layers of chocolate cake. And it's a very easy method because it uses the muffin method where you have your liquid ingredients, including your melted butter, and then you have your dry ingredients, and you just pour the wet into the dry, stir it together, cake batter made. It's really easy. But then the fun thing is the way it's laid up. So you've got 4 cake layers, and then between each cake layer, there's a thin layer of ganache, and then there's this layer of whipped caramel. You make a normal caramel, but it has a little bit more cream in it than normal. You chill it, and then you whip it, and it gets this really thick, creamy consistency that can be used to spread on top of cakes or to decorate cakes, and it is so delicious. And it makes this beautiful visual cake. So that is one that does really, really well. If you want something easier, that's like incredibly easy, there's a vegan recipe in the book that uses the same method, so you don't have to do any complicated mixing, but it also uses what's called a water ganache. So you know the rule that you can't have water and chocolate mixed together because it's nonsense. You can absolutely have water and chocolate combined, but you have to do it in a really careful way. So this one is just a really simple single chocolate cake layer with a water ganache on top. So it's just water and chocolate. So it's not for you, madam, because it's very chocolatey, because there's no fat or cream to get in the way of the chocolate flavor. So it's like pure chocolate. It's delicious, but incredibly easy to make. But one of my favorite things to do with the chocolate cake to make it more rounded, more flavorsome, is to add rye flour to the chocolate batter, because rye flour has this real affinity with chocolate. It adds a nuttiness, a depth, and it kind of intensifies the chocolate flavor. So for me, that's a really nice way to just make sure your cake has flavor and a bit more texture as well. So any one of those many chocolate cakes I just talked about.
Sounds amazing. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Oh, I thought there was a question. Thank you. If there's no other questions, oh, there's one more. Hello.
What is your favorite dessert to make?
My favorite dessert to make? So sometimes I really like old school, old-fashioned, or old retro dessert. So I love a tiramisu. If a tiramisu is made well, it's incredible. I love a chocolate mousse. Chocolate mousse is so easy to make, but I don't know a single person, maybe you, madam, that doesn't like chocolate mousse because it's so intensely chocolatey, it's rich, it's got lightness to it, it's delicious. So those would be 2 of my favorites, definitely. Thank you. What's your favorite to make?
I don't know.
You don't, that's fine. You've got many years to figure it out. Don't worry about it. Okay, well, thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. If you want to get the book, I'll be next door. Please buy the book.
All right, I have the honor of presenting tonight's Innovators Award, which spotlights efforts that push books, publishing, and storytelling into the future. And tonight it goes to an organization that is doing something by answering one simple question: is there anyone else out there like me? We Need Diverse Books is a nonprofit organization that offers memberships, grants, workshops, and professional development programs that support writers, illustrators, and publishing professionals from marginalized communities. Through programs like Lit Up Fellowship and the Native Writing Intensive, We Need Diverse Books gives emerging creators the tools and the community they need to get their stories told and their books on the shelves. So when a young person goes to a library or pick up their tablet and wonder, is there anyone else out there like me? There's an answer for them, and it's yes. We are honored to present the We Need Diverse Books with the 2025 Innovators Award, and here's a short video that shows some of their incredible accomplishments.
In 2014, We Need Diverse Books was born from a Twitter hashtag in response to a blockbuster literary panel that consisted of 4 white men. This simple message, #WeNeedDiverseBooks, brought together writers, illustrators, publishers, educators, and readers from all around the globe who saw the need for better representation on bookshelves. Now a nonprofit organization, We Need Diverse Books provides grants and mentorship programs to aspiring writers to enable them to hone their crafts and pursue book deals. In total, We Need Diverse Books mentees have published over 70 books and have become New York Times best-selling authors, Newbery Award medal winners, and have even had projects optioned for streaming services. Since 2015, We Need Diverse Books has given more than 100 grants to interns, totaling nearly $300,000, and over 75% of these grantees have found permanent positions in publishing, with many becoming acquiring editors. And the final piece, arguably the most important, the children searching to find themselves in the pages of a story, to disappear into worlds different from their own. We Need Diverse Books has donated over 100,000 books to classrooms, and when COVID hit in 2020, the organization offered to ship boxes directly to homes during virtual learning. Likewise, during the recent increase in book bans over the past several years, We Need Diverse Books hasn't backed down. They've worked even harder to get books into schools facing the harshest banning policies by working with grassroots organizations in battleground states, producing educational materials for their on-the-ground campaigns, and supporting authors affected by the bans. In a time where diversity and literacy are under attack, We Need Diverse Books is proof that the power of books and those who love them is stronger than any force that tries to destroy them. We are proud to present We Need Diverse Books with our Innovators Award.
Please, please, please join me in welcoming the Executive Director of We Need Diverse Books, Caroline Richmond, as we present her and the organization with the Innovators Award.
Wow, what an honor it is to be here tonight. On behalf of We Need Diverse Books, our board, and our staff, I'd love to extend my deepest gratitude to the LA Times Book Prizes and the judging committee for selecting us for this amazing award. Thank you for this recognition. And as I was thinking about what to say here tonight, I thought I'd share what We Need Diverse Books has meant to me, but not as an employee, as a parent and a reader. And to do that, we have to go back in time, back to the 80s and 90s when I was growing up. And as a kid, I simply devoured books. Matilda, Number the Stars, the Fear Street series by R.L. Stine. I was this very hungry bookworm, but I never really saw myself in the books I read. The heroes of those stories were usually brave, blue-eyed boys or sassy blonde girls. They didn't really look like me, but I was just happy to observe. Now let's fast forward to my freshman year of high school, and my English teacher, shout out Mrs. Wilkerson, assigned a book for my class to read, The Joy Luck Club by Amy Tan. And this novel totally upended my mindset of what a book could be. And I'm trying really hard not to fangirl right now, but from those first pages, I saw my mom and myself reflected on the page. And I could hear my grandmother's voices, my popo and my nai who helped raise me, echoed in the dialogue. I was no longer an outsider looking in. I was the hero of a story. So let's do another time jump, this time to April 2014, when I was a very new mom. And one morning, when my newborn daughter was lying on her playmat, I was scrolling through Twitter, and I came across this interesting hashtag, We Need Diverse Books. People from all over the world were using it to share why we need more representation in our stories. And I decided to add my own tweet, sharing how I didn't want my daughter to have to wait until she was in high school to find her own Joy Luck Club. And not long after that, We Need Diverse Books became an official nonprofit that was striving to change what we read across America. And we recognize that if we want more diverse titles on our shelves, then we have to enact change across the entire reading pipeline. That includes supporting the writers writing inclusive stories, to diversifying the publishing industry itself, to providing the finished books to the readers who need them. So let's do one last time jump to where we are today. And my daughter is now 12 years old. And because of the work we do at We Need Diverse Books, along with the help we get from our partners, our donors, our supporters, I'm really proud to report that my girl has never really had to look that far to find herself on the page. And even more than that, we've been able to explore so many books together that reflect the diversity of our world, from queer stories to Muslim stories to Native stories and many, many more. And as a parent, I'm so grateful that literature has come so far in just one generation. And I wish I could end the story here. I wish I could raise up my hands and say, we did it. But of course, life doesn't work like that. As many of you know, book bans have risen very sharply since 2021, and they disproportionately target diverse voices. Many of the authors that we have supported over the years are now publishing books that are getting banned left and right. There's even a bill making its way through Congress, HR 7661, that could compel a national book ban if passed. So the work is very much far from over, but I have to remind myself that the people banning books are never the good guys in history, and it's up to us. So it's up to us in this room and beyond, as readers, as book lovers, to fight back, because we're always going to need diverse books, and we really need them now more than ever. So thank you so much for this incredible award.
I love that organization. I used to read Encyclopedia Brown, and no one was ever Brown in the books. So thank you. Well, that's it. Thank you all so much for joining us here tonight and celebrating these amazing writers. Let's give them one more round of applause, shall we? For me, it truly is a privilege to be able to celebrate this 46-year-old program and that devotes so much time and care to recognizing and elevating the important work of diverse and array of writers. Those of you who subscribe to the Los Angeles Times, you really help make events like this possible, and we truly do thank you. The festival, the book festival, the awards, none of that would be possible without you. So to the subscribers and the readers of the Los Angeles Times, we truly do thank you. I'd also like to thank this evening's sponsors, associate sponsors, University.
Are these live?
Yep, I think so.
Hello. We're always slightly baffled by microphones.
Thanks for coming. As Angelica says, this is the 31st LA Times Festival of Books, so we're really happy everybody's here. Yes, and you know, in the whole 31 years that I can remember, it's only rained twice. Once in the very beginning one, when it used to be at that other school across town, and once a couple of years ago, and then it was just light, and people came anyway, so we're really glad you're here. I'm Karen Grigsby Bates. I'm a recovering NPR journalist. A former columnist, contributing to the op-ed pages of the LA Times, and most importantly for this crowd, an audiobook addict. Woo. Yes. Woo. This latter is useful because you've chosen to join us for a panel on, use your words, Karen, a panel on moderation. A panel on narration. Sorry about that. The people that we have up here on stage are true masters of the craft. They are actually at the top of their game, doing some of the most avidly received stories in the country, in the world, really. And they're going to talk to us today about how they do what they do, when they do what they do. And spoiler alert, 99 and 44/100% of us cannot walk up here and do their job. You know, a lot of people think you just walk up to the mic and start. I think it takes a little more than that. So this is an art. We're lucky to have them. And we're going to do that for about 40 minutes, and then we're going to turn the mic over to y'all so you can ask your burning questions, which I hope will be questions. Yeah, you know what I mean. If you want to fan out, our narrators will be signing in area number 5, just behind you. As Angelica said, the Mysterious Bookstore will be running that. Most of them have books or CDs, etc. They're happy to sign for you, so come say hi and support the pre-recession economy. Now, I'm thrilled to introduce you to your panelists again. To my left is Julia Whalen, who has narrated bestsellers such as The 7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo by Taylor Jenkins Reid, The Women by Kristen Hanna, and the late Emily Henry's People We Meet on Vacation, which you might be seeing streaming at this point. As an actor, she starred as Grace Manning in the family television series Once and Again, and after graduating from college, magna cum laude, she spent a year as a visiting student at Oxford, which was grist for her first novel, My Oxford Year. Dominic Hoffman is an actor and playwright. You've seen him on SWAT and Grey's Anatomy, among other things. Yes, he's also a prolific audiobook narrator. He's the voice behind many of James McBride's books, including The Heaven and Earth Grocery Store, and more recently, Percival Everett's James. And he finally took time to write a book himself. Late Rehearsals is his new book of short stories, and that will be over in the signing area too. January Lavoie has narrated across genres, everything from psychological thrillers to romance, and has done a lot of narration for books by James Patterson and Ken Follett. She was a daytime TV actor for a long time and confesses she narrated her first book under a pseudonym because she was afraid her narration work might interfere with her day job on shows like All My Children and General Hospital. Scott Brick was a theater major at that other school across town. And it is there that he first got the idea that he might make a pretty good audiobook narrator, and it turns out he was right. You've heard him on everything from the Dune series to several of the late Michael Crichton's books to, wait for it, the King James Version of the Holy Bible. I think maybe the Secretary of Defense should listen to that so he can get his quotes right.
Amen and amen.
And of course, if you know Jack Reacher, you know that Scott Brick is Jack Reacher, not anybody else. So we are in rare company this morning. Please join me in welcoming the crown jewels of the narration community. Okay, as a curious person, I want to know how this actually works. Like, somebody calls you and says, Julia, you've agreed to do this book for us. You need to be in New York or San Francisco or Omaha, wherever, at 10 o'clock on whatever. What happens after that? What happens when you walk through the door and sit down at the mic?
That sounds so glamorous, and that is not what happens. So what happens is we get an email, and usually, I'm going to speak for all of us here, where I say we don't typically have time to read the book before we make the decision whether we're going to do it, and they don't have time to wait for us to read the book to make the decision. So we have to just go on vibes. And
a keyword search.
And a keyword search, yes. Command F is our friend. And it's usually down to scheduling and if it's something that we want to do. And then once we decide to do that, everyone has a home studio. Dominic, you don't? Good for you, man.
I don't either.
You don't either?
I do.
So maybe it is totally different for them. For me, I schedule it, and then I prep the manuscript by creating a word list of words I need to learn how to pronounce and a character list with any biographical or vocal details that the author has given the character. I'm also obviously reading for tone and trying to build that performance through the lens of what would make the best adaptation of this book for the listener. And then I record from home, from my home studio, typically. But you guys are special.
Or cheap and never wanted to buy a studio. It was really because I lived in New York, and it was just not practical when I started narrating to be able to have
main stage. How are you? Has it been a good day so far? Yeah, how bad can it be surrounded by books? I believe the essayist E.P. Whipple said, books are lighthouses erected in the great sea of time. I just really like the sound of that. And we're going to erect some lighthouses here on the stage today. But before I introduce my next guest, I want to remind you that you can pick up copies of the book we're discussing on this stage over at Vroman's Special Bookseller booth. It's right over there through that area there. My next guest has also pre-signed some book plates, so you can get those as well. Also, want to just do some safety messages. Be aware of your surroundings. We got a lot of people here. We're packed in here. I want to make sure that if you see anything out of the ordinary, you speak to our security team or our fire staff. And in the event of, you know, California, a little bit of a tremble kind of thing, you know what to do. You drop, you cover, and you hold, and you stay away from buildings, and you don't panic. Other than that, we want you to have as good a time as possible. We want you to make a lot of noise for my next guest, because I think my next guest has earned it. Are you ready? All right. Okay, so it's been described as frank, funny, and open-hearted. You Never Know, my next guest's memoir, is an intimate Hollywood memoir from one of the most beloved actors of our time. It's the highly personal story of a remarkable life and a thoroughly accidental career. In his own voice and his uniquely unpretentious style, the famed actor brings readers on his uncharted but serendipitous journey to the top in Hollywood. He talks about his temptations, his distractions, his misfires and mistakes, and over time, well-earned success. And along the way, he clears up an armload of misconceptions, okay, and shares dozens of never-told behind-the-scenes stories from all corners of his personal and professional life. Are you ready for that? All right. He's going to discuss that and more with the journalist who covers film and television for the LA Times and is also a columnist for The Envelope, you know, the Times Award season's publication. That is Glenn Whipp. So let's bring out our special guest. Some know him from the Emmys, the Golden Globes, and the People's Choice Awards, but today you'll know him as author of You'll Never Know. Say hello to Tom Selleck.
Okay. Okay, boss.
Thank you.
Wow. Hi, folks.
It's a nice turnout. Thank you. How's everybody been? How's the book festival been for you today? Good. Good, good. It's about to get better. It's about to get better. You spent some time here on campus.
Yeah, you know, I coming here today, it took me a long time to recognize spots because there's so many buildings now. I left here as a student in '67. Then I'd come for about the next 10 years to see football games. That building I was in. I took a history of China class in that building. But most of the places I just couldn't figure out where I was.
Yeah, well, you do say in the book that academics wasn't necessarily your strong suit at the time.
Academics was my weak suit. As I put it, college was just too much fun. and I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, you was Sigma Chi, right?
I was a Sigma Chi. Managed to be on academic probation for, on academic probation for all but my first semester. I played basketball at SC, or should I say I rode the bench at USC. But that was my real love.
The basketball, but you rode the bench, but you were Lou Alcindor, because SC UCLA at UCLA's height of.
I don't think people might not realize when when you're preparing for an opponent, the guys who aren't going to play much, which I was one of them, I thought I should play, but some people didn't. They thought I should support the team. Anyway, when you prepare for a team, the guys who aren't going to play much learn the offense of the opposing team. Now, I went to school at a time where UCLA had Lou Alcindor, who became Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And since I was the tallest guy of the reserves who were going to learn their offense, my brush with greatness was I was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, or Lou Alcindor at the time, during all the practices. I've told Kareem about it. He got a big kick out of it. But yeah, that was, we never beat UCLA. I wonder why.
So this is terrific memoir. You never know. You're somewhat, and you say this a few times in the book, you know, you're a somewhat private person. I don't even know if I'd say somewhat, kind of a private person.
Yeah.
How did you square being a private person with writing a memoir?
Well, I was concerned about it. In fact, that's why I never did one. I said, well, look, you know, and I had, I think, a reasonably interesting life, but I didn't have some, I wasn't a drug addict who reformed. I didn't have one of those big stories, and I wasn't going to do a book about my love life or who I hated. I wasn't going to do a book about politics. So I had to come to terms with the fact that I know I'll do a book about the work. And it was a long road, going from SC in 67 to getting Magnum in 1980. Those were, I call that my decades of learning.
Was it laying bricks, right?
What's that?
Laying bricks.
Yeah, I identified it as basically laying bricks. And I say in the book, I did a movie, Quigley Down Under, and he said this line. Thank you very much. He said this line, "Don't know where I'm going, but there's no use being late." And I just love that line, and I use it in the book a bunch of times because it's typical. I never wanted to be an actor. I never thought of it. I got embarrassed in speech classes and broke out in a rash, and so it was the farthest thing from my mind. And so I figured when I decided to write the book, well, I'll write this book about what was very much an accidental career and a blessing for me. If I don't think you can look up my transcripts here, but if you can, please don't. So what happened to me was serendipity, but it was the best thing that I could imagine. There were many, many frustrating times. I wasn't working much, and but I started out under contract to a studio by accident.
I mean, I would say that the book you wrote, by the time I got to the end of it, I felt like I knew you. Like, I felt like, okay, you're not going to be writing about as all the things that you said, but I still felt like by the end of the book, like I know who this guy is, and I really enjoyed the time that I spent with him.
Thank you for that. I wanted the book to be a conversation. I mean, one of the things you learn in acting is you're usually talking to one person. And that's what I had to keep in my mind. And my publisher kept saying, well, you can't do that. You have to say whom, not who. And I said, nobody talks like that. And I was constantly having those questions and starting sentences with prepositions and all sorts of things. But I wanted it to be a conversation. I wanted it to be entertaining, because there's no reason it shouldn't be. I mean, I wasn't curing cancer. I was just an actor. And I'm happy with the results of that. I think people found it interesting. There's a lot of substance in it, but to do that, you have to earn it. You have to earn it, whether it's with humor or tragedy or something. You can't just sit around and brag about yourself.
You say in the last chapter, you're kind of reflecting on, I think, a little bit on writing the book, and you said that you told stories that you've never told anyone.
Yeah.
What were a couple of those stories?
I'm not sure anymore, because I've told everyone.
Now that you've told them, they're out there. Yeah.
I've never. A lot of it was just the details that I never chose to share with people, the inner feelings I had of stuff. I really don't know anymore, because it's all public now. But I succeeded in doing a book where you didn't have to do it at the expense of other people, and that was important to me.
Did the process of writing the book? How long did you spend with this? A lot.
With the book?
Yeah. I get the.
Well,
I'm starting to get the impression.
Initially, the publisher put me with a writer, and I was with him for about a year. And I kept saying, well, when are we going to get to work together? And he said, oh, that'll come. I really think, in retrospect, that writer expected me to be a typical celebrity and just show up, get my fee, and have somebody write a book about something. So I fired him, which cost me a lot of money. So I was working on my own dime because my advance was gone. But then when I finally got up the nerve to get back at it, I partnered with I'm drawing a blank.
Let's see. It was
with Ellis.
With Ellis.
Yeah, sorry. Ellis Hennigan was a real good writer in his own right. And I partnered with him, but he didn't write it. I would write things every night because I knew you had to just stay at it. And I had a little office, and then I'd go down on my ranch to dinner with my wife and my daughter, and I'd read it to them. And if everything passed that muster, I would call Ellis, and he would give me some tips. He's written books and everything, but I'm proud to say I wrote it.
And what
that took 4 years.
That's good. That's good. And again, I can hear your voice in it. What'd you learn about yourself in that 4 years writing this book?
Well, I did. I had no confidence that I could write a book. It didn't have much to do with my academic record because, over the time in the business, I produced shows. I fixed a lot of scripts. I wrote some scripts. I wrote and adapted some Westerns, so I knew I could write. But writing about yourself is difficult. And, when you go on a talk show or something and you tell a funny story about this or that, they say, well, can't you spice it up a little? And that's what I knew was the biggest trap in doing the book. which was exaggerating to entertain an audience. And I didn't want to do that, and I don't think I did. But I learned I could write about myself. Then I had a new education when the audiobook came out, because everybody felt I should do the audiobook, and I felt I should. And that was really hard. Took me 5 weeks. And that's really hard to, if you get in front of that microphone and you're an actor and the tendency to want to embellish things can be overwhelming, but it was very, very hard work. I'm very proud of it, though. It does sound like me.
I mean, the one thing I was really struck by, I mean, we learn about your kind of long road to finally getting that lead in Magnum.
Yeah.
We'll call it Magnum. You don't like to call it Magnum PI.
I don't call it Magnum PI. See, on Magnum, we did the show, and then the lawyers got to work at Universal and said, well, because Clint Eastwood did a movie, Magnum Force, he might sue us. So you have to put a PI after it. And I said, well, I live in Hawaii, and that's not the most flattering term for Puerto Rican islanders. Yeah. But they were going to have their way, so I just vowed never to ever call it. In fact, I just did it, so I won't.
I'm sorry
I'm not
about
gonna call it again. The show is Magnum to me.
Magnum.
That was the biggest thing in writing the book. I realized I've been in the business 50 years, 50 plus years, and I got to writing, and the only way to make stories about people and character interesting is to go into the kind of detail that tells a story. And I started to realize if I did my whole career, it would just read like a resume. You do a paragraph here and that, and somewhere along the line writing it, I realized this isn't going to work. Because I didn't want to write what they call a doorstop. And I asked them, what do you see this book as? Oh, they said 300 and some pages. I said, well. So I decided the logical place was this growth period up to and leading to Magnum and the stories about Raiders of the Lost Ark and the whole business opening up to me. And I think that was the best thing to do. It doesn't mean I won't write another book, but because there's a lot of stuff left.
I mean, after all of those pilots, after all of those
6 unsold pilots,
commercials, you finally get the lead in Magnum.
Yeah.
And then right around this time, Steven Spielberg and George Lucas ask you, we've got this movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Well, it wasn't quite that simple.
Yeah.
I had done the pilot for Magnum, and we had filmed it. And then we were just in that waiting period, and I get a call from my agent, Betty McCart, and she said they want you to read for a movie called Raiders of the Lost Ark. Steven Spielberg does. And George Lucas is producing it. And I said, well, I'd like to meet him. They're not going to cast me anyway. And I got this show Magnum, which hasn't sold yet. So I go in and read, and I don't read in auditions very well. And they called me back. And then they wanted me to do a screen test. And then after the screen test, I got a call, and they said, you got the part. And I went in with Steven and George. It was really neat. Their script was, they're very protective about their scripts. And the script was even serial numbered. not just the pages, but each script had a serial number. And Stephen gives me the script, and he says, you got the part. If you want it, go into my office and read it and see what you think. And I got to about page 8, where the big boulders rolling down the hill, and I went, oh, my God. This is really good. So anyway, that was a long saga. Magnum hadn't sold, but they had the rights to. I told Stephen and George about it, and they said, we're surprised you told us. Actors don't use this, tell people about those kind of things. And they kept the offer out for about 6 weeks, and they weren't really worried. They said, oh, we got cards to play with the network. We'll fix it so you can do both. Well, it turned out the more they wanted me, the more CBS didn't want me to do it. And so I basically had to part company with Stephen and George. The weirdest thing about that was now I'm in Hawaii, and but we didn't start Magnum. Magnum had sold, but there was an actor's strike, and nobody could work. So I was just sitting around, hanging around a place called the Outrigger Canoe Club, and I get my Honolulu Advertiser, and I look in it, and it says Steven Spielberg to finish movie in Hawaii. And frankly, I could have done Raiders before Magnum ever started. So it took some time and some real adult thinking to say, look, Magnum was the best thing that ever happened to me. It's not a cross to bear. I was pretty philosophic about it. I probably shouldn't have been, but I didn't want to jump off a bridge or anything, so.
It's hard to think of anyone else but Harrison Ford in that role.
Yes.
But I could see you. Can you see Tom Selleck?
Well, yeah? When it came to Hawaii, I was going to the theater, and people said, "Don't go, don't go. You're going to get depressed." And I went to the. I said, "Why?" You know, I'd already put it to rest. Magnum was incredibly popular. It just burst on the scene in a very big way. And I went to the theater, and it was great, because by the time that boulder rolled down the hill, it was Harrison Ford's movie, and no one else could have done it the way he did it. And I write about it in the book, because I've talked to him, and I talked to his lawyer, Skip Brittenham, because he was my lawyer. Skip just passed away. And I said, I don't want Harrison to think he was second choice. And Skip says, he knows he was second choice, which was really nice. And I heard he used to joke. One time he got injured on the set, and he said, well, if I can't finish the movie, you can go get Tom Selleck for it, you know. But we're cool on it, and that's his movie and his character.
I mean, you write, I'm not trying to be noble, and even I was a little surprised at how willing I was to accept it all in the end. I think a lot of that, it seems like the fact that it took you a good many years to get that lead, gave you a maturity, gave you perspective that too many people in Hollywood really don't have, particularly if you're successful early.
I don't know what it would have been like if I was 17. I was 35 when I got Magnum. And as frustrating as that was, I was training all that time and all those years. And, you know, a lot of what they call younger leading men, it's very hard for them to graduate into leads. Well, when I kind of, I guess you can call it burst on the scene, nobody really knew who I was. except a guy who did a Salem cigarette billboard. And but I was a full-grown man, and I think that was a big plus for me. I had seen people get good breaks and self-destruct. I'd seen people get horrible breaks, and it's just destroyed their life. So I had a pretty good reference on, and really very, very good parents and family. So it was not the easiest thing to deal with, but it was okay.
You know, I was talking to some people about talking with you today, and we were talking about Magnum, and they were like naming their favorite episodes. And the one episode that you mentioned in the book, I think is your favorite, Home from the Sea.
Yes, it is.
It was like people were mentioning that, like that's the episode, and that's the episode you won the Emmy for, right?
Yes, it is.
So. And you talk about your dad a lot in the book, and your mom too. But your dad. But this particular episode, which is an amazing episode, you can watch it on YouTube. You can find it easily streaming. You're out there in the ocean, Magnum's 4th of July, and you like to go out. But you filmed this swimming out in the ocean.
Yeah, we didn't go to some studio with a water tank and pretend we were in the ocean. We went out in the deep water.
Day and night.
Day and night. Tiger sharks and hammerheads in the water. We had 2 divers in the water. But Don Belisario saw it that way, and our producer and creator of Magnum. And it made all the difference in the world. It was... and it was really easy to act because it wasn't easy to tread water all day in the open ocean. But it is my favorite episode.
And as Magnum is treading water, he's remembering this conversation he had with his father.
Yes.
I watched it again last weekend, and having read your book, I couldn't help but think of the relationship that you had with your father, and the conversations that you must have had with him too.
Well,
fortunately, your father didn't pass early.
Yeah. Pardon?
Like Magnum's did,
yeah. My dad. I mean, all I can say is, when I was growing up, I wanted to be just like him. But when I got Magnum, I had a job at USC. I was their campus representative for United Airlines, and that was my job. I had to work to help pay my tuition, and I went to my dad, and I said, Dad, I got offered this contract at a studio by accident, and what do you think I should do? And he thought for a minute. And he said, well, it's kind of like your brother Bob. My brother Bob played in the Dodger organizations. Tommy Lasorda signed him. And he said, it's like your brother Bob. If something that's considered special like that comes along and you pass it up, you might get to be about 35 and wonder what if. And it was really, really good advice. And we talked a little more. He says, but you got to tell your boss. I was hoping he'd call my boss. And said, but that wasn't my dad. So anyway, but I was just going out. I said, thanks, Dad. And he said something kind of under his breath. It was more to himself than to me. But I heard it. And it was, he said to himself, just don't let him change you. And I realized that wasn't easy advice to give. I had 2 years of training with United Airlines. I had a job when I got out of school. And now I was going to go off to Hollywood. But he gave that advice freely and fully. And I talk about it a lot in the book because it just meant a lot. It's like yesterday when I remember him saying that. No.
I think that's the heart of the book because they didn't change you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I think we're going to now go through and have some questions from the audience, from you guys.
Yes, applaud that. One more time, come on. These are not just Hollywood stories. These are real moments from the life of an icon. So it's amazing that you get to share them. And some of you might even get to ask a question of Tom Selleck today. We only have time for a few, so I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, and then we'll figure out from there. Who did I say was one? You. I think I did. Tell us, I'm going to hold the mic and tell us your name and your question.
Chris. Yeah, I enjoyed your work, and Jesse. Look at it as it's not just me being another persona, but this is another lane of expression. And so, yeah, it also kind of gives you an opportunity to set, I guess, limitations for yourself and for your boundaries for your pseudonym, so that you say, okay, well, I'm not comfortable doing this, whether my name is Jacoby or JD. So if I'm going to be in the romance lane, this is just what I do, you know. So I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I didn't think of it in terms of there's an Andy book and there's an Elena book, and I'll do all the books. It was like there's Andy books, there's Elena books, and there's books that neither of them will do for reasons that are mine. But then Elena won an Audie Award, and I was really struck by like, well, I'm proud of the book that won the Audie Award, and so is the author. And does this mean that we don't, that I don't personally promote it? And yeah, get credit for it. And so I decided to pursue it a little bit. Like I had to explain it to the author first. So that was a good test. And I said, you know how it's like there's Honda and there's Acura, you know, but they're like the same company. And she's like, oh, can I be Honda? So, you know, it's 2 different product lines. Yeah.
I would say I too started doing romance under my name. And then as things got spicier and spicier, I said, oh, I might need a separate persona to really take on those worlds and those relationships. And honestly, that was the main reason why Nia came to be. And through her, I've been able to kind of just explore things that I know me personally myself. I wouldn't necessarily put out certain type of work. And I think it's kind of freeing in a way to kind of have an alter ego that gets to explore things that maybe we might not even step into in our real lives or imaginary worlds that we create for ourselves.
Yes, I agree 100%. The pseudonym, even creating my social media from the beginning, I got to follow people and conversations and topics that me as myself, I was a little too scared to do. But as my pseudonym, as Wesley, I get to escape as well into the reading. I get to just explore areas and things and conversations and sexuality and what you were saying about women's empowerment. There's a book I did. I said, oh my God, this is what people are doing. But I walked away from it thinking like, I'm proud of this woman. She really like stood her ground. She invited, I don't want to give too much away. Enigma. That's all I'm gonna say.
What book was it? Can you tell
Enigma.
us? Oh, that's what,
My God, today. It was an education, but also it is something that I'm also really proud of. And I'm glad that what I get to explore as Wesley is, it's a brand, and it's about having fun, exploring your sexuality, exploring your sensuality, your empowerment. It has become something I could have never imagined, and I really enjoy leaning into my pseudonym. It's so much bigger than than me or what I ever thought it could be. So I love it.
It's a helpful division. Basically, anything that's romance is Tor. Anything that's not is something else. Choosing my pseudonym was kind of a fraught process and an anxious process because I had the perfect pseudonym, I thought, when I started. I don't think any of you know this. It was Marcus M. Wilde with an WILDE, and I created like all of this social media stuff and did all the things, and then one day, Facebook decided that this was not a real person, and deleted everything, and I was given the opportunity to get it back, but I had to submit like a photo ID, etc. And so I actually landed on my current pseudonym by taking letters from my real name, and just started throwing letters out left and right and coming up with a name. So somehow I thought I could give them a driver's license and say, this is my nickname and get my Facebook page back. But that's the actual story. So anyway.
Well, and it's kind of cool because you all have two careers in a way. Like you have a career as your pseudonym and you have a career as your real name. And you don't get necessarily pigeonholed, right? Like you can do it all, basically. So it's very cool. Kind of pivoting to craft here for a minute. You know, with romance, we read what's on the page, right? So as the writers are sort of changing their styles and how they're approaching books, you know, that changes what you all do. And, you know, that's like just dual POV. And now there's duet audio and there's multicast. Talk a little bit about how you like doing those or don't like, or how these different styles has affected the way that you work.
I recently did a duet, and we used Source Connect, and I love that process. I mean, before when I would do a duet,
I'm going to stop you 1 second. I'm just going to explain if you don't know what duet is. Duet is when maybe there's like a male POV and, you know, he's talking and doing all the male lines, but the female narrator is saying all the female dialogue. So it's sort of dialogue constructed.
Right. Versus dual,
right.
Where you're going POV to POV and each person does everything.
All the characters,
Right.
regardless of gender.
So with duet, initially, I would read the text and we would leave blanks where the female narrator or feminine narrator would speak, and you would basically be responding to that person, only you're not responding to anyone. Doing it through Source Connect, you see the elevation of the genre because it's more like acting, and everybody knows acting is pretty much listening, you know, and responding and reacting. So it's impossible to have the best quality when you're not interacting with that person in a duet. I mean, it still can work, but I found that using Source Connect where we can record at the same time and respond to each other in real time, it definitely elevated the work.
Yeah, if I had my choice, I would never do an asynchronous duet project ever again, because it does, you know, when I hear the sample, for example, when the book comes out, and I go, oh, he said that line like that? Well, if I knew he was going to say that line like that, I would have said my line differently, and it sounds like we're on different planets.
And coming from, you know, training background, you know, my training, MFA training, affect level is everything. So when you're responding, you know, if someone's here, you're trained to respond where they are and then move the scene forward. So all of that is missed when you don't hear the person's initial comment, or they don't hear what your response is. It can get lost in translation.
There does seem to be a definite rise. I'm working on a project now, I think, with 8 other narrators. It's a multicast, and the problems that Andy noted are very, very real, that the energy that you bring can differ so much, and it's not just articulating the words, but it can sound very strange if you're not on the same page. And so sometimes it's helpful to actually give a little more than just a voice sample. Like, this is actually the energy that I'm bringing to this chapter, or if there's a fight or a hot scene, so to speak. Like, this is the energy I'm bringing, so you know, because you can have a real disconnect. And but it does seem that fans are driving a lot of the interest in the duet and multicast. They like it.
So a part of the reason why I wanted to start a production company was to do multicast and duets and things, because as an actor coming, with an MFA background, you learn about acting with other actors. So when we get to work on a script together, we do it on Zoom. It is the best thing because you are just responding off of each other. You're making each other laugh. It feels like you're in class again or you're in rehearsal. So the actors really love it, and the listeners do as well. And I agree. I convinced one of my authors when we did our first multicast. Nobody wanted to give it a try back then. But one author, Shay Davis, was willing to let me do whatever I wanted. And we got those 5 actors on Zoom, and we had the best time. I was stressed out as the producer, but boy, oh boy, we had a good time, and it did really well. So it's my favorite way to work. I did one book where me and the other narrator, we recorded on our own, and I was just like, okay, if you guys say so. But I think it turned out really well. So I think you learn to try to perform this. I've tried to perform the scene in a way that's not so in one direction that whatever the other narrator may do, like hopefully it'll still work. Like if it is a fight or an argument, I'm not gonna go too crazy. Just, depending on what they do, that hopefully the choices still make sense together. But it's a blast.
I would love to experience being able to record simultaneously in a multicast and a duet. That would be magical. I've only done duets separately, and I too try to just keep a neutral tone. The book that won the Audie this year, King of Envy by Anna Huang, it was a duet. And I think it also just plays into this idea of duets being a really popular way to perform romance. And maybe we have a little bit of power to push forward this idea of recording them on Source Connect so that we can kind of add even more richness to being able to record in this way, and also enjoyment for ourselves, because I too, as an actor, love being able to play off of the other person. And you can find things in the scene together that you can't find on your own. And I think that's a really, really nice touch.
One of my favorite memories in my whole career was doing a book for Lauren Blakely called Birthday Suit. And it was a 2-day record process, and we organized it so the entire first day was everybody except for the main 2 characters, so that we had that sort of in the studio together fun. And Lauren doesn't know this, but I spent I made a producer fee on top of my narration fee, and I blew the entire fee at a restaurant that night. I got a private room in a New York restaurant, and I did a family-style dinner for the cast because I was like, I'm not going to remember this money, but I am going to remember this night. And yeah, we're actors. We like people. It's weird to be cooped up in a little box by ourselves acting. So.
And it feels, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, doing it the way that they love doing it, it's actually rarely done.
I think about audio dramas and how popular they are, and how you do we recorded an audio drama in studio together, and I had discoveries in those moments that I didn't have when I was reading through it originally. So if duets feel like marrying narration and audio dramas, and if we could kind of go through the process in the same way that they do audio dramas, I think that we would make some magic.
It's called budgets.
Right.
Okay.
And I'll also say, when you're doing it live like that, you have a director built in. So you deliver the line, and they can literally look at you and be like, are you serious? That's how you're going to do that? And then you're like, oh, okay, sorry. And then and so it does improve the product, but it is expensive.
Yeah, it's expensive. I mean, the studio in New York with a whole cast, I'm sure that was very expensive. So there's only, certain level of authors that can really afford to do things this way. So most of the time it is not.
Audie finalist.
Audie finalist. Yeah, right. It was. Talking about fans and how they do love duet, and I see romance is really heading towards duet for audiobooks. How has sort of the fandom through social media and doing in-person events, book cons, and all of that changed changed things for you? You know, like your day-to-day as narrators. Tor, why don't you start?
I'm all right. It's a fascinating experience. I mean, there's different interactions online and interactions in person. You have to acquire a set of skills pretty quickly about ignoring certain things or blocking certain things, and it can be a challenge while trying not to be rude and kind, trying to be kind. I would say one of the biggest challenges in the romance space now as a narrator who attends a number of conventions is that I feel like there's a convention or two every weekend now. You are. No, not me, but just that it feels like you could, if you wanted to, you could almost go to one. And they are all so very different in terms of the vibe that they bring, what the audience is expecting to encounter. A convention called Romantically Yours is very different than a convention called Sinners and Stardust, right? And they attract different kinds of readers who look for a different kind of experience. And so negotiating that can be tricky. I'll just say that. It can be very, very tricky.
And you're a man. And, 90% of the readers, listeners are women. I feel like, you guys, tell me if I'm wrong, but a lot of it, the women are approached almost like best friends. Yeah. And the men are approached very differently. So maybe talk about that as well.
Yeah, very differently. But it was actually surprising. I think I actually stopped doing appearances on podcasts because I noticed I was being objectified by women who were empowered. So I was like, wow, so we're doing that, huh? You want me to growl?
On the podcast?
Yeah, on the podcast.
Oh.
Just growl for me. I'm like, what? So, yeah, that
was my next question.
That's something to navigate. Trying to do it in a way that pleases the fan base or their listeners without being rude, like Tor said, but also wanting to set boundaries and establish, a little sense of decorum, from time to time.
Do you do in-person events, Jacoby?
No. This is the first time I'm doing one now. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for that support.
It's a really delicate dance because some people can get really upset if you won't comply with telling them they're a good girl, for example, as they record it without asking your like it's just, they will get really angry. And negotiating that and the amount of money they're paying to be there, which, I mean, it's not cheap for a lot of these, for a lot of the women, primarily women who attend the events. And so it's complicated, it's complicated.
It is, but it's so dispiriting to me that, like, women ought to know better. And when I hear what comes at my colleagues, my male colleagues in their DMs, I'm really disappointed, frankly. But we have two different jobs. The women who narrate in this primarily for a female audience genre, like you said, we are entering the story on behalf of the audience. They've chosen this fantasy. They've chosen the trope. They've chosen the flavor, the tone, and we are entering into whatever it is on their behalf. And so they need to be able to see themselves in us, and that's one of the reasons why, the title of this panel is The Sexy Voices Behind Romance. And this is my narrating voice. This is what I get in the booth and I start talking like this. And the funny thing is, the sexy voice, like, oh my God, like whatever that stereotypical kind of syrupy thing is, if there's an evil ex-girlfriend, I'm giving her that voice. What are you doing with him? Because that's the voice that intimidates women and makes them hate her, right? But when it comes to my counterparts, their role is to be the fantasy. And that's, I think, where boundaries need to be put in place.
So what's interesting is my male voice has also become kind of popular. He's got a social media too, he has a name. And I don't think I experienced what you guys experienced, but some of the comments that I'm like, he's not a real boy, like it's me. And so going to different events, I had someone walk up to me and she was just like, but it's the Rashad girl. And I'm like, wow, it's on one hand, I'm grateful and I appreciate that I'm able to transform and take them on that journey, but it does feel, boundaries do get crossed, and it does feel a little bit like, am I safe? Because I don't always know how far something will go. There was a time where I wouldn't go to events because some of the things I would get in DMs, I'm like, I'm scared, But my first event was Black Romance Book Festival last year. Nothing can compare to hearing someone say how much your work means to them, that some people can't read for whatever reasons, where if it's a vision or they have just different disabilities that they doesn't allow them to actually read a physical book, and what audio is able to do. So I try to remember that's my job, to take them on this journey, and I'm grateful that they have that connection, but it does get a little scary sometimes. I just don't know where the boundaries are, so just stay in the house when I can,
I'm sure. I think there's a lot of feelings that are brought out, when reading or listening to romance. But, I think about dark romance, and I've heard many people say that there's been a lot of healing in listening to dark, which it's like, as a producer, I don't judge anybody for listening to anything that they like. There's we all have triggers, but maybe not, and it's because there's a lot of healing that happens through these books. And I'm sure you all have stories from fans and listeners that way.
No, absolutely. I'm a man, obviously. You all figured that out. And I portrayed these men who do awful, awful, awful things. And I've asked authors in private and on panels, why? Why did you make me do this? And the inevitable answer is one, this is a female space. You're welcome. Glad you're here. Two, it's a catharsis. And I just go, okay. I don't have any response to that. I just take them at their word that somehow it's cathartic, and that readers say similar things and listeners. But it's, again, very curious along the gender lines in this space. Very curious and confusing.
So, we've seen a lot of indie romance, but romance has also become more traditionally published now. That's a huge rise, seeing that a lot more. But, the rise of indie authors has created a lot of opportunities outside of the traditional system. They're playing on their own rules and doing what they want. And audio and color, I would like you to talk about that, Andy, and how important that is and how much that work is matters.
Yeah, so there's a romance author named Nana Malone, and she had my former company, Lyric Audiobooks, produces for her. And I loved her Instagram lives. And she would, during the pandemic lockdown, she would do these things on Thursdays, I think. It was the Brown Nipple Challenge. And she did it in response to people saying, well, I know I'm supposed to read more diversely, but how do I find these books? Where are these mystical books that I'm here? You know, and she's like, listen, we're going to talk about one book a month, and it's called the Brown Nipple Challenge, and there's going to be brown nipples because representation is important in romance, and what the heck is with all these pink nipples? And so one day I was folding laundry, watching the Brown Nipple Challenge book discussion, and I typed in the thing like, hey, is there an audiobook of this book you're talking about? And she interrupted her discussion to say, you know how expensive that is? This indie author does not have the budget for that. What are you talking about? And around the same time, a company that asked not to be identified was asking me if there was any way we could work together. And I was like, well, I'm fine, but how about funding some of these audiobooks? And so they gave us $30,000, and we were like, okay. And we produced 6 audiobooks, and we called it Audio in Color. And just Thursday, we launched round 4 of applications for another 8 titles. And Spotify, our stage sponsor here, supports audioincolor.org. If you know somebody who, you know, they have a book that should be an audiobook. And Audible supports us, and Libro.fm supports us. And we are not only bringing more stories into audio, but all of those stories need to be cast, and those actors are getting paid like their rate to do these books, which we also think is very important. So thanks for giving me the chance to talk about that.
And maybe talk about your company too, Wesley.
Sure. It's a Wesley Siobhan production. Again, I started it because I really wanted to do multicast, like selfishly. But I saw a need in the community where, you know, same as you, where a lot of authors wanted to get their audiobooks done, but just didn't know how to make that transition. And so we started with an author would reach out, and we started doing the process, doing it over and over. And I was like, girl, I think you got a company here. And it's just grown to, again, it's just beyond my imagination that what it has grown into. Being able to hire people is my favorite thing to do. Oh my God, especially actors, because, you know, sometimes we be out of work and these girls need a job, you know, and the guys too. And it just feels really great to say to a friend or a new narrator, like, I got a project for you at your rate, girl, you know. But then also, I know a lot of actors who, again, may be looking for work or just looking to get into the audiobook space. So being able to walk them through that process, because I had some amazing mentors. 2 of them are on this stage. Like, y'all helped me so much in the beginning. I would call JD like, yo, how am I supposed to do this? Can I get just 20 minutes of your time, you know? And like, Andy, you helped me out tremendously in the beginning with, you had an event, and I think I was just there virtually. I don't remember what it was called. Oh my gosh. You had an event at your house, and you had a bunch of narrators there. You have to remember, this was like 2020. Anyway, she held me down in the beginning, and so it feels really great to pay that forward through my company. It's just been a lot of fun. I'm still learning so much. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Andy and I went to, and us and maybe 5, 10, 8 other narrators went to RWA. Wasn't RWA like 15 years ago, maybe? And they didn't even know who narrators were or what we did or you know, anything. And, you know, we were like walking around passing out chapsticks, you know, with their names on it to try and, you know, tell people about audiobooks. And look how far it's come with just the volume and the acceptance.
And the stage that we're sitting on.
Right.
I mean, what?
Right.
And, you know, the diversity in authors and writing and narrators and stories being told, it's really incredible to see the growth that's happened and how we've all benefited from it. It's a pretty amazing career. I don't know, Rose and Thorn of being an audiobook narrator. Tor, what do you think? What's a Rose and Thorn? Not that we want to get negative, but I love that. I always love that question.
Rose and Thorn. The thorn is all of the hours alone. I mean, it's lots and lots of hours talking to yourself and hoping that everything sounds great, you know. The rose part of it is telling stories that mean things to people. The art of storytelling, and a job well done when you finish it and someone says, I lost myself, you know, in the book. That's the rose, I think.
And kind of going back to going to cons, I mean, you get real responses from people about how you've changed their lives or they've been touched. And sometimes when you're sitting alone in the booth, it's hard. It's hard. It's easy to forget, you know, that people are listening, right? Because you're just by yourself. So that's very.
I mean, conventions are a constant interaction with real people who maybe listened on the way to the convention sometimes, or they woke up this morning and they were getting ready to come down to the con and they were listening to a book you narrated. And so that's the rose and thorn for me.
Okay, my rose is, I was just telling my friend this the other night that I was the out of work actor that found audiobooks. And I remember praying, and my mantra was, God, help me find work that exhausts all of my talents. And that has happened. I think the thorn is, I feel like it's such a new space that there's still so much to learn and figure out, and sometimes that can be overwhelming, figuring out how to keep up your pace with the workload that's coming, and not always knowing how to manage it, what to say no to, how do I figure things out. That's why I was calling, you know, in the beginning. In particular, for me, it was like going from a W-2 person to a 1099 person. My Lord, today, that takes a lot of help, you know. So just keeping up with the pace and learning everything. But I feel so grateful and so blessed to be in this space. It is truly, not to sound like woo-woo or whatever, but like I really feel like this is what I was meant to do. I was meant to be in this space.
I would say for me, my thorn also is honestly just managing everything that comes with doing this as a career. There's a lot of moving pieces. You wear a lot of hats as a narrator. Most of us, I believe, don't have agents or managers, so we're doing a lot of the negotiations on our own. We're doing a lot of research on our own to maintain the pace of work that can come your way, especially as you grow in popularity. So it can be a lot and really overwhelming at times. But my rose is that I've been able to tell some really powerful stories. And I'm talking stories that have made me have to take a moment in the booth and shed some tears, because there is so much representation out now. And as a little girl, I loved to read. And I was always the main character in the book, no matter what the demographic was. And I also think a little selfishly, as an actor, we get to play a lot of the characters. And being able to dive into a book and be all of the characters in the scene, playing off of different personalities and characteristics, and also their own personal backgrounds, is really freeing. And the way that I get to tap into my creativity every single day and do it full time is a beautiful life that I didn't imagine until it kind of fell into my lap. So it's something to be appreciated, even in the midst of going through all of the challenging storms that can come with this work.
Yeah, I think thorn-wise, I can give an example from the other night. I came into the house because I have an outbuilding now, which is nice to have like a separate building. So when I can leave work and actually shut a door and go across like my back garden and go in the house and be done. But there's a way that my schedule management sometimes gets away from me. And I had a feeling that I was sort of viewing my scheduling kind of a little bit too much on vibes. And that in the past has gotten me into enough trouble that I have systems, and I can feel when I'm starting to stray from that system and it's time to have a come to you know who. So I come in with my desk calendar and my Post-it tape and my Sharpies and my computer, and I'm going to go through my email and I'm going to put everything there on the calendar. Wow. Let me just say it's a good thing May has 31 days in it, because I will be using many of them to get all that. So that's hard, you know, and the following through on the promises of, yes, I will have this amount to you by this day. That my back hurts, my butt hurts, right?
Does your voice get tired anymore?
My brain gets tired. It's not my voice, because I'm not exerting, I'm not hitting the back row. I'm just talking like I would talk. I'm fine. But wow, my brain is like, what was my name again? You know, and I'm just, blah. But the rose is everything that you all said. The creative stimulation, the books we read that we probably wouldn't have read, and the authors. Just before we came here, did anybody go to Lauren Rowe's thing earlier today? Lauren Rowe. She's somebody that I've gotten to narrate for a few times, and I saw her at the author thing, or at the green room thing, and she said, "You know, you're doing my next book," and I was like, "Yeah," and she said, "There's nobody else who could do that book. I wrote her for you." I mean, I'm gonna drop the mic.
I guess Thorn would tie into social media, I think, and it's a gift and a curse, especially when you're an anonymous. When initially it was masked, you can lose kind of the narrative on your own entity in a way. I mean, I recently had someone telling me that I had retired from romance. I was like, oh, that's news to me. That I had moved away from urban romance. I was like, what? Oh, that explains some things. But, you know, just not being in control of your own branding sometimes. So even now, just being here and being present and putting my name, my face to it, it kind of takes that power back. The rose recently is that my wife has recently started listening to my books. So there's when I see the headphones on and the twinkle in the eyes, like, Jacoby strikes again.
That's funny. Social media, though, talking about that, do you all use it and do it, and do you feel like it serves you? Or do you just not do it? Because, I mean, I feel like different people and, their place in their career, sometimes they find it really helpful. Some people back away from it. I don't know. What do you all do? What do you feel?
I will go ahead and personally say I'm not a huge fan of social media, so I'm not very active on social media. And because of that, I've been able to just run my career as my career. And I feel a sense of empowerment knowing that I can still do this work at the level that I do it without necessarily needing to be someone who's active on socials, because being out of that world, I know the benefits and I love the advantages that you get to have doing it, but I also know myself and how anxious I can get about things. So being able to have that boundary in place for me to keep things kind of on, like, behind me if there's anything on socials versus in the forefront is a really nice way for me to kind of keep my nervous system in check, for sure.
It can be a thorn. It really can. And for those reasons that I don't do Facebook. That one really scares me. There's certain degrees to like how deep people will go about how they feel about things. But Instagram has been great for me. It gave me a place where people can talk to me. I get a lot of DMs when books are released. I sometimes don't have to post. I just repost or add things to my story. So that's really helpful. I would say for the most part, I really do enjoy it because I enjoy the interaction with people. But there are moments where I'm like, I have to turn this off because I don't just see what I want to see. I'm introduced to all kinds of stuff that I didn't ask to, see or hear about. But for me, it's been a huge benefit and I'm so grateful I did social media in the beginning because it gave people a hub, a place to talk about the work, whether they're talking about me as a narrator or other narrators or authors. So that I found it really helpful, but I do have to take breaks because it can be overwhelming.
I think there's really wide disparity in the use of social media. I think there's a gender gap in how social media is used. I think there's an age gap in terms of how social media is used. And so it is true that some authors look at social media followers and will select narrators based upon that criteria. I mean, for good or bad. And in particular, some male narrators have become TikTok, book talk famous. Whether they can or cannot narrate an actual book, it's a curious rise to fame. And the numbers of followers are also curious among men and women narrators. Yeah, it is true, and it's a curious dynamic, and so it has to be navigated well, and can consume you. For me, I view my job as an actor as a service to the author, whether I'm in the booth or on social media, and that I always want to be directing people buy their book. They paid me to read it, buy their book. This company produced it, do that, direct it outward. But the social media game is real, for good or bad.
I'd love to open it up to questions. If anybody in the audience has questions, please just raise your hand or something. All right, yeah, in the back.
Giving too much and is ready to reclaim what is hers. A very important conversation that's going to be led by Audible editor. She's an Audible editor who is dedicated to highlighting voices of creators from underrepresented groups, authors and creators. Her name is Margaret Hargrove, but let's make some noise for Margaret Hargrove and our special guest, Garcelle Beauvais. Thank you. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you, Margaret.
What a beautiful day. Thanks for being here, guys.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Garcelle.
Hello, Margaret.
I just have to say, I've been looking forward to this conversation all week. I flew all the way from New Jersey.
She sure did.
To be here.
Is the weather better here?
Much
now?
better. Always better in California. You are someone who has been in our living rooms for years, from the Jamie Foxx show to being the first... to being the first Black housewife on The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills.
Yes.
But what you've done recently, stepping away from something that no longer served you, on your own terms, out loud, that takes a particular kind of courage. And you wrote an Audible original about it.
I sure did.
Releasing on May 7th, Protecting Your Peace at All Cost tells the story of you finally putting yourself first. And we're here to talk about it today.
Let's talk about it.
Let's get started. So, Garcelle,
Yes.
you grew up in Haiti. You came to this country. You've built this extraordinary life that has taken you from the runways of New York to the Hollywood Hills. When you think about that little girl in Haiti with your grandmother dressed up for Sunday church in your Mary Janes, what do you think she would make of you right now?
I think she would say, oh, shit, this is where we're ending up? I mean, listen, there's no blueprint to what has happened in my life. It's just perseverance, my mom having the wherewithal to bring us from Haiti on her own. And the rest is faith, God, resilience, and some of it took a lot of bravery, too.
There's something you say in Protecting Your Peace that really struck me. You talk about this not being about becoming someone new, but remembering who you always were. That's such a powerful distinction. When did you realize there was a difference?
You know, I think as you get older, you realize that when you're a kid, a lot of times it's either people have put labels on you or you hear people talking and you take those things on. And some of those things are not yours. They're not necessarily yours to carry. So I think once you try to do the work, you get to a place where you're like, you know what? I don't have to people please all the time. I can say no. I can be nice, but I can still stand up for myself. So for the longest time, I didn't know how to do that.
Okay.
I would let things slide or, you know, just brush them away. And time and wisdom and, you know, some painful things make you stand up for yourself finally.
Your dedication at the beginning of Protecting My Peace is one of the most beautiful things I've heard in a long time. You talk about choosing quiet over chaos, healing over hiding. I just want to know, what does that look like for you in real life? Like on a regular Tuesday, in the real unglamorous day-to-day of it?
On a regular Tuesday, I always wake up and the first thing I always say is thank you before I grab my phone, before, you know, anything else, because I'm so grateful for seeing another day. But on a regular Tuesday, for me, it's being intentional about what I want the day to look like. It may not end up being everything that I set out to be, but what I want. Years ago, if somebody would have told me, I would have gotten up feeling good, maybe feeling positive that day, and something would change that mood, right? And I would just go on about my day, just let it fester, whatever that is. But now, if I wake up and I'm in a good mood and then maybe an hour later something shifts, I actually stop myself and go, what was it that just happened that made me feel differently? You know, so it's listening more to myself. You know, where before I wouldn't do it, I was busy, there were kids, there were snacks, there was school, there was jobs that I wanted to get. But I think now is more quiet and taking things in and being more present.
I have to ask you about the audio piece specifically because Protecting My Peace is an Audible original.
Yes. Oh,
Releasing on May 7th. And you wrote and narrated this yourself. I heard you just finished recording on Wednesday.
Yes, we just finished recording, and I'm so happy you brought that up because the director of my recordings, Marissa Vitelli, is here, and she is, please stand up.
Yeah.
She was, when I tell you, so instrumental in getting this off the ground and talking to me and making sure that I was in a space. She not only directed me, but she became a friend. And, you know, it takes a village, and she was definitely a big part of this village.
Cool. Thank
So
you, Marissa.
thank you, Marissa. Audible, you know, I just started listening to Audibles. I know you can do like podcasts and stuff, but when I go for long rides, I try to listen to a new book. And so Audibles has become a thing now. People are listening. It's easier, you know. So when I was given the opportunity, I was like, why not? And I think when you're telling a story and you feel like you're talking to a friend, you reveal some things that you may not have wanted to reveal because you feel like you're talking to a friend. But then also, there's a part of the process where things that you thought you wouldn't get emotional about brings up some kind of emotions, or things you thought you worked through already. It's really an interesting process. Yeah.
You're very honest in protecting your piece about friendship.
Yes.
The friendships that make sense, the friendships that surprise you, and the friendships that cost you. As women, we're taught to hold on to our friendships at all costs.
At all costs.
When did you realize that some friendships were actually costing you your peace?
Okay, so 2026, my word for 2026 is discernment. It's really taking the time to let people show you who they are, right? And having the discernment not to, I'm such an open person that I'll let anybody come to my house. If I'm dating a guy, he's automatically becomes my boyfriend after 3 dates. And so discernment is really teaching me to hold back a little bit, you know? Like not everybody deserves access to me or my energy. And I didn't have those kind of words. I didn't grow up with hearing people say that. So for me, for friendships, you can have a friendship for a very long time. They mean the world to you, but you can grow apart. And that doesn't mean you have to scrub your Instagram of them, that they never existed. I think you can still have those memories, those moments that you shared with them, but they're not necessarily in your front row anymore.
I think so many women are going to hear your audio original and recognize themselves because women, we are raised to be loyal to our friends, our partners.
Loyalty is important
our
to me, though.
Families.
Yeah.
But at what point does loyalty become self-abandonment, and how do you know the difference?
I think when loyalty becomes self-abandonment is when you're putting that person first. No matter what they do to you, you're like, oh, but she's been my friend since kindergarten. I think there's got to be a time where you put your foot down. There's got to be a time where you go, as much as I love her or him, it's not serving me anymore because it's hurting me more.
Okay.
And I learned this through my marriage when I was going through my divorce with my twin son's dad. You know, somebody said to me, but can you raise the boys by yourself? Are you going to? And I thought, as much as I loved him, I love myself more. And because of that, if I had stayed in that particular relationship, it would have changed the dynamic of who I am, my spirit. So you have to choose you. Sometimes, you know, whether it's a romantic or platonic or the barista at Starbucks, you know?
Yes. You talk about learning that no is a complete sentence.
Yes.
Just no.
Yeah.
No explanation, no apology, no softening. It's definitely something I'm working on.
Yes.
Why?
I just learned this. I mean, I feel like when we say no, especially, I'm going to say women, because we tend to want to please. Like, you say no, but then you're like, but this is why I can't go. And it's like, that's almost asking for permission of why you're saying no. But you can just say no and live with that. And for me, that's a tough one still, to be able to say no and know that it's okay.
Yep.
It's
No,
okay.
period.
No, period, exclamation point. Yeah.
You have raised 3 boys, including twins, which I just need to acknowledge for a moment as a single mother. I'm a single mom myself. In fact, my daughter is here in the audience today. How has motherhood shaped what protecting your peace means to you? Because when I think you're a mother, protecting your peace is always the last thing on the list.
1,000%. And kids and peace don't necessarily always go together because it's chaos a lot of the times. I think for me, in protecting my peace, if I'm happier and in a better place, I will be a better mother. I will be more patient. I will be more present. Now, that doesn't mean all the time. There were days where I'd go to bed and I felt like I did a horrible job and I'd cry because I didn't handle something well. And then there are days where I go to bed and I'm like, you know what? I did a pretty good job. So I think protecting my peace is also teaching my boys that they have to do the same.
Yes.
You know, they have to do the same. I'm going to tell a little story. When I left the reunion of Housewives, I came home and I was broken. I was crying all the way home from the reunion. And my son Jade was home. And he came downstairs and he gave me a hug. And every time I went to let go of that hug, he held on to me longer. Like 2 or 3 times I would let go and he kept on holding me. And then he whispered in my ear, he said, Mom, I think it's enough. And for a 17-year-old boy to be able to hold on to his mom and say those words, right? I think is hopefully what he's seen. You know, like this next generation are just so much more aware of who they are, and they're so much more planted where we were kind of all over the place. But I feel like this next generation, I see in my boys and their friends, it's like a whole new thing. They know how they feel, they talk about it, and sometimes I don't want to talk about it, but you know, it's good.
Cool.
Yeah.
So you had already built this incredible career from the Jamie Foxx show to NYPD Blue, Coming to America, before you joined the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills as the first Black housewife. What surprised you about reality TV? I know that from the outside looking in, it feels very glamorous and exciting, and I'm sure that from the inside, it's something different.
Yeah, what I learned first of all is how global being on a reality show is. Like obviously I watch the shows, I've watched different franchises, but to be in one, you have no idea the fandom. And I remember when they announced that I joined the show, and it was everywhere. And then a girlfriend of mine in New York called me, and she's like, "You're trending on Twitter." And I was like, "Why? I'm cooking pork chops." Like, I didn't understand like how big it was. But I think for me, it brought a lot of pressure, like being the first of anything.
Yeah.
You feel the pressure of people's expectations. How do they want you to be? And honestly, for the show to have been on for 10 seasons without any diversity was shocking. That was shocking.
That's shocking. So for women like myself who are watching you, who look like you and cheering you on, what would you say? Like, what was your experience like? Like you said, being the first and sometimes the only, there's so much pressure that comes with it.
Yeah.
How did that, manifest for you?
For me, it manifested in different ways. Like, I wasn't, I wanted to come in as me. That was the most important, not put on a person, not be a character. But because they had never had any diversity, we had to have conversations that they never had to have.
Right.
And although I wanted to come in and I wanted to kiki with everybody and have a good time, but I also had to stand up for how I walk in the room and how I show up in a room and people's perception of me in that room. So it was a little heavy at times.
I love how you described the moment you knew it was time to leave Housewives. It wasn't a dramatic explosion. It was much quieter. It seemed to me like you just got a feeling. And I remember watching that play out on my own TV screen, and instinctively, I knew just what you were experiencing, and you said, "I'm not doing that."
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out. It got to the point where I wasn't happy going to work. And the reunion showed me that I really didn't have any friends on that panel. I didn't feel like I had an ally. I didn't feel like I had someone I could lock eyes with and that said, "I see you." I didn't have someone to say, "I got you, I'm going to stand up for you." I didn't have that at that particular time. And so I felt like, why would I continue to do this? And I also feel like I'm at a place now in my life, my kids are about to go to college or start their life, that I wanted something different for me. I just feel like I'm at a place where I want a quieter life. I want a more peaceful life. And it just didn't feel like I fit anymore.
For the woman in this audience right now who knows she needs to walk away from something, be it a job, a relationship, a friendship, but is scared, what would you say to her?
I would say, like the movie, get out. I would say get out. I'm not saying leave your job recklessly, but I think it's important to be in an environment where you feel seen, where you feel, appreciated, and your worth matters, or what you say matters, whether it's a relationship or you said, or a professional. I think, and if you can't do that right away, I think it's finding the balance somewhere else. Be with the people that do uplift you. Spend time with the people that do see your worth. Don't completely subject yourself to a place where you don't feel like you belong.
But I feel like so many of us, we spend years talking ourselves out of that feeling. How did you finally learn to trust it? Was there a moment where ignoring that feeling cost you enough that you finally had to start listening?
1,000%. It wasn't like small moments. At this point, it felt like it was a neon sign, a billboard saying, "This is not for you anymore." But I grew up being an immigrant. You don't just give up a job, and every opportunity. is the reason why you came to America, is the reason why you come to wherever you go. So for me to go, I'm going to leave a paying job was not something I saw or knew, but I knew, again, that I had to choose me. Because at some point, that's going to cost me a lot more than losing a job.
You've been navigating Hollywood as a Black woman for decades. That's a long time to be in rooms where that aren't always built for people who look like you and me.
Yep.
What did you have to learn to survive in those rooms, and what did you have to unlearn?
Oh, my niece is here. She's a makeup artist, and we used to go to these Hollywood parties where we were like, she would come with me or I'd go with her, and we would be the only ones. And so you learn to adapt. Coming from Haiti at the age of 7, moving to Massachusetts, not knowing a word of English. Like, I've learned to adapt so many times in my life, not always comfortably, but you have to do it. Sometimes you have to act like you belong there so that people believe it too. So adapting, always trying to stay true to who I am, but also letting people know that I do belong here, that a lot more of us belong here.
For someone in this audience who leaves here today wanting to start protecting their peace, not in some big dramatic way, but just like tomorrow morning, what would you say that looks like? Where would you start?
I would say not letting the small things get to you. I read this quote the other day that, like art, someone's perception of you is their interpretation, right? You don't have to fight every battle. If somebody says something about me, most of the time I do like Michelle Obama and go high. But I think it's like, don't let, who you are, the people who love you know who you are, that you don't have to fight every battle. There's a lot of noise. We're living in a world right now where every day is a new battle for all of us, that I think you gotta sort of like pick your battles as a parent, almost like, not everything you need to fight your kids on. So it's like you got to choose your battles, and if it doesn't feel right to you, then don't do it. If you don't feel like going to that party, don't go. Send a gift, send flowers. Don't go.
Right now, in this season, after everything that you've been through, what is bringing you peace?
What's bringing me peace, even though it's also traumatic for me, is seeing my boys get to a place that they're going to go on their own journey, that they're respectful and kind, and, I want to see them fly, whatever that looks like for them. That brings me peace, knowing that their dad and I in our village has done a really good job. That, and knowing that I can do things on my own terms. I don't have to subject myself to places that I don't need to be in anymore.
Are you nervous about being an empty nester?
How much did I cry about that chapter? I was a mess. Marissa was like, we need to get some tissue. That's going to be really hard. When we brought the twins home, my oldest son, Oliver, was 17. So this is a start. I can already feel the house is different. They're driving now. They're going out with their friends. And it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. I know that. As much as I'm excited for them, I know it's going to be hard for me, too.
And you're also entering a new phase of life as a grandmother. How's that been?
Thank God for those little babies. That's been really great. I mean, it's great to have my grandchildren, but it's also even better to see Oliver be such a great dad. So that's been really, that I can hold on to, We have the babies coming up, that even though the boys won't be at the house and, on a regular basis or calling and... it's
the great thing about grandkids is you have them and then you can send them.
Absolutely.
You can send them back home.
Yeah.
What's next for you after Protecting My Peace comes out?
I've been really getting into producing, you know, and I started my Black Girl Missing franchise with Lifetime. So we're going to continue telling stories until one day we don't have to anymore. But producing, acting, yeah, and you know, doing all these things that I love doing. I'm so grateful. If somebody would have told me when I came to the United States that I would be doing the things that I'd be doing, especially at my age, that's unheard of, you know, because normally they put us out to pasture at 40, especially women, right? Yeah. So I'm so grateful.
Cool. So Garcelle, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for
Thank
being
you guys
here.
for coming and listening to us.
Cool. I'd love to
Thank
thank you everyone in the audience for coming today. I hope that if you were carrying something heavy, that you got the permission that you needed
Yes.
to put
Go
it
out
down.
And live your life. Live your life. Have joy. Have peace. Don't let anybody bother you.
Cool. So thank you, Garcelle Beauvais, and make sure you listen to Protecting My Peace at all costs.
May 7th on Audible.
Exclusively on Audible, starting May 7th.
Show your appreciation
Thank
one
you.
more time
Thank you,
for
guys. Thank
Garcelle
you so
Beauvais
much.
and Margaret Hargrove.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you.
Hey, in a second, you're going to see a QR code up on the screen, and you should scan it and explore Listen Black 365. It's a curated collection on Audible that features
Thanks for watching our coverage of the 2026 Festival of Books. Today we listened to panel discussions, took a look at some tasty food demonstrations, and got an inside look at the world of audiobooks and podcasts. For LA Times Studios, I'm Angelica Coronado. Thanks for being with us and see you tomorrow. Have a great night.